널 기다리는 날 넌 모를 거야. Alone in the dark 이곳에 Alone in the dark 나만 흐릿해져만 가는 네 흔적 속에 묻힌 채로 나는 alone in the dark.
Let me get out of here. Sick of dumplings, neon driving, yeah. 너무 쉬어 여기 나가면 모두 갈아 엎어쳐. 일상 공공망치 draw, looking for nails to disappear. Boys, 우리 목소리 키워줘. Waited long enough, 최근 시간 15년. 빛이 보여, fill the mind with life up the bus. 우리가 전부 관심자들이 이제 모두 컷세 척하던 놈들 이제 고개 숙여. 다음에 스케치 오면 정은 right. 맑으면 대답도 못해 영어로 완전 척하다가 걸리면 혼난다 그래 지금 We don't play game, we just not a gotcha game. Rivals good, known that here we be the Reds, you be wrapped. Quit acting like you came up from the slums. 네가 작은 목걸이 looking hella dumb. 1300 수직 상승 모니터에 on your TV 넌 랩 못해 넌 못 비벼 지가 못하는 줄 아나 봐. 집 가서 적시나 닦아라. 어차피 하지도 못할 거 왜 자꾸 들이대 고천이 버릇. 이 새끼들 여기서 뛰놀다 맴매. 너가 백날 침 튀기며 뱉어도 절대로 못되니까 쌩쌩. 어서가 벤치나 대워 넌 우리랑 안 맞아 레벨이여. 경험치 미달의 코디가 필요해 패션이 테러범여. 이제는 이해가 돼 어쩌면 넌 얼른 불러야 돼. Ambulance 달려와 빠르게 봐봐 그 사이렌 색깔은 whole team with me 이게 나 떠났대. 혼자라도 못 비비지 너 뒤져 비슷한 벽 옆에 넌 무슨 대표 그냥 맞는 대포 그냥 흘려놔 너 진 그게 딱 너한테 어울려. 쉬운 애미 것좀 빌리자 rapping 내 곁에 두지 않아 너 같은 바보 일삼 제대로 너 차일러 혼나고 나서 네 형한테 일러 네 건 오래 타장 내가 AK 네 건 fresh 타장 두루 AK 무대 위 discharge 무슨 테이저 건마 주죠. 무대 위 매너 그냥 내려가 주실래요? 조금만 기다려 완전히 뒤에서 따라오게 만들어줄게. 씨앗 사랑은 씨앗 에이스는 너 사랑해요.
어서 너 그리울까 대체 뭐를 했어 네가 말해줘. 응답 수신 거부 말해줘. 전화 걸지 말아줘.
없어 너는 그리울까 대체 뭐를 했어 네가 말해줘. 무엇보다 수신 거부 너네 둘 전화 걸지 말아줘.
Yeah. 맞춰가기에만 바빠 지루해진 일상들만이 반복 내리던 반복 참지 못해 감정 의미 없이 지나가는 시계 줄을 감춰 멈춰 있었어 꽤나 오랜 시간 나를 바라보는 시선들의 피하기가 너무나 어려워졌어. 이젠 그냥 몸을 맡겨 보여줄 테니 기다려 번뜩이는 반전. 걱정이 너무나도 지나쳐 나는 필요로 해 유일한 내 삶의 방식. 밖에 나가 밤이 때가 올진 아직 모르겠지만 선명한 내 비전. 누가 뭐라건 내 앞길을 막지 못해 나를 불사를 갈거로 장애물은 터미널 깨지 않길 바랬던 내 꿈 이제 눈을 떠야겠어. 여전히 난 내 삶들을 뱉어.
Go back to the my stage. We're just lives in January. 걔네들 열정과는 달라. Our 같은 명의 energy. Hey, stop and throw like 쿵쿵이야. 흘러들은 나의 심장 박동. 끝없이 이어지는 길을 걸어. 나의 인생이 my day.
많은 단어들이 나를 짓누르지만 등을 보이지는 않아. 내게 보인 믿음과 지켜야만 하는 것들을 알고 있어. 난 아픔들로 인해 나는 더욱 단단해져가. 넘치는 잔에 꿈 얘기로 하루 꼬박 세웠던 밤의 그 시절에 내가 어쩜 가장 주고 싶었던 모습일까. 한이 맘속 깊이 자리 잡은 미련인가. 두려움과 싸워 가진 것 없이 태어나 여기까지 왔고 나는 빈손으로 갈 거야. 잃을 것도 없으니 내 목소린 더 커져. 언젠가는 내밀어진 손을 다시 잡아. 빛이 없는 방 알 수 없던 아시 앞 내게 문제만을 제기하던 나의 삶. 눈에 뜨지 않기만을 바랬었던 지난 날들 그 시절로 나는 절대 돌아가지 않나.
Go back to the my stage. We're just lives in January. Okay, okay. 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 Alright. Okay, okay. Here we go. We got it all. We got it all. Still we go hard. Reach for the stars. Move like a boss. We need a charge. Take it too far. You might do it large, but you missing parts, and we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Foot stuck to the gas and we ain't breaking. Had to switch it up so we gon' shake it. Practice always lead to perfect paintings. Paint this. Whole team on my back, now that's a statement. Say what you want, but when I'm on directions, we never get caught in the maze. Climb to the top of the mountain and lift up my wing, that's just cover for shade. I've been on duty for days. Play slip and slide through the rain. Success always edge out the pain. You better follow the train. You better follow the. We got it all. We got it all. Still we go hard. Reach for the stars. Move like a boss. We need a charge. Take it too far. You might do it large, but you missing parts, and we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Got that ditto, got that ditto, got that too okay. Claim it's love, but I can see what's written on your face. Walking to the stage, I might wear a cape. I'm like head of stay. I'm like head of stay. Boy caliente, like I'm on fire, don't try to tempt me. Wanna learn the ropes, I can be a sensei. And we all about dollars, we ain't talking sensei. Make sensei, break that gay. Cut check say, they upset, eh? Boy's mad. Break it, break it. Break it, break it. Break it, break it. Break it, break it. You only see smoke until it's lit, and we lit. Dance with me with two left feet, and you go trick, 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 trick. We got it all. We got it all. Still we go hard. Reach for the stars. Move like a boss. We need a charge. Take it too far. You might do it large, but you missing parts, and we got it all. Yeah, we got it all. Yeah, we got it all.
What are you gonna say? You're gonna knock on the door. And when they open the door, what are you gonna say? Happy birthday.
해컵 on the track. 라보노 출격. Damn it, real again. Pull up. Chester, lifestyle. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Okay, let's get it. 날 깊지만 내 fist 난 미리. All black out 안 보여 밤 get it. Smoking on gas 안 내려다 get it. All of the ups 안 내려다 get it. Brand new kicks I'm clean I'm with it. 거주던 새끼 이제 낭비를. 다리에 wrist 손목에 감기고 똑다리에 알 손가락에 감기를. Trapping 어차피 난 trap을 한 번에 다 사고 I make that shit back. 시간은 쌓이고 돈은 더 쌓이고 쌓여 내 형이랑 stacks. 선물은 사지만 아냐 형 생일. 선물을 사지만 아냐 내 생일. 축하해 생일을 매일이 생일 샴페인 나 밥이 또 반대 penny. 머리에 전둥이 돌아 like 팽이 놈 결국에 챙기지 back. 오늘은 팬디고 내일도 챙기고 생일도 와인데 생겨 new back. 파티를 하지만 아냐 내 생일. 마지막까지만 봐도 penny. 때롭게 태어나 이건 내 생일. Trapstar lifestyle shit let's get it. 라보노 출교. Damn it, real again. Pull up. Chester, lifestyle, shit, let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Okay, let's get it.
Hermes 버클 보이게 색 24K보다 비싼 내 gram 연금 술 발견한 너처럼 damn 마시는 거나 뿌려 샴페인 생일도 아닌데 we getting paid 생일도 아닌데 we getting cake we make them cut like Central C my 내 떨은 sticky Ricky DJ Ricky yeah 우퍼 치킨 캔디 flipping 우린 노랗더럽게 인기 때문에 숨어서 나쁜 짓 so the fame Old Town Millie's got a gang 벌크루 사는 rubber band 고시생처럼 전부 올인해 나 안 해보지 나와 get it 네 팬들 출처 only OG stacks 안에 pretty boy 내 코밑에 powder higher than the 너도 타
라보노 출교 Damn it, real again. Pull up, gang, chest, lifestyle. Let's get it, let's get it, let's get it, let's get it.
오늘 봤었다 잊어버려 또 오늘 밤에 늦겠어 내려 오늘 밥솥 다 지워버려 나서 다 지워버려 오늘 밤에 I'm gonna drop it all Say 오늘이 힘들으면 눈을 감고 춤을 춰 뻔뻔하게 즐겨 말을 못해 Just living it up here 나쁜 순간도 잔을 부딪혀 잠깐 숨 좀 돌리고 즐겨 Let's party tonight Every day Every day 날 멈출 수 없었어 Every day It's my day Drop it low Drop it low Every day 볼륨을 높이고 Every day 모두 함께 미치고 Every day It's my day 나 전부 다 챙겨 Drop it low 의사님 어딜 아파 내가 이젠 음악이 내 약이야
모두 흔들어 내 가슴이 떳떳해지도록 모두 흔들어 빰빰빰빰
오늘이 힘들으면 눈을 감고 춤을 춰 뻔뻔하게 즐겨 말을 못해 Just living it up here 나쁜 순간도 잔을 부딪혀 잠깐 숨 좀 돌리고 즐겨 Let's party tonight Every day
stupid ass ballback 감히 누가 눈독 들여 우리 돈
우리 문이 소풍 누가 주식까지 bounce back 머리 숙인 후에 누군가
move get out the way 다음 생활 눈이 늦게 감리적인 듯해 견제로선 여길 냅다 씹어먹고 부패 내장까지 깔끔하게 마치 순대
씹어 먹어야지 팩맨 작당 몰라 스펙대
올해는 나는 아냐 스루 랩맨
내 말은 또 듣게 안 들어 맵맨 버리던 냄새 세스코 불러야겠네 너희 따는 것이 오마시면 I'm 캣맨 Hop in the booth 여긴 없어 네 자리 She make it clap look at my body
내 말이 듣다 지려도 몰라 니 가랑이 쩍바닥에부터 뜨뜻 끄뜨기 전에 사람이 built-in chopper best-selling mop 하고 다리가 나랑 비비려 해감
쌓인 고용 주기가 차라리
오케이 선배가 선방 칠게 우리 CB는 힘들게 relax 시간라도 바로 가는 여유롭게 What's what?
Whistle it 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 whistle it
Whistling, 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 yeah.
Gotta check my squad 일동대기 시간 없을서 I'm ready 통신의 애들 사이에서 난 예리 갖다 붙여대 Working my studio 한 지출내 지린 the funniest Shows gotta beat Millie Go to the shopping in bad behavior 나쁜 습관이지 돈에 쓰는 거또 한 푼도 너한테 난 쓸 일이 없어 내 솜씨가 달라도 우리 같은 DNA 평정심을 유지하고 느낌이 혓바닥이 뜨뜨뜨뜨게 잘해 사람 나니 겁은 나한테 말을 가득하지 man 나는 like 난 personal 사가리 stupid ass right what 정신 차려 너야들 나선다 계속
나 바라보지 마치 지붕 위에 chicken 난 지금 게 생각할수록 느껴지는 distance 두 번 세 번 더해져 mission fucking another level So check my EP cycle with no peace 손대에 뜨겁지 날아올라 no P fly hard take off 나와 아직 적지 놈들 다 번지 시켜줄 줄 없이 봐봐 해도 with the 부트 다음 소리 카프로 따라 하다 캣 목건강을 버림 수두로 백백하지 마치 폐업 재고 떨이 그래 너지 누구 두리번거리기는 병 부정적 비백과 비대 세우니 10대 초수는 초수와 대두치기 채한 길을 돌파 중 easy easy에 버려놔 오늘
Whistle it 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 whistle it
Whistling, 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 yeah.
You don't want no problem. You can get it, I'm a problem. You don't want no problem. You can get it, I'm a problem. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. Leave you the party. They shouldn't have got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Yeah, they shouldn't have got me started. I go the hardest. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Game over, don't start with me. Envy me with your jealousy. Be me, you will never be. My strategy is a winning streak. Game bread, I'm deep in it. I see the vision and go get it. You want it, I come with it. I'm so relentless. Extreme focus, no limits. Nothing nice, no gimmicks. Don't start nothing, won't be nothing. I'm a sharpshooter, head hunting. Anybody, anywhere, anytime I double dare. In rare form, I came. No pain, no gain, nah. You can't win if you don't sacrifice. Through the blood, sweat, and years, it's a way of life. Yeah, it's the way of life. Above it all, you gotta sacrifice. Yeah, they got me started, now I'ma finish it. Leave you the party. They shouldn't have got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Yeah, they shouldn't have got me started. I go the hardest. They got me started, now I'ma finish it. I go the hardest. Bottom line, I'm on top. Got the game on lock. My point is, I won't stop. You can't take my spot. Can't play with a legend. Everything's predestined. Start with me if you wanna lose. I'll finish you and make another move. It's nothing, just another day. You violate, get caved in. Broke down. this is my status. You don't want no problems. You can get it, I'm a problem. You don't want no problems. You can get it, I'm a problem. You never win if you don't sacrifice. Pay the cost, it's a way of life. You can't win if you don't sacrifice. Through the blood, sweat, and tears, it's the way of life.
Hey you, how's the world look from way up there? I miss you, but I'm getting scared. 'Cause you used to be glued to me so perfectly, filling all the in-betweens. Now there's nothing there. How am I supposed to be yours when I can't see your face? How am I supposed to not miss you with all of this space? 'Cause you say you need me there someday, but how am I supposed to be close to you now? Worlds away. Full moon. It's always when I feel it most. Can almost hear you say that I'm not alone. 'Cause we used to be spinning out like Mercury, but now there's no more ground beneath anymore. How am I supposed to be yours when I can't see your face? How am I supposed to not miss you with all of this space? 'Cause you say you need me there someday, but how am I supposed to be close to you now? It's cold tonight, darling, are you cold tonight? I just wanna hold you tight if you're really mine. 'Cause I can keep shouting across the galaxies, but would you do that to me if you're really mine? Sweet like sugar, I bet you like that. I'ma cut you off. Playtime's over, take a step back. Think you've had enough? If you push me to my limit, there's no telling what I might do. Yeah, you're gonna regret it. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. She don't know how to play nice. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. I'ma tell you one last time. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. Try me and you'll see just how far I will go. To the edge, where you step, don't you let curiosity get you in trouble. Here's your warning, just like you should know that. If you push me to my limit, there's no telling what I might do. Yeah, you're gonna regret it. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. She don't know how to play nice. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. I'ma tell you one last time. You can run, but you can't hide. Yeah, you don't wanna see my bad side. You don't wanna see my bad side. You don't wanna see my bad side.
Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, 볼륨 키워. Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, 볼륨 키워. Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, 볼륨 키워. Burn it up, hot 뜨거우리 turn it up, 볼륨 키워. 이제 넌 뻗고 저기 친구들은 땀을 흘리고 있어 shot. 만약 입고 있다면 fat 버는 걸 추천해 섹시해지졌다. 빠르게 knockdown 이유는 알지. 재미없는 들은 또 급발진. 우린 tell same thing 앞질러가지 또 그 처음 보지 물건놀이 이건 너무 usual. up 말해 못하겠어 맡겨놔 어차피 no 갈 수 있는 건 멀리서 watch 거기에서 내도 돼 나 친한 척 여기 너무 또 내 몸은 텁텁 카리형 가져와서 소스를 뽀뽀. Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워. Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워. Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워. Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워. 우린 hot 뜨거 like the summer. 우리 앞에서 너 까불다가 burn 야. 구린 것도 내고 모른다고 너만 일상 빈공내도 안해 절대 자만 갈길 멀어 아직 기름을 더 뿜뿜. Then we burn it up 어셔처럼 let it burn. We making classics Air Force One 쟤는 한참 지났어도 Hold up 이제서야 왔어 우리 season 봐버렸어 아예 새로운 인기를 거절해서 갑이 아닌 우린 딜은
겁이었나봐야 한데도 피
적셔 옷을 마치 킬빌 아닌 데드풀. 우린 직진하지 why they make it false move. 막 춤춰도 우린 바다 길이 박수. 일상공원 이제 돼버렸나 가수. Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워. Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워. Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워. Burn it up hot 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워. Burn it up 뜨겁게
버려 배로 벌어 배가 부를 때까지 turn it up 안 들리니 볼륨 키워 시끄러워로 참아고 막 찢어져도 죄송 지구 온난화의 범위는 일삼 no doubt 뒤따라봐 지금 제일 핫한 팀 일삼 no doubt 도전 못하지 넌 burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워 burn it up 핫 뜨거우리 turn it up 볼륨 키워
I'm your type 누르게 되지 like 다른 애들은 swipe double tap this site
사랑하지 내게 아트를 준 모든 애들 my friend 걔네기들 상응해줘야 돼 움직여 바삐 double tap 우리 사진 간지 공연 보러 온 누나들은 손가락을 만진다 빼반지 story 올려 되게 성공공 남자애들 껴 만들어 mosh pit 한국에 있는 애들 DM 아직 come to Korea 가자마자 벌려 기대한 것이 발을 뒤져 비껴 나가 내 상어리 피규처럼 smooth sailing 시대 흐름 우리 신경을 안 써요 너 응원하는 애들 숨죽이지 이제 시간은 금이고 우린 뱅카이스 다섯 배로 벌려 우리 몸값 21세기 boys 우리 못 가는 데가 없어 목소리는 뻗쳐가지고 worldwide Room is my planet I can go everywhere worldwide internet international to Instagram worldwide double tap worldwide 야 이제 우리는 virtual 가고 싶은 대로 날아가
tight 누르게 되지 like 다른 애들은 swipe double tap this site
일삼공공 받지 라이키 원하지 나 협찬 나이키 오르지 우리는 하이킹 너무 쉽지 마치 사비 스티커 보면 날아오리 물에 좀 쓸어 담을 거야 진짜 전부 일삼공공 받지 라이키 락스타 일삼공공 이제 달라붙어 우리한테 더블팀 레이블에서 연락 마치 허리케인 무시하던 새끼들은 어디에 얼른 숨어 미리 사나 1플러 이제 우리 노래 어디 가든 들려 몇 년 전에 비웃었지 그래 바로 너 생각보다 우리들의 덩치 너무 커 이제 와서 빨아봤자 아웃기어 컷 어서 움직여 넌 어서 뭐 백날 재미없는 노래 뱉어봤자 wow 사자 새끼 어디서 네 명함 내밀어 너를 퇴치하지 우리들은 세스고 on a new level keep it on the low 너가 전화할 때 나는 수신 거부 flow 안 멈추지 마치 Rolex non-stop racks on racks 못 벌면 난 죽어 bounce we got the juice no time 낭비할 수 없으니까 나는 항상 work baby working hard 맨날 twerk bounce we got the juice no time 낭비할 수 없으니까 나는 항상 work baby working hard 맨날 twerk
I'm your type 누르게 되지 like 다른 애들은 swipe double tap this site
No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. They slaughtering the sheep. Jumping out the window cause I'm born to fly. Sliding up on you, caught you by surprise. If it's do or die, I will survive. By any means necessary, stay alive. I built it from the bottom, now I'm sky high. Weapon in my hand, I'm a bad man. I've been around the world, I had a plan to conquer the mountains in the Badlands. If you talking fear, I don't understand. I feel like a god, here I am. Stronger than a titan back against the walls. If you come against me, I kill them all. No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. It's a war in the jungle. It's blood on the leaves. No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. It's a war outside. It's blood on the leaves. Yeah. Super villain in the flesh that'll never change. A hero in the city, yeah, they know my name. Go against the law, ain't nobody safe. Gotta fight through the night just to save the day. This is what it is, this is what it takes. I'm on the right time, I ain't never late. I have no fear, cause I know my fate. I got a bullet for the devil right in his face. If you riding with me, this the freeway. Crush the head of a snake, the king way. Ha. They slaughtering the sheep, the blind lead the blind down the dead in the street. Nah. No mercy for a weak killer. It's blood in the street. It's a war going on. And they slaughtering the sheep. No mercy for the weak. It's blood in the street. It's dark outside. Yeah, it's dark outside. No light for the sheep. Ain't no light. No mercy for the weak. No mercy. It's blood on the limb. Yeah, it's blood in the war. It's a war in the jungle. And they slaughtering the sheep. And they slaughtering the sheep. Where the blind lead the blind. Right down the dead street.
Middle of the night, everything keeps passing by, just passes us by. But we're young and wild, we stay awake just to feel alive under city lights. Nothing can change our minds, yeah, people might ask us why, but don't be shy, can change our minds. Blinded by neon lights, so beautiful in the night, so be mine under city lights. Da 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 da.
Make love with me, ecstasy. Take on dance for me, bounce with me. Make love with me, ecstasy. Stay with me, Mediterranean. Senses tired and lost. Never knew it was a habit. All the sins they're killing my ghost. Will I ever go find it? Get away that nobody told. Tell me why you went around with me to set me free. Do I need to wait a little more for the right time? Do I need to kill somebody for my life? Make love with me, ecstasy. Go and dance with me, bounce with me. Make love with me, ecstasy. Stay with me, Mediterranean.
Time left to pack it up. On the brink of a brand new age, better buckle up. Hey, oh, let's go, have you had enough? It's coming like the fire and rain. When it's over, they will know my name. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. Wind up tight, then I let it go. Light it up loud, come and get the smoke. It's system overload. Flying way too high like an overdose. Time to lock and load. It's all systems go. Pressure breaking down the narrow slump a little through. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm
I'm alive.
Unstoppable, phenomenal, awakening, the animal, unshakable, optimal, it's happening, can't control, feel it, feel it, feel it. Feel it. Feel it. Feel it. Feel it. Feel it. All this power. Power. All this power. Power.
Well, let's see who will play God today in the KBS Arena live from Seoul, South Korea. It might be some of these guys from D+ Kia, although they just got scared from a bee, a fly, something.
That was
Whoa,
huge.
that was
it's
a huge
Gam spy. It's
yes,
an infiltrator.
It's an infiltrator indeed. I'm here at the desk for another day of the Swiss stage where we have a elimination match up first, followed by a qualification match for the quarterfinals. My name is Shax, and I am joined by Dagda and by Huni. Yay! You were already on the desk for a bit, but that was your tryout.
Yeah, it was my free trial, and this is like my real sign-up time, so
yes.
I gotta prove.
You gonna prove it?
I got as usual.
Yes, as per usual, indeed. Huni, it's awesome that you're here. Yesterday, we of course had Cloud9 versus Fnatic. You know Fnatic quite well from the past. What did you think of that match?
I mean, the match was awesome. You know, Cloud9 just started with like only generated lead, and it's like I thought the Cloud9 has a pretty decent chance, but I thought like they were actually like not be able to concentrate like that well in the middle of the game, and that's how the Fnatic was like be able to turn around like all the series, be able to just not lose the series.
Yeah, especially that game 1, they were able to drag it out for so long. And then as we came into game 2, game 3, it felt like with the Rumble taken off the board away from Fudge, that a much simpler time come that early game. They kind of steadied themselves. And then this moment here in game 3, wow. Noah, take a bow. What an engage coming through with the setup from Fnatic and then the follow-up from Noah. This is why this champion has been so well associated with Noah the entire time he joined LEC.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy how the Noah he just turned around, but just as himself, like all the team fight that he just won the whole series basically. Like, he played almost perfectly. Also, I really like the Rumble pickup as you mentioned it. Yeah. The Huni Rumble Master approved.
So for people who don't know, when is a Rumble Huni approved?
So I mean, usually all the time, like when people actually not taking Ignite, like I'm so mad. But like, you know, if you win, like, just play well. I think that's really completely fine. And also this time, especially was crying, and he played perfectly well. Yes. So I really liked it.
I mean, he had a really bad time in the first game, and he turned it around for Fnatic. So they are the ones who move on, still on the brink of elimination, though. And we also had Mad Lions playing Weibo right after, but it was more like Mad Lions versus the Shy, Dagda.
Oh no, don't remind me. This was heartbreaking to cast yesterday. No. I mean, it would look so good. Niski 11 kills on the Silas. I was like, Mad Lions meant to pop off. And then this was the fight where it all went wrong. They tried to engage on the Shy, and that kind of became the turning point, not only for this game, honestly, but for the series, where they just felt that they needed to turn onto the Shy on Aatrox every single game, and every single time he punished Mad Lions. Honestly, this looked more like G2 versus the Shy on Aatrox than anything else.
Oh my god, why you have to bring it back?
If I have to hurt, other people have to hurt as well.
I mean, it was like 700 bounty on Niski, like that. That was like how the game was like so one-sided. And it's like, it was really also nice to see that the Shy, he turned around, like he just completely 1v9 with the Aatrox.
And the rest of the team was probably like, oh, you're going to focus on our top laner? Okay, I'll just do damage, I guess. Unfortunate for the Mad Lions, they had to exit the tournament, and Weibo lived to fight another day. And as we said already, we have our 2 matches today. KT versus LNG is later, and first we have D+ Kia up versus Gam, still in the elimination bracket, because Huni, DK has just not been doing that well so far.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, DK is like being like, we kind of judge those teams like these team, the D+ Kia, like especially I think it's kind of weakest team in LCK right now at the moment, and which is like that's correct. But also like I think their ceiling is like so high, but the thing is like their momentum's inside, like they're understanding their patience as a 5 peoples are not high.
We have to see how they're going to evolve. Before we get to that, though, the LCK team and Huni, they went out together with some LEC legends, Jankos and Perks, to explore Korea. Let's check out the next episode.
한국에 오면은 한국 음식을 먹어야 되기 때문에 하나 등골을 먹는다고 그러더라고요. 치즈 같은 맛이 난다고 해서 굉장히 궁금하기도 하고.
It looks very... It looks like... a little like cheese. Yeah, a little like cheese or a little like creamy maybe. Let's try out. Let's find out. I don't like it, but I don't mind it either. Like, I could eat it, but I prefer to eat something else like chicken. You guys want to try? Yeah, I want to try, yeah. It's a rice wine. That's how you drink it like this? Yeah, that's how you drink. Really? Wait, you just like do it, everything alone? Like you don't wait for us? Yeah. So when you do things for content, it's like, do it together. In Korea, we do 짠. 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 건배. 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 Let's talk about some words. What do you guys think how LEC will do well?
Well, we are not there.
We are not there,
so they're gonna suck.
Yeah, right. So how was it today? How was the food? Yeah, the food was good. Let's see the next recommendation. Who's this guy? Oh, this guy owned me. 3-0. It's everyone who beat me, actually.
박주영, 양코스 형, 안녕? 요즘 MZ들 사이에서 유명한 인생 래퍼시라고 있는데 요즘 또 유행하는 항공샷이라고 있는데 그 샷을 이제 남기면 좋을 것 같아서
You can get sunglasses. Yeah, that's my boy. Yeah, that's my boy. It looks like futuristic, no? Yeah. Yeah, from the future. Here, pause. Yeah, let's go, let's go. I feel like I look... Honestly, we look kind of dumb. Yeah, we do. Like, you know, when I was looking, when we walked in, I was looking at the pictures of people doing it, and they look so like handsome and cool. Yeah. But we look just like ugly and bad. Yeah, basically. Yeah. Basically that, yeah. Thank you, BDD. Thank you. BDD, thank you.
No, I think they look handsome and cool, but maybe we can do better. Shall we?
Okay.
Oh, here we go. Awesome. I think we do. I'm going to post it so we can see.
Okay.
Awesome. So moving on, you can also check out the full episodes always on youtube.com/LCK Global. So go and check that out indeed. And as we get into GAM versus D plus Kia, we've got a great interview lined up for you because Laura was able to catch up with GAM CEO TK Nguyen.
And welcome back to this side of the KBS Arena for the Verizon Game Day interview here, joined by TK, CEO of GAM. Thank you very much for joining me.
Hello, everybody. Hello. Worlds 2023, we are here. Let's go.
It's a big day for you guys. First things first, health check. We heard some
health
stuff about Levi not feeling well. Can you let me know what happened? How is he today? Is he ready for the day?
Yes, so Levi is suffering from a sinus infection. It's a pre-existing condition that he kind of battles with, but we've been out here for 21 days, you know?
Okay.
And these guys aren't really used to being in the cold here in Korea. It's really hot in Vietnam, you know what I'm saying? So, but he's doing a lot better.
Perfect.
So I know that he can lead the team to victory, so we're just all coming around to support him and, you know, do our best.
I want to know more about this group, about this iteration of GAM, because we've been used to seeing these players on the international stage, but there's a special energy about this GAM roster. Tell me what you think about it and how different are they?
I mean, this team is an amazing team. I mean, once we got punched in the face at MSI, we had to regroup. But this is where, you know, champions are made, you know, for us to be able to bounce back, stay resilient, fight every single day, and just really come together as a team. So we have a really special group. Our bot lane is new from MSI. We have Slater and Pallet, so it's been really exciting to see those guys together. And for us just to be out here representing for the VCS.
I see the team smiling all the time, and I see you now, and I kind of understand where the energy is coming from. Tell me about your role as a CEO, because it doesn't feel like we often see CEOs having this role and helping the team as much as you do.
I mean, I'm really hands-on, but I'm really just a cheerleader. I'm just really excited to be here with the team. I want to make sure that we give them good energy, because I know when they're having fun, they're smiling, and they're just being themselves, they're going to be at their peak, and you know, they're going to perform and represent.
You guys beat TL last week. Coming into today, D plus Kia, LCK has 4 representatives. It doesn't feel fair to me.
I know, you guys got 4. Korea, we love you guys. We've been here for 21 days and we've been enjoying everything about it. All the SK teams in LCK have been so welcoming to us. And you know, you guys got 4 teams. Let us get a spot. Come on.
Yeah, let the other wins for one. I want to know about today. What is the mindset for the team? What is gonna be the pep talk that you're gonna give the players to get them in the right mindset, and what's the expectation coming from?
I mean, it's do or die. We've already made it further than we even anticipated, or like I think most people had really anticipated for us to make it through all the way from the beginning, through play-ins. Our backs are against the wall once again, but that's where we like it. You know what I mean? We're always coming down from behind, the underdogs. So all of you guys out there, we appreciate all the energy. We're representing for all the minor league regions, you know what I'm saying? From Brazil to Latin America to the PCS, but we're really here to represent the VCS all together and go up against the big boys. So we need your energy today as we go up against DK in Korea on their home court.
Actually, it should start soon, if I'm not mistaken. What time is it?
You know what time it is? Game time, baby! All right, guys, Worlds is about to start. Back to you guys. Let's go.
Oh my god!
What a legend.
Oh, I love it.
I love it. Like
oozing charisma.
Wow, it's so unique energy, unique character. It's so insane.
Oh, this wasn't a still. This is actually a shot. That's amazing. I can see why GAM's been doing so well with that support behind them. And you mentioned it there, kind of the group of all the underdogs versus the LCK and versus the LPL. We know they've also been rocking the Team Wales pins on their jackets because they just want to represent the entirety of the VCS. But I like that. They're kind of the bastion of the underdogs going for it.
Exactly, and it's also the fact that Team Wales helped them so substantially in preparing for Worlds as well, because when they're coming across, a lot of their players had to play in Asian games, so they weren't actually able to use their full roster. So Team Wales and actually GAM came together to make a roster so they could practice in scrims for the guys that weren't at Asian games. So this is definitely a region that wants to come in and not give up. They want to show their best foot at this international
And
game.
it's not just the, oh, they're going to upset because they're the underdog. They have shown us great play, I think, notably versus Team Liquid. We got to mention the top and jungle, Kiaya and Levi in general. Rumble check also passed.
Proved.
Yeah.
I mean, for GAM, like, it's just really important for them to actually not lose their character, not lose the aggression they have, they can bring to the team. Like, it's so important for them. It's like, I know they're a little bit inconsistent, but the means like they are really enjoying like playing high risk, high reward, which is like when they're winning. I mean, that's how they've been like the historics wise, like they won against like really strong team, and even yesterday they won against a major, which is like that's a team. I mean, it's a LCS, but still they are major.
Still major region. Yes.
So,
yes.
I mean, they are proved in right now, and they are getting stronger internationally. So I'm so excited to see these matchups.
And I think a large portion of that is because of this top jungle synergy that we've seen. I mean, this was kind of their forte coming in towards even MSI, but we've really seen it take a step up coming in here as well, with the ability for Levi to play towards Kiaya, whether he's on a very strong champion for it to be a carry, or if he wants to go back towards the K'Sante and let something like a Wukong come through for Levi. So I think it's really, really sick, and we see it here on your screen. The win versus TL, Kiaya was a monster, and I want to see if GAM can set that up here again today.
Yes, because now they're up against Kana and Canyon, of course. That is definitely a tall order. And let's talk about D plus Kia then. We set it up already as they haven't really fulfilled the expectations this entire year, I think. But what we do know is that when they're up versus competition that is lower ranked than them or that they should be better than, they usually crush them.
Yeah, and I think we got to see that a lot against BDS, right? Where we actually got an opportunity to see them take something like the Caitlyn and really run away with it. And I actually want to take a second to kind of deep dive into that a little bit more. And this was picked out with the help of Chronicler to go through some of these stuff. So as we get into this, the two things that I really want you to take note of is first how much of the pushing waves are actually here in favor of DK. So already you've got Showmaker. It is not. It's a Nico, so don't get confused in the mid lane. But Showmaker has the push, and so does Deft in this bot lane. And as we start to play this one out, what you're going to see is they start to move in to get a ward just on the top side here for Showmaker as he starts to move in. Spot out Sheo as he's taking his Wolves, or sorry, the Raptors. And then as well, you've also got this other one that's down the bot side here for Kellen. And the big thing that you want to try and do here is secure vision of Sheo, so then you can actually track him as Canyon. And Canyon does a fantastic job of this. You're going to see him start to move with Sheo. And this concern that Sheo has is like, okay, I need to get in and try and disrupt this bot lane, but I'm not being given that opportunity. Canyon is always there at every point in time, and you'll even see as we start to come into this one as well. This is several minutes later into the game. This is 12 minutes later now. We're still seeing this big vision control that's been set up on this bot side jungle to track out where Sheo is. He hasn't had a chance to interrupt the map whatsoever. And as we start to roll into it then, you're going to see that BDS suddenly feel the pressure of, right, we're about to lose our bot lane tower. We need to try and go for some sort of 50-50 play. And Labrov goes in, but again, Canyon's been tracking super well. And now Kellen and Canyon are actually in a position with the TP coming through from Showmaker to make this absolutely insane play. And they completely shut down the game from this position. And I think that's where you're going to get to see if DK are able to set up for that once more. It's going to be a major issue now for GAM.
Yes, it seems like they can be so suffocating when they know that they have the advantage in these games. And we have to remember that for D plus Kia, it is that comeback run. They started in the 0-2 pool. How far can they go with their tournament lives on the line? It is a question if GAM Esports can take down another world champion, or will it be smooth sailing for D plus Kia? Day 7 of World Swiss Stage starts right now.
저희 2승 1패 팀에 이제 정말 강한 팀들이 많은데 KT 롤스터가 어떤 팀인지 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
就是进入2杠1的阶段的话，我觉得我们更应该把自己的就是一些东西问题改掉，因为上面的队伍也就是实力很接近，没有相差太多吧，然后就要继续加油。
일단은 저희 KT 롤스터가 이제 기인과 BDD 선수를 필두로 되게 강한 라인전을 가지고 있다 생각하고요.
我觉得 LNG 就是一支大家非常团结，然后性格都很好的队伍吧。然后就是大家的那个向上的心，就是一直想往前冲的。对我的下一轮对手说，我们一定会战胜你们的。
저희 KT 롤스터를 상대하려면 단단히 각오해야 할 겁니다.
감 e스포츠 팀 정말 플레임부터 고생 많이 하셨고 하지만 여기까지인 것 같습니다.
Nó sẽ ý nghĩa về việc là em đánh được bài khu lớn thì điều đó chứng tỏ là em đã có được cái sự xứng đáng khi mà khu vực em đã có được 2 chiếc vé vòng ở Berlin, cũng sẽ khiến cho tất cả khán giả của VCS đều cảm thấy tự hào.
상체, 미드 정글 탑 위주로 굴러가는 팀이라고 생각해서 저희 팀도 상체 싸움이 굉장히 중요할 것 같고
Nụ cười và cái sự không khí trong team rất là quan trọng. Khi mà em cười và em thấy vui thì tất nhiên là em chơi game sẽ tốt hơn.
저희가 압도적으로 이겨서 그들의 웃음을 없애드리도록 하겠습니다.
Nếu như mà bạn gặp Gam thì bạn nên cẩn thận và đừng chủ quan, bởi vì team Gam sẽ đánh bại bạn bất cứ thời điểm nào mà bạn chủ quan không.
Hello everyone and welcome to day 7 of the Swiss stage. I'm Medic, this is Kobe, that's Chronicler on the end. Both of whom are slightly under the weather, but hopefully we can manage our way through what could be an exciting 6-game day.
He always brightens our day, correct?
Yeah, I'm
welcome to Medic as well.
I'm happy you're finally here. You know, as the Korean representative, it's up to me to welcome you here. I hope you've had a good time thus far.
Yeah, I'm not that jet
convincing.
Look, I arrived, I slept, and now I'm here. So yes, it's been a good time.
So far, so good.
It's been excellent. Yeah.
There's a little latency here.
Yeah, it's okay. I think we'll be all right.
Nice.
I got a good feeling about this one.
I'm super excited for this one. I mean, we had, of course, last year kind of the season 1 of Death's story, and now we're leading into season 2 already. They're making their lower bracket run, started in the previous series, and now looking to continue it to be able to qualify here. And it's really impressive stuff with Canyon and Showmaker really trying to return to that top form as well.
And I think the expectation for D+ Kia has to be that today should be a 2-0 for them in terms of quality of player, in terms of quality of the league that they come from, and general quality of the team. D+ have to be the favorites coming in. The question is, can GAM do something very, very funny?
It's also, for D+, these type of expectations have been their absolute downfall, and I think their biggest enemy. We all know what this roster in theory should be capable of, but we just haven't really seen that consistently throughout the year. And if they drop even a game to GAM, I think a lot of D+ fans will be worried, specifically because this team has struggled so much with, if they feel like they're in a position where they should be winning, where they should be dominant, and they drop, they haven't always really been able to deal with that very well. And you know, scrims are one thing. We know that this team is able to excel there, but translating it consistently to the stage needs to happen for them to make a deeper run here at Worlds.
And GAM themselves have shown some pretty impressive stuff in their series versus Team Liquid. I love how they play to their strengths. Levi and Kiaya winning multiple skirmishes on the top side of the map to completely snowball out of control. You know, playing their flavor as well. Levi with his most played Wukong, continuing to stick with that, continuing to blast people as well. So GAM, no, they were not lying when they said if you do not have your guard up, they will knock you out. They will give you that punch. So I want to see what they can pull out today.
And I think the risk for GAM there is their top side and their jungle has been the most impressive part of the roster, but on the other side you have Canyon. And Canyon has so consistently been the most impressive part of DK. Can you actually set this guy behind in the early game? And even if you do play through top, will Canyon be finding leads on the other side of the map?
And that also is kind of relying on Canyon showing the form in his POG games. Because as much as I know Kobe in particular is his jungle GOAT, has had also games that will leave DK fans a little bit worried. But against teams that they feel like they are favored towards, D+ have an absolutely incredible win record in series and games throughout the year. And given that GAM, even for all their achievements, on paper are weaker, DK should be filled with confidence, but the respect towards Levi already being paid.
Yeah, already. Wukong off the board as well here from D+, really targeting them. It says a lot when the jungle GOAT is giving you that respect. I like it.
It's Levi's most played across the course of the year, 84% win rate on it. Maokai as well, undefeated on that this year, 8-0. So we'll see if DK decide to continue to pinch that jungle pool. Instead, the Kalista, who, although on the stage hasn't been that impressive, is obviously making waves in scrims.
And I want to point out something kind of interesting about D+ draft strategy so far at Worlds. They've actually had Deft not play Xayah or Kai'Sa one single time so far in the tournament. He's opted every time for something with extra range. You know, he played the Caitlyn, he played the Ziggs, he played the Varus as well. So it's been a different, interesting kind of take here for the D+ bottom lane. Of course, a lot of people also memeing on Kellen for missing some Alistar combos, but still definitely a premier champion.
Orianna, to me, is the main pick, especially with the Xayah being banned away. Showmaker, however, has mentioned that he feels like, as the Kai'Sa will get picked up, that Orianna specifically, as strong as she is, does require more resources. It's an immobile champion, so against some mid-jungle 2v2s, you can kind of struggle. And I would expect D+ to kind of follow what they've been doing, give a lot of resources, both in draft and in jungle attention towards the bot side of the map, because playing towards Deft, I think, is the best that DK have looked. And even if you know, like them playing towards that mid-jungle 2v2, they've definitely been the most consistent if Deft is in a good position.
All right, GAM instantly lock in some carry attack combo here. The classic spicy hot pot, Jarvan Cataclysm, Rumble, ultimate over the top of it. And we had a big conversation about the top side of the map. Rumble has been absolutely oppressive in the top side. Not really anyone has been able to find any hard counters to it, so it's mostly just been kind of answers here, and the Cassante will be picked up again. Jarvan with the early ganking potential here. It looks like GAM definitely coming out with some early firepower, and D+ maybe weather the storm there.
They're making their intentions known, aren't they? Like, we are going to play through top. We're going to try and get Levi and Kiaya ahead. Kiaya, 5 games on the Rumble in this year, has won 4 of those. And now we'll see where DK decides to go. Jungle pick Lee Sin for Canyon alongside that Kai'Sa and Cassante.
I always love Lee Sin into Jarvan, but especially love me some Canyon Lee Sin. Jungle GOAT indeed. Let's see what he's got this time around. Here's your Orianna, though. After they already kind of flashed the Syndra and let it go, you know, D+ and Showmaker himself are saying, yeah, it's fine. I will drop my mid lane pick as D+ and let you have that Orianna protected by 2 bans.
And we've basically seen 2 approaches, I think, domestically against D+ as well. One is try and match them early, because if they don't get ahead early, they really struggle. Or draft team fight and wait for them to mess up. And thus far, GAM really going heavy on the team fighting power.
Now, I think Showmakers actually, even though they flashed the Syndra, maybe that was a little bit of trying to bait them, because when you're looking at a Jarvan jungle in addition to the Orianna matchup, you usually want something more mobile to be able to dodge that. Akali, Yone, those types of things. You can go for kill pressure with a Lee Sin as well. So definitely want to see how risky they're feeling, and if GAM want a protection ban, you know, something like the Akali instead.
And that's kind of a tough one, because both Akali and Azir, I think, are great picks here. Now, the Azir makes sense to me because it's been the one that Showmaker has mostly been going for. But the Akali, ever since it was brought out by Chovy, has seemed like a very successful mid to late game answer into the Orianna specifically. And I wouldn't be surprised if that is what is picked up. Does mean that the mid jungle 2v2 doesn't really come online until level 6.
Yeah, I mean, you intentionally sacrifice some things when you're picking Akali. The early skirmishing, yes, going to sacrifice that. You're going to sacrifice wave push as well early on, but you will turn into such a good side laner later. It makes it very difficult for GAM to play anything besides a clumped up 5-on-5. But, you know, with the comp that they're showing already, that is going to be the direction they go no matter what.
And I think the R4 Rakan here from GAM is actually very obvious. It's such an easy pick, hasn't been banned so far, safest support left, especially with the Renata ban. You can't really maybe shut down in the lane too much, it does open up D plus Kia for the Rel pick, and then alongside that, their mid laner, the Akali that we've been talking about. But if I'm GAM, I'm looking at this composition, and I'm very happy with what I've drafted. You have late game insurance with the Orianna, you have jungle top early pressure with the Rumble Jarvan, and then you have Pallet on one of his signature champions in the Rakan.
Yeah, this is exactly bread and butter for GAM. Some winning skirmish-style stuff towards the top side of the map, get spicy maybe, try and get an early lead, and then Kati on something that does scale super nicely for later, that can be that big carry for the later team fights. Here's another look though, Showmaker gonna drop down the Sylas.
And for me, really big, we'll see how he's able to actually deal with the Rumble ultimate placement. I think we've seen a very big discrepancy between mid laners throwing equalizers and top laners throwing equalizers. Is definitely a specific skill set. Do you think that the Zeri, as strong as it is when it comes to mid to late game fights, might tilt the GAM composition a little bit too far into the scaling direction? Because I do think that D+, for all their mid-game faults, we've seen them lose, I feel like from like 5 to 8k gold leads multiple times throughout the year. At the same time, letting them have free reign early is a really risky proposition, and it does kind of feel like that's what GAM is leaning towards, bar any like level 6 5v5 mega wombo shenanigans.
And whenever you're evaluating mid lane matchups, you also have to take into account the support roam timers here. And so if you are going to give up some push on bottom side or some priority from bottom side, then that definitely means these supports are coming for your flash in mid lane, try and make some visits early and often.
I think it does isolate Slater a little bit if Pallet wants to get out of that lane, look up towards the top lane. That's kind of where we expect GAM's focus to be in the early game. DK obviously have the survivability of Cassante up there. He can tank a lot of pressure. And with the game plan being so obviously spelt out by GAM, you have to think that DK will be investing into vision early, investing into pressure early in that top side to make sure that Kana can survive the first 5 to 10 minutes of this game.
Yeah, for me personally, I'm going to be looking towards how well are you able to track Canyon early, and can you avoid like 2v2s and 3v3s that kind of can accelerate the game. If this goes even for like the first 10-15 minutes, I think that you're in a great position here as GAM. However, what I expect is Canyon is going to be looking to play towards Showmaker and towards that bot side. And if Kai'Sa or Sylas get ahead and DK is perma-skirmishing for every single objective, the game becomes very hard to keep up with if you're GAM.
Yeah, definitely going to be worried about topside snowballs with the way the last couple have gone as well, and see if this Rumble will actually take off, and we can judge it by the Huni ignite or no ignite in topside.
Oh, yeah.
I think this one probably would be an ignite game, even though you are versus the Cassante. You have the Jarvan jungle. Really get in there, look for those wins in the skirmishes early on. Transfer it into an early Rift Herald, start taking away the turrets that way, and try and push it forward.
How much can GAM open up the map in the early game? Will Canyon be tracked by Levi and the rest of the squad? D+ obviously had a poor start to this Worlds, falling down into the 1-2 bracket, but are now back to winning ways, having defeated BDS a couple of days ago. Can they continue that run? I think GAM probably one of the easier opposition they could have faced in this bracket. There were some challenging teams sitting at 1 and 2, but you have to beat who's in front of you. And this year, D+ Kia have struggled to do so at times.
Yeah, and I want to explain the meme that we have there to the right, like Showmaker carrying the log.
Sure.
It's a metaphor that's used a lot, and I think specifically relating to DK, where everyone in the team needs to make sure that they collectively carry the log, and they'll just have like one guy do it while the rest are like shouting, "You're doing a good job. Keep it up. Go carry that log to the other side of the arena."
Okay, I'm glad you explained it, because I kind of thought he was like lounging on a couch.
No.
Oh yeah, just chilling.
No, he was struggling.
As the rest of the team were watching him. If I shout who's got the log in the middle of a cast, can you follow up on? Let's get on to Summoner's Rift for our first game of the day. D+ Kia facing off against the GAM. An elimination match. The loser of this best of 3 is taken out of Worlds.
It's a team log, Medic.
It's a team log.
Yeah, it's very similar to the bus driver. You know, someone always has to be the bus driver. And if you're on the bus, then you just say thank you for the free LP.
Okay, sure. But you not multiple people driving the bus, because that would be
No, that's
a bit more,
dangerous. Yeah.
Okay, but multiple people need to carry the load.
You can be a good passenger on the bus.
That's true. And you guys can also be good passengers watching at home, because you don't need to forget to log in and watch on lolesports.com to earn exclusive Worlds 2023 drops like emotes and icons. They're cool, the drops. You can get some cool stuff. Esports capsules.
So 2 things I want to note. Kana has not gone for Aftershock, which is tech we see a lot into the Rumble, where you itemize for early MR, and then with Aftershock, you're actually able to shrug off a lot of the harass. And Kiaya, and Hooney's on the desk, so I won't go into too much detail, but did go for the teleport here, as opposed to the Ignite. Now, of course, as mentioned, this is Cassante lane, so you can feel like you might have less kill pressure there, but does really diminish some of the pressure that the Rumble might otherwise have.
Both junglers starting their blue buffs here, so we'll look to end on opposite sides as well. Kenyan going to be pathing away from that lane, away from the Cassante, away from the Rumble, not as scared. And meanwhile, wonder if he actually makes his look to try and punish Showmaker and start burning his flash early and really try and get the most out of some of these early pushing levels here for the Orianna, because having that early advantage in wave clear here definitely can be a way to start it up.
We have seen some Jarvans do the bot side, come through mid for a quick level 3 gank, and then work their way back up towards the top side. There is a ward on the Razor Beaks from Showmaker that we saw being placed earlier, so Levi will be tracked as he works his way across. In fact, they pretty much know that he started on the bot side of the map because he hasn't appeared on his Razor Beaks yet, and if he had appeared, then they would know that he started top side.
Yeah, and we're about to see now the reveal. And they'll know both junglers just going for smooth, full clears here. All lanes kind of going as expected too. Kati got to push in the first couple of waves. Bounce on back now. Meanwhile, bottom side is pushing for Damwon. Excuse me, D+, as expected as well.
Took us in the Yasuke like 4 months into, for me at least, into spring.
Took me years to change SKT to T1.
Yeah, that comes with the territory, and right now we did actually see pings going down from Gam as well, so they were aware that Levi was getting tracked towards the top side of his map, but isn't really going to mean too much with Slater and Palat being very conservative with their trading. I say as Palat goes in, he's recount, so he's fine. There is already an opportunity for a dive, so the knowledge not going to lead to anything right now except a crap trade.
Yeah. I will say that sort of Rakan play is one where, as an AD carry, you're kind of like, like maybe Kellen jumps in with the W on the rel, but apart from that, I really can't trade because there's a minion under the tower anyway, though I would much prefer to last hit than trying to get some damage down onto the rel. So overall, not too much happening there in the bot lane. I believe
good vision
that Canyon was spotted. As we see Cardi pushing up, pallet trading in the bottom side as Kellen and Def get the right side of that one. Levi coming in, doesn't land the EQ, but Showmaker forced away half HP. And it's just ships passing in the night as both the junglers work their way down towards the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, it seems like we'll have a pretty calm opening to this very important game for both of these teams. Such a meaningful series here with both of these teams going through their struggles, like you said, already in the tournament. Game, of course, coming through play-ins, dropping early, but then being able to still... Oh,
it's a good trade. Pallet's so low already, down to 100 HP. Ignite is ticking on him. Will he get away? Void Seekers enough and first blood to DK.
Def, the sniper, hits the W, gets the first blood bonus. That is exactly where D+ want their money. All right, now, no more calm from Gam. All right, now it's time to turn it into overdrive. Once you see Def get first blood, better turn up the pace.
Not the start that you're looking for. Already this Kai'Sa going to get ahead. And this is something that I really appreciate about the D+ composition is, oh, Kellen? You are
He's
alone.
by himself, so...
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
There's no damage here. He's just upping his skill shot hit percentage.
Yeah, particularly given Kellen's tournament thus far, you know. His Enchanter plays looks great. His Engage play, not really the level that we've come to expect from this player. But particularly because if Kai'Sa gets ahead, look at the rest of the team. Every single lane is set up for Killer Instinct, right? So if you ever are able to set up a play and rotate Deft away, can get him so much fed, or so much more fed very, very quickly.
Yeah,
Kellen
doing his job, you know, his whole point there was just to try and delay minions a little bit getting under the tower to allow Def time to arrive so he can pick them all up and maximize his gold. Meanwhile, the jungle Raptor fight. the classic, does go the way of the cheater who brings his support with him.
Look, I've had many fights over fried chicken over the years. I don't really blame them for battling it out over that. We saw Levi as well come down towards the bottom lane to make sure that Slater could push this out. But all in all, this is just Pallet getting caught out with the stun. He tries to dash away, but can't escape in time.
Yeah, you always have to be really careful versus Rel to get within Q range of the brush. Because, yes, the crash down's pretty easy to dodge if there's nothing to set it up. But if you get in that crew range of the brush, Kellen does a very good job. Hits him, then easy crash down follow-up. And enough burst damage with that Ignite, with the W hitting. With that bottom lane pressure as well, it's going to be a pretty easy setup for Drake #1 here for Dom1, so they have a pretty clear path to start controlling their objectives.
And that's the unfortunate part. If that kill on bot side doesn't happen, you know, the little plays, stealing the chickens, keeping track of Canyon, using the priority that Orianna has early, can feel really good. But because of the fact that Deft already has is in a very good position in this 1v1, plus still has heal, you know, Callan still has a sums. Canyon just keeps losing against Scuttle. This seems to be a recurring theme for him, just like Doran with his cannons.
Hey, Doran deliberately left that cannon, okay, Chronicler?
I'm not going to pretend I know what is happening with Doran. He's an enigma.
Canyon also still kills the Scuttle Crab, just a little I don't need this. Takes away the blue buff as well. Wow, Levi's looking mid with level 6. Showmaker still has flash though, so it's pretty hard to actually get the kill there.
There's another stun landing. There's already the plasma built up. Killer Instinct living up to its name as Deft takes his second of the game.
Oh man, this Gam bottom lane. Remember, this is the part of the team that was added most recently after MSI. Kellen's not done.
Slater able to dodge to the side, has hit 6, has that lightning crash if he wants. It continues to put the damage down on Deft. Deft trying to trade back in. Slater flashes away, but Canyon's here! And the Dragon's Rage is enough to secure the kill.
And Levi's kind of around, but they're going to see Levi on some wards, so I don't think Levi's even going to be able to get any kills back for Gam. It is heartbreaking for Gam, and it is just a tutorial for D+.
And D+ feels so confident because not only was Canyon invading, look at the bot side vision that they have. It was the same thing that they did against BDS, where they are able to play this aggressively because of the control that Canyon's able to get. And then the moment that Pallet goes down, I understand Slater, because I feel like at this point the desperation sets in, right? You're playing against a 2-0 Kaisa. You want to try and get something going. Kellen doesn't hit the Q.
But I honestly think he wins the 2v1 if we don't have Canyon show up at the end.
But they also don't do that unless they have Canyon right there.
Yeah, true.
So
and the heal was enough to keep him alive in the end there, so it might have just been a, you know, flash for heal. Yeah.
But with the way that this early game is going, with D+ smashing this Gam bottom lane in this fashion, it means that it's going to be so difficult for Gam to rely on that for later, and D+ can really, really accelerate. They can now really start to focus on the Rift Herald that has arrived, and so we have support roam timers. It looks like Kellen is going to get sight of Slater roaming up, and Gam, their kind of idea of sending all 5 for the Rift Herald fight, gets sussed out.
Kellen already level 6 as well. Pallet still probably a wave and a half away from getting there. Levi has started up this Rift Herald, and looks like DK actually either unaware or deciding not to fight it.
Yeah, during the vision toggle, it looked like they didn't see him, but I think once he turned around, back around the Herald, they did. And Canyon says, that's fine. You can go Rift Herald, you can go top side. I'm just going to continue to control down here so Deft can eat.
He's already got 150 gold bounty, 2 kills on him. Looks like it might be the static shift build here from Deft as well, with Kirchi's Shard sitting in his inventory.
And this is always what you want to do as a jungler when you've got a lane like that you want to keep in isolation so you can keep on winning. If you just take away the jungle camps of your opponent that are on the bottom side of the map where you want to have that control, then if they decide to try and come fight it and help out their bottom lane, then you will lose out on efficiency. You'll lose out on time because you don't have your own camps to farm to fall back on there because Canyon's already taken them away.
Kirchi Shard obviously building into Stormrazor as well. Briefly skipped my mind, but it is Stormrazor for Deft on the Kaiser. There's so many builds, like you can basically go wherever you want.
That's okay. This is a mistake that Aiming made in week 1 of LCK as well, leading to some static shift shenanigans. But as mentioned, the fact that the Kaisa is this accelerated also means that the stacking of Drakes is going to become really easy for D+, and I feel like that's one of the premier ways where even if you have a composition which I think might struggle a little bit in 5v5 against the power of Gam, if you're up like 3 Drakes, you can just trade objectives across the map and accelerate that gold. You don't really have to worry that much about the 5v5 for the next I don't know how many minutes. Look at the gold on Deft.
And just even look at the last 30 seconds, though. I know I've got some Canyon bias, but he really did just kind of delete the last 30, 45 seconds from Levi. No camps on the bottom side for him to take it all, so he just kind of wanders through D+ vision, hangs around mid lane for a second on more D+ vision, and eventually only has to be able to go salvage his Krugs up here. So really good stuff from Canyon to continue to play off the same area of the map to just further increase the lead. And that's something, those little min-max things for junglers to be able to deny enemy camps like that and deny your efficiency of time that the very best in the world will do and will punish you with. Now Levi's doing a little bit of a surprise, but there's no DPS here, so maybe just hold the wave until they get their lane swap and Slater comes up.
Yeah, you also see clear indication. Gam's like, we're not going to be able to contest this dragon anyway, so Levi showing doesn't really change anything here. The problem is that knowing that Levi is on top side does mean that Deft can play even more aggressive. As Pallet, I don't know if he knows about Kellen.
He's able to dodge away in time. One of the things that is great about Rakan is just how slippery he can be. Pallet escapes the gank. 2 plates fall in the top lane, but that's already been answered by 2 plates in the bottom lane for DK. Yeah. Have about 1,500 gold lead as we get over that 12-minute mark.
The other kind of knock-on effect for out jungling like that, you get a really early transformation to be able to get your smite upgraded to have advantage in smite fights. Yep. And with so many of like these third dragons and Rift Heralds and Barons coming down to a lot of possible smite fights, if you get your upgraded version and your opponent is still sitting on a couple of extra camp clears that they were unable to get because you denied them and then spent a bunch of time shadowing lanes and stuff like that, it can be such a big knock-on effect. I mean, 106 CS now to 74 here for Canyon, plus the advantage for his laners on the bottom side. I mean, D+, game number 1 is looking like it's going straight through D+ plans. Showmaker now going to make a visit as well, see if he can try his hand at the lane swap as they rotate their AD carry and support towards mid.
Now for Gam, I think the gold lead specifically is still manageable. You know, it's not looking too odd, and I do think that once the next Drake, for by the way, Cloud Drake, which D+ obviously will love, having seen that Drake basically infinite times since we had the LCK, love those. But particularly with the power of the wombo combo that they still have, one of the biggest weaknesses of DK and the reason why they've struggled against teams like KT and Genji in particular is that their team fighting has been pretty hit or miss, and they've been known to try and over-engage. So I would really like to see Gam keep up the ward so that they can go for these type of press-it. Oh, there we go.
Big flash away from Death that keeps getting chucked by Kati, and as part of the power of Gam's composition, we wondered how explosive it would be in the early game, but they do have this good scaling, as you both mentioned in draft, and Orianna, after one, probably 2 items, can really start to take over a game.
And yeah, catching them in rotations, right? Example there, D+ often goes for these fights when they don't necessarily have the resources to, and I like this push from Gam, playing really aggressive here towards mid. It's first turret. It's for free.
I mean, I will say, slight gold lead for Deft in the AD carry role. Yes, he did just burn his flash, but he was kind of isolated.
He's fine.
See how well he does in team fights later on.
In the VCS, Kati generally was their like late game insurance here. So for the Orianna, such a champion that scales so well on this patch, to be getting those resources and to take away the safety of the mid lane, to be able to rotate through these plays, over through the jungle, over up to second Rift Herald and Dragon number 3. Maybe this is the angle for Gam to get there. Jarvan engage, because they want the big wombo combo. Remember, they want to use all of their champions, all of their ultimates in concert to be able to wombo combo Damwon, or D+ here. And Deft will be the big target because Kati early blew his flash. If they can get that Jarvan combo with Shockwave, with Rumble ultimate onto Deft, even with the Killer Instinct reposition, they should be able to get him.
It's actually incredible timing as well from Kati there. 2 minutes on the Cloud Drake. It would be sole point for DK if they could take that, but now without Death's flash, you wonder how aggressive DK will want to be, especially since we're seeing first items completed on the side of Gam. Now we'll see a little bit of a catch out here on Pallet, but that's once again the slipperiness of Rakan.
And I can assure DK will. They will go.
They'll fight it?
Yeah, no,
cool.
they're 100%. They're going for it, and I think the biggest saving grace for D+ is that at this point Canyon is also still so insanely strong that even if they overinvest, I think that's the one trap that GAM can't fall in, is overinvest into trying to kill Deft.
Showmaker's got a big flank here coming from the back. They got to know he's there though. Yeah, Kati spots him out. Everfrost
short. The knock-up from Kana doesn't quite hit. Flamespitter coming out. Kellen goes in and immediately Cataclysm on the back line. Charm coming out as well, and Kellen's already down. Slater gets his first of the game alongside GAM's first of this best of 3. In the end, the Rift Herald picked up for DK, but GAM get a kill out of it.
Worthy trade there for D+, but they do have to give up their rel, so they're not getting it for free. Cam able to pick up a kill. We'll see who's in a better position here. And if Kana doesn't flash Kati's ultimate there, I think he goes down as well.
One of the big things is that GAM used every single ultimate there. So while they got a kill, now we're going to be looking at 30 seconds on this next Cloud Dragon.
With the Herald.
Yeah, and Canyon and Showmaker both saved their ultimates. So we'll take another look at it, and it is a little preemptive as Kellen goes in for the big combo here. They're trying to get onto Kiaya early so they don't get the focus from GAM. They get that big kill onto Kellen, but I want to see if Damwon can now force it on the Dragon as Showmaker goes for the 1v1.
For the Rude Abscom Doug, the shockwave stolen, but Kati! The flash burn from Showmaker in the end.
And that's going to be D+ able to pick up a kill there. No Orianna, and that means the Drake, a foregone conclusion. Soul point here at 17 minutes for D+.
There we go. Showmaker saves his ultimate from the fight, goes for the 1v1 after. Orianna Sombrero ultimate, point blank, gets the kill, flash for flash trade, and guarantees Damwon Dragon number 3, soul point at 17.5 minutes, Medic.
It's pretty quick. I've got to be honest.
Not bad.
They've done a great job of controlling through the bottom lane. We haven't really seen GAM be as explosive as perhaps was promised. They are scaling into this game, and it's still only a 1,500 gold lead. I will say as well, Cloud Soul is great and all, but it's not the most impactful soul for this game.
And I'm kind of wondering for D+, as Showmaker will get sussed out here, there's a lot of reinforcements on the way as well, so he's not going to try and make any risky moves, although Cannon and Kellen there, maybe they want to go, but everyone's aware of each other, so shouldn't be going in too aggressive there. Is that in the 1v1 and in the sides, Showmaker is unmatched, right? Should be able to deal easily with whoever he meets. Is very evident here as he just hits the Everfrost and then chains from that point on his CC perfectly. That's the flash, but definitely will do that with no regrets. You don't actually have to contest Drake now for like the next 20-something minutes.
If you're DK.
If you're DK, right? So you can play heavily towards getting more gold, and then by the time you actually do decide to 5v5, your lead should be accelerated so much from the turrets, because that's actually one thing that I think D+ did really well in their series against BDS that we haven't really seen them be able to, which is getting a lot of objectives. The dragons, yes, but the turrets are all still standing, so GAM are still really safe on the map here, and I think D+ need to snowball, might start here.
Kana looking for a little bit of the flank. The Rift Herald will charge in. Canyon now using that Cloud Rift to speed his way up towards the top lane, but Slater, aware of it, will back away. And that vision line continues to extend from DK. A couple of wards just towards the GAM side of the map. And it's a position where it can become hard to play from behind because although your towers do remain, you're always pushed back in the lane. It gives DK that option just to move between the lanes ever so slightly quicker.
And while those towers for GAM do remain, right now they are very tenuous.
They're struggling.
Every single one of them extremely low here. So there's a lot of standing gold for D+ to be able to knock over pretty quickly if they make a hard push. And honestly, I think that Showmaker should be able to get top right now while Kana also simultaneously gets the bottom. So this could be a big balloon and gold lead. And I definitely expect D+ to hard force on the coming Dragon. They've already got Rage Blade done for Deft. 2-item power spike for the Kai'Sa at 20 minutes.
Also mean, particularly with Rage Blade, like Baron is going to go up in seconds, right? So GAM are going to be in a position in about a minute and a half where either you try and contest towards the bot side of the map, but with their composition, you can't really afford to have people isolated, so you kind of have to move as a 5-man unit towards Dragon. But if DK spots you in that, they can just hard commit to Nash. But then if you don't, and you let them, you know, move towards the Dragon and try to contest Nash instead, then you get blown up because they get Soul, and I gotta say, I don't think you need more mobility on things like the Rel or Kai'Sa or particularly the Sylas. And Cloud Soul definitely going to be unfun to play into in that regard.
Yeah, you don't. Maybe you don't need more mobility, but dang is it fun.
You know?
Dang is it fun.
You already can't get away if you're Kadi from Showmaker in a side lane. Like, if he gets Cloud Soul.
Well, they can't get away more.
Yeah, I mean, you know, actually, is that worse? Maybe not. It's fine.
All right. Let's see, too, because with both sides pushing in, I mean, Gamar in such a touch spot, you're constantly losing on side lanes being pushed in, and then that threatens the collapse into the flank, and even possible dives here. The tower's so low that D+ could be able to collapse here. It looks like Gom's setting up for the counter, though. You see Kiaya in the brush, ready with the Rumble ultimate. Gam hoping that they can pull out the Miracle Wombo combo. Deft and Showmaker both have flash now, though, so pretty difficult to actually accomplish.
It's also really hard for Gam if they look for an engage because you just don't have vision in the river. You have one ward in that bot side bush and one ward in the mid lane and one ward just over here, but Kalin was up backing in the pixel bush on the top side. You don't know that. He could be behind you for all the knowledge you have. So this is where it becomes very hard for Gam to actually find those wombo engages, and really they're hoping that DK overinvest into them and then they can wombo them as they try to engage.
Schrodinger's Kellen exists in all states. Ganking, flanking, inting, sometimes. Not this game, though. Absolutely really good stuff from him. Starting off a lot of the action on the bottom side, a lot of those engages. And really setting up D+ for a very comfortable game number 1. Let's get it then. 7 seconds on this dragon. Here we go. We've got one big opportunity here.
And we did just get the quick blades done for Slater as well. It's also Kati finishing Morello, Sterix for Levi. So Gam gonna try desperately. If they can get a teamfight win here, it could be what stabilizes the game for them. And with this teamfight comp, that could be enough.
Kalin looking for the flank. Dragon already down to 5,000 HP. Canyon looking for the kick as well as Pallet has to back away. Levi on that front line looking for the steal. Could jump in here. Canyon comes back in. EQ flash. The equalizer on the back line as well as Death's already low, but Cannon dives in. Slater trying to do what he can already. The Dragon's down as DK. Get the soul. Kiaya forced away. Levi goes in with a cataclysm, but he just doesn't have the damage to work his way through Death. DK win the fight and they get the soul to boot.
Oh man, that is going to be pretty big. They can reset and even look to try and set up a round Baron. 30 seconds left on Levi, the jungler. No flash left on him either. Kanna's going to split push on bottom for a second. Now he goes to channel the recall, and there's the teleport. Looks like they are going to make the rotation.
Ooh, and also do note, Deft still has his ultimate available, so if anyone from Gam steps too far forward, he can join in a moment's notice. And as mentioned, with that Rage Blade, Nash is going to go up in seconds.
Yeah, I don't think Levi has time to spawn and get there, so it's going to need a miracle for Gam to steal. They can 4-on-5 try and just force them off with a fight.
What are you going to do, just walk at them? Yeah. That's what they're trying right now, but
Shockwave,
honest, not most effective strategy I've ever seen as Canyon secures the Baron and Kiaya pays for it with his life.
All right, let's wrap it up. D+ in 24 minutes have acquired everything on the Rift. Time to push down some towers. Here's another look at the Dragon Smite fight. I want to see this because Levi actually gets a combo onto Deft and Rumble Ultimate is used there, but really good stuff from Canyon. He secures the Dragon with the Lee Sin combo. They chase off everybody else and then kill Levi as well. And they know with that jungler down, Baron's as good as yours.
Credit to Showmaker as well. He held this Rakan up for so long on the backline. No one could step through that choke.
Yeah, and because of that, plus the fact that the equalizer wasn't perfectly lined up with the EQ combo, even though it was really nice that Levi was able to hit the flash, it meant that Deft was able to actually continue to 1v1, and then no one else could get to him because of the zoning that was being done. And then Gam, I think, you know, trying to get anything done there, I understand, but at the same time, they did actually use all their ultimates in that fight. So without your ultimates and without your Jarvan, the composition just doesn't have the power necessary. And now Soul's there, DK gets to pick up all that objective gold that we were talking about. And from this point on for Gam, teamfight power nut, you're really going to need a miracle. And D+, from this position, should be able to cruise here towards a Game 1 victory. Now, that's been said before.
So I'm just checking, D+ aren't like KT, where if we say they're going to win, they lose, right?
Not, I don't know.
Not to that extent?
That depends on which D+ fan you ask.
Okay.
Definitely not right now, too, with a 7,000 gold lead, with the Dragon Soul, with the Baron buff. And they've still got a minute and 20 seconds left on this Baron buff. They keep going.
And Showmaker going in. Kiaya just burst out by death. Showmaker puts an equalizer down himself and pops the stopwatch so he doesn't go pop underneath the tower. Inhibitor tower already down. His death flashes forward. Slater with the lightning crash, but the shield from the Guardian for Pallet does not arrive in time. Now Pallet dancing away as Canyon looks for the kick. Dash away from Levi, and DK are just pushing in on 3 separate fronts.
All right. That's going to be 2 inhibitors down and probably looking for Nexus now. Slater down for 27 seconds. Kiaya down for 20. D+ looking to end game 1.
Levi puts the Cataclysm down, but it's really just a jacuzzi for DK as they boil him in the midst of it. The kickback as well. A bit of showmanship there from Canyon to end this one out. 26 minutes is all it took for DK to once again defeat a team lower ranked than them.
And it might not be his birthday, but Def to me really standing out here, and him, and most importantly Kellen, able to do well in this first game. They're able to get them the 1-0 lead. And for Def, I think he's been having a great year, a great tournament. But for Kellen, even though, you know, we've seen Slayer and Paulette already struggle a little bit with 2v2s, you take any win you can get. Kellen's first couple of games were so incredibly rough. Some of the worst plays we've seen from him ever, right? Even going back to his Team Dynamics days. So being able to get multiple 2v2 kills and kind of break open the game, great way to start off this best of 3 for D+.
Yeah, he started it all. The Q from the brush into the crash down, Ignite for the first blood there for D+, and they never looked back. Then Canyon takes control, uses that foothold of the winning bottom lane, completely takes away Levi's options on that side of the map, and pure control from D+ in game number 1. So we got to change something up quick for GAM in game number 2.
I will say, as much as DK had the control, I do think that GAM didn't do as much in the early game as usually we see them do. It felt more like they were trying to react to DK putting the pressure on, and like they were comfortable scaling towards 2 items. We didn't see Levi around Kiaya. We didn't see pressure through the top jungle, which is where they've thrived so much. I would love to see that a little bit more in game 2.
Yeah, and I think that the draft didn't give them as much room to maybe do so. Particularly the Zeri, I think, really tipped it over into, we're just going to sit back and wait. And against D+, I don't think you can afford to do that.
Well, we'll see what the analysts say as well, as we're going to hand it over to them after DK took down game 1.
Exactly the same as what you guys said, I think, especially this guy, Deft. Of course, the resident alpaca here on the desk for today. And I think they talked about the draft, but honestly, you got a pretty good draft for GAM.
Yeah.
I think you can be really happy with that. So I think that's the most frustrating thing, perhaps, about how this early game went.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it kind of felt like they got everything you could possibly want. I mean, you got the strongest pick in top, you got the strongest pick that was available in jungle, Orianna, you got the Rakan, but the problem was the Rakan was kind of getting dumpstered like this, where it just was not working out at all. And once Pallet started to fall behind, it all fell apart for GAM.
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole point. Like, if you're getting dumpstered this much in professional league, especially on bottom this meta, when there's a Kai'Sa and Zeri, both are super high for carry, it's just not possible. And also the problem is that I think that Rumble, J4, Orianna, they are strong. They can easily make a proactive play on the top side, but we didn't see anything from the GAM, which is like, that's unusual. That's not we expected to what GAM to do it.
And I think it became very hard for GAM to kind of do that, because you saw, okay, well, because we now lost Boss, well, our Rakan isn't hitting level 6 as Rift Herald's up, so we need to now bring Slater up into the mix so then he can try and play for Rift Herald. Now he's losing out more on bot, and then they tried to rotate him, he's losing out more in the CS, and it just became more and more of an issue where this lead in bot lane was growing, and there was just no stopping Deft in this
It tipped the scale so much that the bot lane lead was growing, because when you look at it pound for pound, as we're going to take a look at this Drake fight, if GAM get a good engage, as you say, that top side, the Jarvan, the layering of the Rumble ult and the Orianna ult, why didn't it work, Huni?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, they were behind, and also they lost whole control. I mean, that's it. I mean, honestly, they had to fight that without any single control. That, like, I think previously there was a good example on topside Reaver fight on the Rift Herald. Like, they actually won because, like, they were playing around the positioning well. But the thing is, like, it's just cannot working well after they got these fall behind.
Yeah, and as well, I mean, in so many of these fights, it's never like DK are all in the one spot. I mean, yes, here they are, but like when you look at that last Dragon fight, if you want everyone to be in the same room, well, if you're looking at that one, one's looking in through the window, one's at the back door, one's on the attic, like they're all over the place. No one is actually in the same place for you to hit this big wombo combo, and I think it was really well executed by DK, both of that Dragon fight, the second Rift Herald fight. Every time DK just looked prepared to actually come in for the scrap and go, well, you're not going to get us.
Yes, and it's exactly what we called up at the beginning of the show, Dagda, the fact that when DK is up versus someone who they know they have the upper hand against, it just looks so easy for them.
Yeah, and I think that was kind of what was shown in the draft, right? I think they kind of looked a bit BM going, hey, look, you can have whatever the hell you want. We're still going to be able to beat you with it. And I think the fact that you end up with having that much control on bot then just signaled that, hey, honestly, I don't know what GAM bring different to the table now.
It is difficult. So then maybe let's focus on D+ and the journey that they are on, Huni. Can you give us some insight into why you think they didn't reach the heights that they should with this roster in the LCK and what you see from them now?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of explained it like a little bit before we touched on it, which is like in the Telestrator, which is like they have really good basic, the fundamental, like they know how to play League of Legends, but the thing is like all the player, like I think like the momentum is like it's lacking of, like which is like when they're playing better team, like I feel like there's a lot of time they loses like lane phases like starting with, and a lot of time they are generating the lead, but the thing is like in middle game, like they just don't know what to do. So in the game, I think a lot of time, I think they don't have really clear idea like as a 5 people as a team that what they want to do, like those kind of thing has to be improved. Otherwise, it's the same thing that when they play against better team, they're not going to have a better chance.
I agree with Huni. Like, every time I've watched them this tournament, it's like, once they have confidence against a team like BDS or even GAM, they're willing to make the plays that they know will push the game forward. But oftentimes when they're not really sure, they're like, oh, well, let's just, I suppose, 5v5 a Dragon. We'll see if that works out. But they're not really able to push the game forward in a manner that we saw versus BDS or even now, where it's like, okay, we can take these 2v2 plays. We can play more aggressive in the bot lane. And I think it's just the fact that D+ feel like they are in control. They're like, cool, we can now run away with this. And I think you were bringing up a stat earlier, maybe it was Chroniker, was like, they have an insane, like nearly 90% win rate against teams that are below them. And then it's like a 30% win rate that are against teams that are above them.
You saw it here, right? I mean, the G2 game, I think, although in terms of ranking, you can argue it, but it was an example of they didn't get it done when they had to make the decisions in the mid game versus KT. It was similar, but here, of course, it's going well so far. And if you missed any of the action as the teams are grinding it out for a spot in the quarterfinals, you can check out all the VODs and highlights of the games over at youtube.com/gaming. We'll be right back with Game 2.
Dropping early, but then being able to still... Oh,
it's a good trade. Pallet so low, and he's down to 100 HP. Ignite is ticking on him. Will he get away?
Oh!
The Void Seeker's enough and first blood to DK. Lightning Crash if he wants. It continues to put the damage down on Dev. Dev trying to trade back in. Slater flashes away, but Canyon's here.
If Damwon can now force it on the Dragon, and Showmaker goes for the 1v1.
For the Rude Abscom Dag Dug. The Shockwave stolen, but Kati! The flash burn from Showmaker in the end. Underneath the tower, inhibitor tower already down as Death flashes forward. 26 minutes is all it took for DK to once again defeat a team lower ranked than them.
What's your play?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Never knew it was a habit. All the sins they killing my ghost. Will I ever go find it? Get away that nobody told. Tell me why you went around with me to set me free. Do I need to wait a little more for the right time? Do I need to kill somebody for my life? Make love with me, ecstasy. Go and dance for me, bounce for me. Make love with me, ecstasy. Stay with me, not to run away.
월드 티저 촬영을 왔는데 와 저희 뭐야 저기 딜라이트 찍고 있고요.
Great to see some of the behind the scenes there of the Worlds teaser, thanks to the Oppo cam. One of the best World teasers in memory, in my opinion. It was a bang, especially the Faker moment with the head in his hand.
Oh yeah,
it was so good.
Classic.
It was.
I also like the little interviews they're doing, telling us the the favorite champions and stuff like that from the players. Honestly, we're right into draft.
Both of us got slightly surprised
Game
about that.
number 2.
Let's jump on in.
All right, boys, what is the plan for GAM?
Blue side.
I say pick up where Adam left off and slam a Garen pick or something, okay?
Yeah.
Play into the gods meme, because you need something. After that game number 1, after that stranglehold from DK.
How did that go for BDS again?
Yeah, well,
they did lose against DK as well, just as a...
Man, it is no fun having LCK guys here. They're just like, you're gonna lose, and what do we say? Yeah, okay.
No, it's really
yes, sir.
Because I particularly if you like D+ this year, it's just been a lot, and I keep going back to this because I think it's so telling for this organization's story this year. At the beginning of the year, more people predicted D+ to win LCK Spring than T1.
Oh, is it T1? I thought it was
Gen G got 1 vote from Faker, and then Gen G went for the back-to-back, which you only knew if you've watched Challengers. You knew Pace was.
Was it Jonas Strong? All I know is I see graphics, and Jonas Strong's always votes for Gen G.
He is the GOAT. He's also the guy that is personally responsible for every single missed cannon zoom that you see in the LCK, and I think also they're still observing here at Worlds as well.
Well, I hope Jonas Strong voted for a GAM comeback in this game. Would be great to have this best of 3 go all the way.
That would be lovely.
Yep.
Well, I wouldn't mind a 2-0.
As long as this game.
For the games.
In total, we can have
tournament.
a 3-game. Exactly. Kaiser logged in for GAM. Rumble and Rel picked up by DK. Does mean the Wukong's still open because Kalista, Xayah, Maokai were banned by DK, and Caitlyn, Alistair, and Renata were banned by GAM. Kasante the lock, though, alongside the Nautilus for Pallet down towards that bottom lane, and it might be Canyon's Lee Sin again as we continue to rattle through the draft.
Yeah, we're going straight to it. GAM gonna go with the dive here, the instant combo, Nautilus point and click, Kaisa bottom lane down here. Meanwhile, Kana was one of the early Rumble abusers here, so I'm definitely scared for the likes of the top side from GAM. Now they're going to be the ones with that Kasante in their hands, a little bit of a reverse.
Do want to give credit to the scouting on Gamir though. Kellen, even though he hasn't had the best tournament, was in my opinion the best Renata in the LCK last year. Absolutely incredible in this champion. I also think, as was mentioned yesterday, Renata is a champion that really is somewhat underappreciated. And if you know you're going for a Kai'Sa first pick, Kai'Sa Nautilus obviously, classic combo, works really well with the guaranteed setup and the amount of plasma stacks you can generate. And playing Nautilus into Renata is a very, very unpleasant experience.
Well, I want to see what they go with the Rel down and for that bottom lane. What they pick for Def. Do they go for a kill lane to go right into it? I'm one that's looking for high Nautilus death counts for my pick'em, so
yeah, me too. It's not been great.
I want to see a kill lane bottom lane, and GAM, they're bending away the Aphelios at the very least.
I think it's actually been Alistair, in part helped by the man that was just on your screen.
Alistair hasn't had the best of times, but Kobe beef, obviously very tasty, so most are supping on that throughout the course of the competition. Vi and Wukong taken away from Levi, Nico and Aphelios taken away by GAM. Good look towards your AD carry here, could also go for the Azir if Showmaker just wants something safe. The Ziggs hovered. We have seen Def bring it out, and he is one of the best LCK Ziggs in Orcs' opinion when I talk to Orcs about him.
Ooh, the extra engage.
Okay, Sivir. We both got excited for the Ziggs and the Nilo, and Sivir was locked in. I'm kind of...
Sivir's not as excited because it's like, ooh, the instant wave
She might get her first win at Worlds this year, Kobe.
Oh my, I would definitely wager that.
I was really hoping for Nila. I think Nila, particularly into dive, actually is really, really strong. And this should not come as a surprise, given how iconic, the most iconic champion for Levi. And you're playing Sivir into it. You're not going to have a good time here. Deft, not going to have the agency that they had in the last game.
Elimination game for GAM at Worlds 2023, and they go back to the Nocturne, to Levi. The question is, full super leash him again. Get that level 6 real early for the Nocturne. Leash multiple camps for him. They throw down the Akali here. Kati with some big confidence there.
Also gives you great assassination potential. You already have the dive coming out from the Kai'Sa and the Nautilus, Nocturne in fact. Alongside that, the Akali to get onto that backline. Deft is not going to have a good time.
No, and I think that this was very telegraphed already, and that's why I would have liked the Nila, because if you jump on Nila, she's like, hey, don't really mind that. We've also seen that some players in the LCK have been very successful with the pick. We've seen it hovered a lot at Worlds here, but haven't really seen it pop off. This, though, is an incredibly strong mid-jungle 2v2, and Kane and Showmaker just looking to blow open the game here with the skirmishing power that they have.
Yeah, part of the reason I'm surprised at throwing down the blind Akali here, even though it is good against Sivir and trying to get towards the backline with the Nocturne, I am super scared for that 2v2.
Oh, yeah.
Lee Sin is very good at ganking Akali, can show up in the Shroud as is Ahri. So I definitely expect D+ to have some fireworks with the legendary duo, Canyon and Showmaker, early on, and trying to abuse this Akali pre-level 6 before you get a lot more of those options. Before Nocturne is level 6, before Akali is level 6, that should be big advantage over to DK.
I do think the GAM comp is a lot more cohesive because they can both play really good team fight, very straightforward dive composition, but you can also, if your Akali somehow gets ahead, you can play a really nice 1-3-1 or 1-4 where the Nocturne and the Kai'Sa both can shadow the side lanes, and it becomes really hard for D+ to consistently find an individual target or try and get push in any lane. And I think the D+ comp, it feels a little bit more disjointed. I do think there's a lot of power picks, right? We've seen Canyon's Lee, self-explanatory, the Lee and Ahri combination specifically, plus the Rumble, but how does it fit together?
That is the question. Another question that immediately springs to mind is, can GAM fight back? 1-0 down in this series. They need a win here to stave off elimination, to keep it at bay for at least one more Nexus falling. DK, though, looking to scupper that ship just a little bit, make their way through to the round of 2 and 2.
It's actually like the in-game Keck W. It's so good. Braum, definitely the tilter. All right, let's see. Levi on his Nocturne, of course, always looking for the power farm, always looking for the early level 6. And Canyon currently looking like he's going to start on top side.
Oh, I want to highlight something here in the rune choices for Showmaker. Showmaker has done this on LeBlanc as well, where he's gone for call. He also went Alacrity. So he's playing Ahri into a melee matchup, right, where already the Akali is always going to struggle a little bit early on, to really try and amp up the early game pressure. The first time he did this was with LeBlanc into Galio, and he went longsword. This was also years before the whole Shiv LeBlanc debacle. And we'll see how Kati's able to deal with it early on, because that arrest is going to hurt even more than normal. As thank you, Showmaker, for
showing off exactly what it is. The Foxfire coming out as well, and Kati already down to 300 HP.
Yeah, I swear. Blinding versus Showmaker.
He loves these type of things. Like in so many interviews, he talks about this as well. Slater and Palette, Ghost.
Yeah, Palette ignited already. The aftershock falling off. Palette has to flash. Kellen flashing forward, looking for the chase. Slater has to flash. In the end, 3 summoners for 2 summoners actually coming out on the side of GAM if you looked only at the summoner spells.
Oh man, it is dream scenario right now for Canyon though. That is going to be multiple pushing lanes for him to work with. Burned flashes on bottom side as well. Definitely want to see what he can get done. Meanwhile, Levi will actually be the one pathing towards that bottom lane, towards those blown summoner spells. And even though Kellen burned his offensively, they can still punish it, try and look for a kill on the rel. Palette could set it up, look for one of these Hex Flash hook angles for themselves.
I mean, if you're Kellen, you always take your flash for the enemy AD carry's flash. That's always a trade you're willing to go for because you have that Hex Flash to back it up.
For the Nocturne, though, it would be a dream scenario to do a full clear into a gank successful kill onto bottom side, if they could make it happen.
Also, it would get you up above that 1,100 gold threshold that you want for your first back as a jungler.
Yeah. And also, it would take some errors from Kellen, from DK, because they did have the Raptor ward. So
let me really quickly check for you. Does Kellen make any errors, Chronicler?
Which Kellen are we talking about?
This one.
What's Kellen?
Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, so it's possible. It's possible, Kobe.
Well, they clearly have it on their mind because they're looking for the Tri-Brush ward right now. As a duo, they go place it. So they've definitely got it warded out. And
strength in numbers.
Like clockwork, there you go. Nocturne goes over the ward.
Kati, E-flash, E-flash. Oh, just the charm. Kati has to flash away. Orbital Deception on its way back would have killed him off. Kiaya and Kana trading in the top lane. Kiaya down to half HP, but kind of to be expected in this matchup.
Also, I do want to remain consistent. Now it's time to roast Kana for not going Ignite. Yeah. Just want to, you know, we did the same to Kiaya in the last one. Kana, not going to earn you any Huni points. Which
Wait,
I think is a
roast?
top laner.
That's you roasting?
Well, I'm not very good at roasting.
Okay, yeah.
Usually it's Rumble doing the roasting, right?
Hey. Someone had to do it.
Yeah.
All right, Kati's back. He's here for round 2.
Both his summoners burnt. Showmaker has the push in the mid lane, though, so he can TP back if the wave's already pushed into his tower, or can just try and wander his way back down that mid lane. Kiaya trading hit. If Kana had Ignite, he maybe would kill Kiaya. I can't
Thank you.
say
I'm very
for
glad
sure.
you're on board.
Yeah.
It's important. As Levi, even though it's Nocturne, I always like it if you at least try to threaten.
All right, this is where you go, right? Flame Splitter already down, the Scrap Shield used as well, so Kana doesn't have that movement speed. The flash away gets him to safety. Levi is on a ward and was spotted along the entirety of his path.
And I like this gank here because Kana, one of his biggest pieces of criticism is that he has been very susceptible to exactly these type of ganks.
At least for Kana, though, he gets his wave in and doesn't get stuck there. That would have been really, really painful if Kiaya was able to hold that wave. And then they had the traded flashes, and his jungle was topside because Canyon right now is towards bottom side of the map. And he is going to sneak away the dragon. You can just Lee Sin Q onto the dragon, avoid the Scuttle Crab, as can Hex Flash avoid that Scuttle Crab vision. So D+, in payment for a Nocturne gank on top side that only resulted in both top laners blowing their flashes, they will get objective #1 for the game. I think that is a pretty good...
Yeah, you take that trade all days of the week if you're D+ Kia. All the summoners burnt in the top lane, but Kana able to survive. Levi having to show his face means that that first objective once again goes over to DK. In game #1, it was a 17-minute soul pointer, 24-minute soul, if I recall correctly. 23:17, in fact, is what I've scribbled down. Can't quite read my handwriting most of the time.
That's very in character. Also, we're setting up for another Cloud Soul, which I think is really cool.
I predicted Hex Soul, and it is actually quite high, like more Hex Drakes taken than anything else, so I'm hoping we get a Hex Soul this game. Cloud Soul would be in keeping. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe it's the comfort not only of being in your home stadium, but also being on your home map a lot of the time for DK. Soul Shroud coming out from Levi as he manages to escape the gank. Does have to burn his flash. Was looking for this Scuttle Crab, but DK the first to react. Kellen specifically means that D+ Kia will be able to take that Scuttle Crab.
And Flash is a huge summoner spell for Nocturne because you can early Flash to keep people in your Fear Tether range. So no Flash available for Levi's first Nocturne ultimate once he does get to level 6. We'll see if Gom can still pull off that first kill on that big power spike of the Nocturne hitting level 6 even without the Flash, but certainly will make it more difficult.
And we're also seeing here in this mid lane the benefit of Showmaker's early itemization and rune choice, that you're always expected to fall behind here. And I don't think this is necessarily due to Kati not respecting or not being able to play the lane out, but we do see that Showmaker already has built up a lead, and that's even disregarding the extra amount of gold that he's already picked up and will get by the time that his call is finished. Levi, though, is about to hit 6 off of this Grump, just barely doesn't get it off of the blue buff, is on a ward though, so they are very aware of where this Nocturne might look to strike next. And the first ultimate, as we always say, is a big one.
Always the most important for the Nocturne, or at least one of them, as you say. I will give a lot of credit to D+ Kia. The tracking of Levi has been impeccable. They love these wards up near the blue buff. I saw it in game 1 as well, and it just makes it so hard for the Nocturne to really have an impact. We've actually seen Canyon relatively mute in this game because he hasn't needed to be doing anything. He managed to get the first objective in terms of the Chem Drake, and he's always just been tracking Levi. He's been in the wings in case things happen, but he hasn't had to have to take action. And by not showing, it makes it a lot harder for Gam to play around it. You can see DK's bot lane already moving up. Slater still down in that bottom lane as well. No flash on Kana as Kati finds the flank, the equalizer down. But already it looks like Kana will be the first to fall. First blood over to Gam as now Pallet continues to trade. Showmaker dashing in with the Spirit Rush. Kati dashing out towards the top side, but Kiaya is now caught in the midst of 3 members of D+ Kia, and he'll fall. 1-1 so far in the trade. Will Kati get out, or will Showmaker find him?
Oh.
Kobe crying next to me for some reason, QQing. Showmaker doesn't follow suit.
And even though the initial setup of that play is great from Gam, they seem to be caught off guard by the fact that D+ is rotating both bot laners up. So even though they are able to get Kana, and if he had Ignite, you know, he would have gotten that kill, just putting it out there, he still does so much damage with the equalizer that by the time that Deft and Kellen show up, DK have an easy fight ahead of them.
Yeah, D+ pretty happy because even with First Blood bonus, I mean, Rift Herald is 300 gold plus the probable 2 turret plates you're going to get for it. Here's another look at it. They do focus on Kana. He does a lot of damage to Kati, but as you know, Kati's going to escape anyways, and Here's the collapse.
Yeah, I wanted the ignite on Kati there, but I don't find it. But then, as mentioned, with so many people going deep on Kana, which I do think is a great way to start up the skirmish, they don't have Kai'Sa there. And level 1, Killer Instinct really isn't that far. You need to be quite close. So as a result, D+ are early on the rotation, pick up a counter kill as well as the Herald.
And Slater wasn't like able to push in and get a turret plate or anything on bottom side either. So just a couple of minions there. Meanwhile, Sivir in her home, the happy place, mid lane. Easy perma farm for Deft. Well, he has Kellen setting up vision towards the dragon, towards the bottom half.
You can see Carter just answering the wave here, but has nowhere near the shove of Sivir, ricocheting her way through those minions. A 700 gold lead for D+ Kia early on here. 10 minutes in, they have that Rift Herald as well. As you so rightly mentioned, Kobe, sitting on Canyon. Where will he try and invest that gold? Can try and put it into Kana just to make sure he gets towards that first item spike a little bit quicker. Could also use it with Deft because you know you're always going to have the push in the mid lane. Makes it relatively easy to confirm the fact that Rift Herald will get the charge through.
Yeah, I always love using on mid lane, regardless if even Deft is there.
Sure.
Try and get that one down, but Dragon is up right now. Kanti's going to E backwards, and they're going to continue burning this one down. Kana looking for a Rumble ult.
Rift Herald used in the mid lane. Pallet looks for the Hex Flash hook, can't quite land it. Equalizer down on Pallet, and he is sitting, and his world is on fire as the ground burns beneath his feet. An immediate engage by Kellen as well as Kati tries to dodge away. Kiaya trading in, but there's no one to follow up with any damage of any sort for Gam. Kana chased off towards the bottom side, but it's Gam who are doing the retreating, and it's Showmaker who will not stop chasing forward. Slater forced away under the tower, and D+ Kia just wipe away the fight.
That is exceptional coordination from DK. You wouldn't know that they're the ones that got Nocturne ultimate. They're the ones with the better coordination, even with the lights turned out. They immediately collapse onto Pallet. Rumble ultimate goes down from Kana really early, and the follow-up is instant. Everybody groups up there, they jump on him, they get their kill. Kellen with the 2-tiered engage. Massive stuff here. He's able to get 2 more with his Rel ultimate.
Yeah, that Kana equalizer was blind and still better than a lot of the mid-lane
He's a top laner, man.
equalizers that we've seen. Obviously, this is always high value because also it locks Slater in, right? So some credit there, but then this engage and the coordination of D+ is really hard to match. And I think that for Gam, with a composition like this, your coordination is so incredibly important because you need to make sure that whoever Nocturne jumps on, the rest of the team is following. Because if you end up playing front to back like we see there, where like Kellen's engaging, Deft standing behind like 2 to 3 people, you're just never going to be able to win. And now it feels like, particularly with a composition like the one that Gam have, they have no range. They have really good single target damage, but that's about it. And if you start falling behind, with a composition like this, finding your way back into the game is incredibly hard.
I love it. I mean, we always, get listened in on comms where teams are playing against a Nocturne, and usually the comms are like, I can't see, I can't see. Everyone just shouting that. But DK, they stick to the plan, immediately take down 1, and then followed up for 2 more for another game where, honestly, this is looking like steamroll towards the next stage for DK here.
Yeah, because we're in exactly the same position as we were in game 1, where DK have control of the game, they have control of all the lanes, they have control of the objectives, and they haven't taken a tower yet. There is so much gold on the map for them as Canyon looks for the kickback. Levi, Sonic Wave still hits. Levi will escape underneath this turret, but has to burn the flash. Oh! He's dead! Showmaker takes him with the Leandri's burn, I must assume?
Let's get another look at that one as he takes on down. Canyon's still fishing around too. They're definitely having fun right now.
Yeah, that's where you don't want Showmaker and Canyon to have fun. Yeah. That's generally, for any opponent of D+, has been for the last couple of years, a really bad place to be. And that's what Gam, unfortunately, is on the receiving end of. And I feel like the previous game, they were able to hold on a little bit more as Deft.
Flash knocker from Pallet, but I don't think you win these. Kellen was waiting in the wings, the double stun with the Shadowing Strike, and Slater trying to get away will burn his flash. Pallet engaged, but he runs the wrong way around the rift to get taken out by Deft.
And now, yeah, from this point on, like, what do you do as Gam? You're getting perma invaded, right? This mid-jungle 2v2 completely out of control, but in these fights, at the same time, Deft has been able, and lane economy snapshot from Muscat coming in hot, like that lead in mid lane. That's what you want with a Lee and Ahri setup. And it's so hard to play into once you reach this state as the opponent. Like, what do you do? Because you're constantly going to get pushed in. The amount of mobility and playmaking that these champions have is so high that, particularly if you have no range on your team, like, how are you going to ever walk up to a wave?
Yeah, and I actually love Showmaker's build for Ahri, going with the cooldown reduction into that Leandris, because there are 3 health stackers on the opponent team. Really going to get some decent value out of it, and we saw it there with the tick for the kill. Now, objective bounties are up. By the way, the earliest objective bounties will show up is the 14-minute mark, and we're only 15 minutes now, so D+ pushing up that schedule here.
Yeah, with a 5,000 gold at 15 minutes, you're in a pretty prime position to start closing out the game, especially since they've only taken 1 tower as of yet. Lots more gold still standing on the map for D+ Kia as they start up this Rift Herald. A reaction possibly from Gam, but every time they've tried to react in the past, D+ Kia have been able to
we're going for
fight back, and there's the TP.
I like the gusto from Gam.
Can they die as warriors? Will they fight it to the last? The hook comes in onto Kalin. The knockback as well, the equalizer already used, and the paranoia comes out, the dive onto the back line. Shut down on death, and now Gam starts to open up. Kalin trying to walk into the pit, maybe just escaping on a fraction of his HP, but Showmaker has had enough. He will smash the smiles off their faces as he cleans up the fight.
And he saves Kalin by killing off the Nautilus. Huge Showmaker with the quadra kill.
And then to top it off, he flexes the deft emote, the alpaca with the thumbs up, and credit to Gam. Right there, you see the power of a dive composition. You see the struggles that Sivir is going to face when playing into a comp like this, but the wallets for that Ahri just too heavy.
Oh man, here's another look at it.
Kiaya, man.
It started out pretty big. You're right, Kiaya got the big grouping there, but it wasn't enough. Look at Showmaker with the extra charges off his Ahri ultimate. Finishing off both. Then he comes over, finishes it up here with the Q pullback onto Nautilus.
We lost track.
Yeah.
Thought that there were enough people for him to get a panna.
Just add 1 more extra champion onto the Rift. As we saw what Gam can do in this sort of match, but just too far behind right now. Look at the damage from Kiaya as well. Showmaker's experienced the Cassante a few times in the past. I'm sure he was already having flashbacks.
It's also been a really good tournament for Kiaya, right? And even with that play, with the lead that D+ have, for Gam, it's not looking good, but it's also an opportunity. I think that their run still has been incredible this Worlds, and Kiaya, to me, even more so than when we saw him for the first time, I think, or at least as far as I remember at MSI. Just so impressive with how he's been able to consistently find these really big moments in Gam's matches.
Yeah, their owner was talking about it, the 21 days here so far. They've been through such a journey, getting a lot of experience, as well as taking down Team Liquid and getting that victory over North America.
I will say we have seen Kiaya a couple of times before, just to make sure we are technically correct. Worlds 2019.
Thank you
very much. He played in the group stage, and Worlds 2022.
But I wasn't there yet, so
yeah,
that doesn't.
Exactly.
That's
first time you've seen him was entirely
so that's
correct.
on me.
Yeah.
Kiaya definitely deserves the credit, but yeah, that's a normal Kenyan experience. He doesn't really talk.
I will say, I think Gam just generally deserve the credit. Last remaining team from the Plains team, last remaining team from an emerging region as well, with the VCS, who continued to shine. It took a lot of work for them to get this far. And a lot of people, I think, looked at perhaps whether PSG should have been the team coming out from Plains. I think with Gam's performance against TL, and even here against DK, they've proven that they have deserved their spot in the world's main stage.
Meanwhile, the legend of DK. I'm telling you, people aren't really focused on it right now because they're like, maybe the strength of opponents not so strong right now, but they're building their momentum in the lower bracket.
And we've seen many a lower bracket run.
Deft last year made the full run, so we'll see. Keep an eye out.
I'm not going to stop down them. I didn't do that last year, and that worked out great for DRX. So
I mean, the question, does Def need to wait 7 more years to make a world semi-final? You know, that's kind of the increment at which he's allowed to make it.
Well,
all
I
the
mean,
way
he even with Hanwha, Hanwha Life Esports 2021, which was a cursed roster for many reasons, did make quarters. Yeah. Did involve some shenanigans in that group, as see if Kati is able to get out here.
Yeah, dashes
It's
away.
fine. It's early.
Easy enough. For DK, though, probably just waiting on the next dragon. You can control all the lanes, you can push them in, but if you get the Infernal Soul, the Baron obviously up in 20 seconds as well if they do want to fight around that, denying vision of this top side. Makes a bit more sense to fight for the thing that's 20 seconds away than the thing that's 2 minutes away. I'll blame that little mind lapse on jet lag. Because for me, actually, that Infernal was 8 hours away from spawning. So
True.
That checks out.
Yeah.
We can account for the time difference. Honestly, though, all right, let's see. Kiaya and Gam still looking for something at this tower as DK will be able to rotate over. They've got plenty of vision. Look at that jungle lit up leading towards Baron. So I think they're going to go pretty quickly right on over to it as it spawns. Get in there and get out of the series, honestly. Gam, let's see what they can do. This is going to be it. Can they throw everything at it?
I mean, we've already seen how good their dive comp can be, and they do have a 6th man here in the form of that Baron. Takes Canyon down a little bit. Kellen looking for the gauge on Pallet, who immediately flashes away, and now Kellen's in the midst of the team as the Paranoia is being popped by Gam, but they can't find anyone to dive in on. Vision not really there for them in DK's jungle. And don't want D plus Kia, a great job of grouping up, so if the Nocturne had dived in, it would have been very much a one-way trip.
Does mean that Callan will not have his ultimate available there. Same for the Paranoia. We'll see if D+ just started up again. Wouldn't be surprised. I do think that Paranoia specifically is like one of the main ways that Gam can kind of counteract the immense goal deficit that they're in because of the chaos it creates. But D+ looks like they don't want to take the risk. You can also do the same thing, but just play for Soul, as you mentioned, which is a lot lower risk.
Yeah, I mean, Canna's got teleport, and bottom side turret is really low. I was thinking maybe they would do some sort of trailing play to bottom side to get that turret before the Dragon Soul comes up, but they can easily wait for a super high value objective, a low risk objective to arrive onto the Rift 40 seconds from now. Dragon Soul to arrive, and D+ make a beeline straight for it. You get your early recalls, checklists for wards. Everybody's got control wards here except for Kellen, and that should be plenty of them. Get that mid-wave push and then rotate on over to it.
That's exactly what they'll do. 7,000 gold in arrears. Gam now looking at what might be the final fight of their Worlds run here in 2023. The VCS had a little bit of an international break over 2020, 2021, came back for Worlds 2022, and I think some people wondered whether or not that time away from international competition would cost them. I think we see here from Gam that maybe it cost them a little bit, but they continue to impress when it comes to the international stage.
Ooh, the poke actually being relevant here because of the build that was mentioned earlier with that Leandries. And we'll see. This is kind of all or nothing. You can't give over that soul.
That's on the hunt. Callan going in. Kiaya trying to dive onto Callan. Pulls him back with the all out, and Pala's there as well. Callan will fall, but already we see Pala going down as well as Kati has to jump away. Kiaya flashing out of here as well. Levi already dead. Kiaya on his last legs, and those legs might be ripped from under him as the charm misses, the Orbit Deception misses, but the Boomerang blade enough to find the kill.
Sivir chased down means they find the extra kill, and they're going to rotate right to that Baron. Could be an objective bounty shutdown if Slater and Kati were able to sneak this dragon.
I think with the vision and double teleport available, there's no way that they should actually be able to get it. We'll see if Showmaker and Kana are willing to teleport over, but it looks like, yeah, Gam also don't want to take the risk. Because if they go down there, then that's the end of the game, and they have to walk up here to contest the wave because you cannot give up this objective, but it isn't enough. Callan ends up going down, but like it's 3 people investing all their resources. Again, the equalizer splits the fight, and DK, their backline completely safe, so Deft and Showmaker just unthreatened, unbothered, able to dictate the pace of the fight.
Yeah, Showmaker had another really good charm there, grabbing an extra one up, and deathless Ahri performance from him. Don't think he's going to die either, as he's got the stopwatch plus the ability.
Oh, well, now you've done it.
As soon as yeah, that was the tipping point. Let's see about the Dragon Soul though. Gam, honestly,
I mean, how do you fight it? You don't have vision control.
You don't.
Your own jungle is littered with wards. Kiaya over here to clear it out, but the Infernal Soul over to D plus Kia. So you see Gam trying to find something in the mid lane. Maybe Showmaker oversteps, but he's got Flash, he's got Spirit Rush, and has all the tools he needs alongside that stopwatch, as you said, Kobe, to escape any possible shenanigans.
And now this bot lane turret getting sieged up. There's full vision around the bottom half of the map, so DK feel very safe here. Is a TP ward available here? We'll see if Kiai wants to go for it. There we go.
Kevin going in with the Magnus Storm. Kiai already down to half HP, can't even go all out. Not even just this once, as a double kill already happens. Kati trying to cut the wave, but the TP comes out as well, as DK will stop him from doing so. Kana going to chase him away, and Kasi will be able to escape, but for how much longer can he escape the clutches of DK? The Nexus awaits for them if they so desire, but the Red Bull Baron power play might be adding an extra plus 50 at the end of it. Still a minute left before that Baron expires.
All right, Kana's coming down too to finish the job. Everybody wants in on the picture. 10 seconds left on Kiai. The Baron buff over 50 seconds here, and
when you have double cannons, you have the range, but those cannons actually don't let you walk up close enough to the tower to auto it yourself. DK.
Here come the bros!
As Canyon dives in. Kati kick back and shuts out of the fight. DK already found 2. They're looking for more. They're looking for 3. They're looking for 4. As Kiai falls for the double for death. The fountain, the only hope. The Slayer has. But that hope is shut out by a boomerang blade from death. The Infernal Soul doing its work as DK secure their spot in the next round.
And D Plus continue their insane level of dominance against teams that they are, on paper, ranked higher than. It's a streak that's lasted the entire year, and as good as the GAM run was, and I think as happy as the VCS was with the performance of both GAM as well as Team Wills in the play-ins, D Plus, unfortunately, as Showmaker said in the the opening video of the day, we're here to wipe the smiles off their faces and destroy them. And unfortunately, when Showmaker says stuff like that, he tries very, very hard.
It was a 5-man log day today for D Plus Kia. Everyone did their part. For GAM, obviously, commiserations always feels crushing to fall out of Worlds, but I think on reflection, their performance through the play-ins into this round has been exceptional.
Yeah, take a bow. Well-deserved. Good representation from GAM at this tournament. Taking down TL in that series. Making it through the play-ins. Quite the journey they've had.
We saw for a brief moment on our screen there the Oppo player of the series, Showmaker, winning it. I think he had a very good series, you know, in the 2-0, his RE performance in Game 2 especially, the Silas in Game 1. Did a great job of controlling the map really well.
And this is one of the things that people started to get excited for during regionals for this team. If Showmaker is going to play with confidence again, if Showmaker is going to climb back to those 2019 to 2021 levels of play, then people can dream of the glory days of Canyon and Showmaker returning. And with this team adding Def's star power to it as well, Def's unbreakable will to this team, you can start to craft the story and see how far they can go through the lower bracket. Showmaker, that play though, grabbing the Quadra.
Just took every sign of life out of GAM in that moment, because that was the perfect fight for GAM, and the Showmaker just able to escape it unscathed and then wreak hell upon the VCS representatives.
Dragon Soul both games, fully controlled both games. Clean stuff.
And as we said, I'm actually shocked that it's Deft that ends up doing more damage than Showmaker.
It's Sivir.
Yeah, I know it's Sivir, but
Sivir.
but it's a Leandri's like what 5, 6, and 0.
It was
RE?
close. I think the last boomerang in the fountain.
Yeah, actually, that's true.
That was the
It was
difference
100% that final boomerang with the Infernal Soul, just getting him that little bit of extra damage.
A little bit more.
Exactly. After the break, it's time for LNG's Scout and KT's BDD to enter the Rift as they face off in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz.
KT Roaster's BDD and LNG Scout have been two of the strongest mid laners at Worlds 2023 so far. And today, they're facing off in this featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. KT Roaster returned to the international stage after a 5-year hiatus, and with a tough schedule, they had their work cut out for them. BDD has seen a lot of praise for his control of mid lane, and he is eager to bring another LCK team into the knockout stage. His opponent today is none other than the 2021 World Champion and back-to-back LPL MVP Scout. LNG put up a valiant fight against the tournament favourites JDG, ending in a 2-1 loss, but are now looking to prove that they belong in the knockout stage. With a quarter-final spot on the line, this LCK versus LPL face-off promises to be an exciting match.
A team against a king. Seeing against believing. A moment against a moment for the ages. Countless battles, one arena. The realm. The only thing capable of powering the game, the stage, the broadcast, and the worldwide spectacle we know and love. AKA the Cisco Network.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn?
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
And welcome back to the interview area after D+ Kia defeats GAM Esports here in our first series of the day. And I have legendary support Coach Gorilla here with me for the interview. Thank you for joining me.
Yeah.
It's been ages since we did interviews, especially the first one as a coach. So first things first, tell me about the preparation you've been doing with the team. I know the year has been hard for you guys and D+ Kia. How did you guys get mentally ready for Worlds and improved game after game?
일단 저희가 연습을 되게 빨리 시작을 했어요. 월드 전에 이제 빨리 모여서 연습을 좀 오래 했고 그동안 지친 선수들도 있었거든요. 사실 연습 기간이 너무 길다 보니까 그다음에 이제 저희가 시즌 중에 사실 좋은 결과를 그렇게 많이 만들어내지 못했어서 그 부분에 있어서 팀적으로 그다음에 선수들이랑 같이 이야기를 해서 원래 이제 뱀픽을 천주 감독님이랑 제가 올라갔다면 이번 월즈는 이제 버블린 감독님과 천주 감독님이 올라가시로 하시고 저는 이제 뒤에서 빠져가지고 교통 정리를 좀 했었던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I mean, we started the Worlds prep pretty early. We gathered up pretty early in order to get ready for Worlds. We brought all the players in, and we had a lot of discussion about everything in general because I think throughout the year at LCK, we were not able to get the achievement that we wanted. So we wanted to talk about it. You know, everyone was talking about it. We decided to make a little bit of a change in terms of the coaching staff or maybe drafting. So usually throughout the LCK, it was me and Acorn on stage doing the draft. But at Worlds, is now Bubbling and Acorn. So we were able to make some adjustments based on our preparations.
I feel like it's especially difficult making big players and individualities work together because they all have their specific styles and way to approach the game. How have you been able to help them, especially with the experience that you have as a player?
사실 이제 저희 팀 같은 경우에는 칸나 선수랑 켈린 선수 말고는 다 이제 뭐 데프트 선수나 쇼메이커 선수나 캐니언은 다 월드 우승 경력도 있고 경험이 너무 많다 보니까 제가 도와줄 그런 게 딱히 없었고 사실 그냥 월드 와서는 호텔에서 이제 뭐 먹을래 뭐 이런 걸 좀 많이 하고 저희가 이제 첫 월드 2패를 할 때 사실 켈린 선수가 조금 안 좋은 모습을 좀 많이 보였었는데 그게 제가 가슴이 좀 많이 아파서 나가서 이제 산책을 하면서 같이 이야기도 하고 또 지금은 좋은 결과를 만들어내주고 있기 때문에 그런 부분에서 저는 도움이 됐다고 생각합니다. 네.
Well, to be honest, other than Kana and Kellen, you know, Kenya and Showmaker Def, they're already all won Worlds, so they don't really need my help. But so at Worlds, I usually just help them ordering food at hotel. And also, well, throughout the two losses, Kellen was struggling a lot. So I was heartbroken watching him, you know, struggling. So I took him out for a walk, and we had a lot of conversation. And I think it helped really. It helped a lot because I could tell that his performance has improved so much, and I think he was able to showcase some awesome play. So that's how I'm supporting the players right now.
Bringing confidence, and it comes down to small details in the end. Last question. Next game, LNG, KT Rolster. I want to have your prediction. Who's going to win and why?
I hope KT win because I don't want to meet LCK team to win to lose. So.
What about score?
Score? 2-1.
2-1?
Yeah, 2-1 KT win.
All right. Thank you, Coach Gorilla.
Yeah,
thank you so much for the interview. And thank you, Jason, for the help. Back to you, Shox.
Awesome, thank you. Let's see if it comes true what Gorilla says there. Awesome interview. Thank you so much to Lore and Gorilla and G-Sun for the Verizon post-game interview. Kellen is indeed lucky. He has Gorilla by his side to help him out. But now we're going into our next matchup as set up already. KT versus LNG. And let's start in the mid lane because it's Scout versus BDD in our featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz. They have a lot of history. We think back to Worlds 2021, EDG versus Genji. In the end, it was Scout that got the scalp, but it might be different today.
I mean, I'm former LPL. I'm hoping it's the same, to be perfectly honest. I mean, and look, I've been incredibly impressed with Scout. The fact he's managed to get his ear 2 games over the course of Worlds so far is kind of helping to a lot of his stats that you're seeing on your screen. This guy is the best Azir that we have in the LPL by a country mile. He is absolutely insane, and you're getting to see that performance working with Tarzan in a lot of situations to try and show up, and I think he's been fantastic with the move to LNG.
We have in the LPL?
Look,
Aren't you an
LEC here. Look, there's no LEC games today, all right?
Okay. Fair enough. Huni, what do you think about this mid lane matchup?
I mean, I guess I'm the LCK representative.
Let's go.
I mean, for BDD, I mean, you talked about like Azir. I mean, BDD is the originally playing Azir. Like, first of all, in LCK, if there's Azir's up against BDD, you know it's already coming. You know it's already coming. That BDD, he's gonna be huge, impacting all the game. And also, I think just both players are so incredibly well that they've been playing forever, and it's like really important thing that their form is not downhill.
I mean,
super difficult.
You say the Azir. I'm terrified of his Nico. After what he did to Weibo the other day, I'm like, holy God. This guy was an absolute menace. He would like push mid, immediately go to bot side, gets the play there, then it drops waves mid to go. And this was the sneakiest play I have ever seen. Swap into the support role, and you're like, oh, this is fine.
Look at his movement. Look at his movement.
He's such a silly Billy. And instead, it's just like, wait a second, we've been bamboozled entirely. This was so sick to watch from BDD.
I mean, it's the BDD. Like he knows how to make a play of everything all over the place. It's not only of these play, like all the play he make it in the middle game. He can just use the TP, like map movement, like silent controlling, even lane phase. Like everything's are so solid.
And I think it's his understanding of, as you say, like, oh, I can drop this wave mid, but I'm going to gain so much more on the top side. Like that was the second play that he made on the top end of the map. Like he's so good at understanding what he can do at different points in time. And I 100% agree with Huni. This is the man you have to watch out for now in KT.
Absolutely. For KT, it's been a story of, are we getting excited about them? Are we excited about seeing them play, Huni? Are you?
Well, I mean, the problem is like in LCK, we kind of have a rule that we can't be excited for KT.
Okay.
Every single time when we're excited for KT, they lose.
Okay.
I'm very excited for KT. I think they're doing absolutely wonderful, and I cannot wait to see it. But honestly, I think it's been KT's ability to, as you say, be the underdogs and then come back. And I think the fight that we have here on your screens is a great example of that. They've been able to have these moments where they're able to come alive from massive deficits and turn things around in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, for KT, especially, they are actually been proving, like, especially even regular season, how they can reach the ceiling. And it's like, that's unstoppable. Even in LCK team, no one was able to handle the KT when they're actually going uphill, and which is like, that's where the mid the ceiling. And for them today, it's really important for them to be able to prove again that they can actually become at the peak form.
Definitely so. They had a really hard road in the World Championship so far in terms of the draw. They're up versus LNG. Of course, a hope out of the LPL looking to catch their point. Oh my God, lock their spot in the quarterfinal. But I did want to look at our MasterCard fan predictions of the day. Each day, you can go over to X and cast your vote at MasterCard GG, and it is super evened out today. KT 49.3, and that's actually good, right, Huni? Because if it was more than LNG, that would be considered people being excited about KT.
That's true. That's true. That's why my personal prediction today is also I'm a little bit slight to the LNG side.
Okay.
That's why.
I see. But yeah, as a final word about this, Dagda, LNG, of course, if they were to lock quarterfinals here, it would be huge.
I mean, absolutely insane. So much talent on this roster. But coming into this, it's all about mid-jungle. I cannot wait to see these teams fight up against each other. And every analyst I've talked to, it's been 2-1 either way. Everyone knows this is going to be close.
Okay, I hope it's going to be an absolute banger. And I'm sure it will be the case because we have some of the best casters in the world. Take it away.
I know she's not talking to me. Like,
she's not talking to
so
it's just Kobe. Where are they?
It's
Where
just
are
you.
they? It's just you.
Flowers is on a plane coming across.
Take the compliment, Kobe. Come on.
I am so
have some grace.
I am so excited for this series. I'm sorry to say it, but this one should be absolute banger.
Yeah.
Yes, the series.
The series.
The series.
Just
yes.
want to make sure.
Which a certain team is a part of. Primarily, though, LNG have only lost to JDG so far at this tournament, and they have looked really, really good. Very, very scary. I think that Gala has a slight edge in the emerging AD carry meta, where he is very, very willing to pull out this Tristana and go for kill lanes for bottom lane for Tristana. I think it's a nice extra piece of leverage that LNG have been able to utilize, because they also have very high Xayah priority. If they are on red side, they will ban it away. If they are on blue side, then they are happy to pick it, and they're happy to pick the Tristana into it.
And I gotta say, I also think that Tristana is a reason as to why KT, it might not be the only reason, but why they banned Kai'Sa, because KT love Kai'Sa. It's aiming favorite champion by far. They got I think it was a 12-game win streak in the LCK, because like for 10 of those, aiming just kept getting Kai'Sa. And it's something that they're really, really comfortable with, but you can't give it away to Gala, obviously.
I don't see Azir yet. And
it's B1. If it's not banned.
Yeah,
it's Scout and BDD.
And Azir. I have to say, this has got to show up here, no? Okay. All right, all is right in the world. Nothing.
There will be no Azir in this series. There is no way either team's going to let it through.
Okay, so some of the power picks have been locked away. The Xayah, Kai'Sa, Orianna, and Azir. That does mean Maokai, Sejuani, even Zac for Kaz if he really wants to go down that route. Also Jarvan for Tarzan if he decides that he wants something a little bit more aggressive in the early game. Maokai are locked immediately for KT.
All right, what's the prow here for LNG? They have so many directions.
The Lahend shout out. I'd love to see it.
All of the primary supports are up too. The field is wide open with so much focus on those 80 carries.
I think the problem with picking one of the powerful supports right now, especially Rakan for LNG, is KT could just go Poppy Talia, and then you are absolutely screwed as Rakan. You do not have a good time in any way, shape, or form. Instead, now they'll look towards the Jarvan. We'll see where they go with their second pick.
Yeah, particularly because BDD has been one of our better Talias. I think the series against, or the game against BLG was a bit up or down, but in general, definitely has been able to have great sideline impact. The Jace is another pick that I think you're going to be looking towards, as the Aphelios, which has been very consistently rising in priority, I think, throughout this tournament, as people start picking them up more and more. Obviously, we have a lot of great Aphelios players. The Jace with the Maokai is kind of a no-brainer.
Yeah, you expect some sort of AD mid here for KT, and with the Tristana getting those magic resist nerfs, more people have tended towards the Jace, but they go for the blind K'Sante first, lock that in for Keen. This top lane matchup is certainly one that people are really looking forward to, with Zika just having a breakout year on LNG. I think he's just skyrocketing to stardom there.
Pretty keen to watch how this top lane matchup does go.
Hey!
No.
I'm making you feel like Atlas is here, man.
The jet lag puns are the best.
You can do better, man.
I can do better, it's true. KT lock in their top side, the Jace, K'Sante, Maokai combination. Aphelios already locked for LNG. Could look towards mid here. Nico obviously a possibility. We have seen how powerful she can be in the right hands, specifically BDD's hands, earlier in this tournament.
And I think that the Jace is always going to feel really good into the Aphelios specifically. Aphelios' biggest issue is playing into range. And we'll see, because this means that there's the opportunity for LNG to really pinch the AD carry pool here. Now, Lahend has been known for his insane amount of depth when it comes to champions, playing everything from Elise to Singed and support whenever you feel like he can get away with it. But for aiming, I expect to see Zeri and Ezreal bend away. And even though I don't think the Ezreal was in the bestest spot, it is an aiming comfort pick, and Ezreal and Jace as a combo with Mao, I think is really strong.
And they're looking across the board at those engaged supports, because once you're kind of locked in with that Jace, you're already facing hard engage of Jarvan and Nico. I think those are really good picks here from LNG. I know everybody's been so enamored with blue side this tournament, but this looks like a very good start to a red side draft for LNG, having all these engage options into Jace, a poke champion. And so KT are trying to cover the board here, take away some of those engaged supports as well off their hands.
So Ezreal left open with the Varus ban instead, does remove some more poke. Varus slightly stronger at outright damage poke than the Ezreal. I wonder if this is a Rel or a Nautilus ban. Obviously engaged supports, Rel does work really well with Nico and with the Jarvan.
Yeah, and the Varus also is a much stronger laner, which I think is the biggest difference maker. Ezreal also has been wildly unsuccessful, given KT's
I will
history.
say he would be a Korean Ezreal as opposed to a European Ezreal, which is quite a difference.
And I'm not an Ezreal enjoyer in general, but I do think that aiming is one of the better ones that we have. So we'll see if that's where they go. That to me is the one that really sticks out, as the Jax here should be no surprise at all. It gives you a matchup where obviously K'Sante and Jax go generally pretty toe-to-toe early. If you get a lead, though, with the Jax, you basically just cruise toward a mid to late game where the K'Sante can't match you at all. This would be something else entirely. I do think that Ziggs specifically is so hard to play into for Aphelios. Like, being outranged is a very unpleasant experience. Will KT actually go for it? Because I do think that this can be the type of curveball that can set you apart very early on, but it isn't really something that I expect out of aiming in this game, in this first game at least.
Not something we've seen him play at all this year. Instead, the Jinx locked in for KT. Important to note, this is before the Jinx changes that happened on 13-20, so you can't infinitely stack your passive as you could when you were getting 30 attack speed. Still, a strong scaling pick here for aiming.
Yeah, those resets, not quite as scary as on live, but still certainly very scary. can construct a team fight around it, and this is why they wait for their support pick. The Alistar pick comes in, so then they lower their priority on Rel, and they're like, fine, you're trying to preemptively counter this Rel pick. We go with the Renata, the counter engage here. So a lot of options. You know, this LNG comp can both move forward as well as kite backwards with this Renata ultimate. So very, very excited to get onto the Rift for this one.
And what it also does is it means that Lehen's level 1 is going to be not a champion because he's an Alistar, right? So that allows Gala and Hung to take control of the lane very early on. And I do think that if you can get the team fights, the KT comp can be very strong, aiming on a hyper carry. You have got a lot of poke, great frontline, great engage. But if the LNG comp finds an early lead and you get to just continually engage with this combination of Tarzan and Scout going into the enemy backline, you don't get to play the game. Having a lot of early bot side prio is really going to help with that.
Definitely is. Often LNG like to play through mid into other lanes. Scout really the facilitator alongside Tarzan to get themselves those early leads. Sometimes though they can be a little bit more reactive, looking for their opposition to try to make mistakes in the early game, cross-mapping, going towards that team fighting stage. Here KT will be happy if they get towards team fights on an even keel, because if they do have an incredibly strong combination of champs.
Tarzan has been so good this year as well. He's a big reason why LNG games look so controlled overall. He's the one who oftentimes finds these angles and sets up these plays for Scout on this team as well. And as we get onto the Rift, my question to Huni in the castle room, I was like, oh, so I've already made my choice on these junglers, but if you were in solo queue, who would you rather have on your team, Tarzan and Cuz? And he was like, no question, Tarzan. So let's see if there is a jungle diff in this one emerging. Of course, KT getting Cuz the Maokai is pretty big, you know, huge priority pick. Oftentimes providing a lot more security with these saplings. Basically, you're trying to keep track of the Jarvan early on. And make sure that Jarvan doesn't get to upset too many of your lane matchups. Primarily, I am looking at mid lane. Jace is a prime target for Jarvan Nico plays. Very, very easy to follow those ones up, but we're getting the early level 1 as well, the guaranteed Raptor ward.
Yeah, ward comes down there from LNG. I will bring attention to the fact that BDD is running Doran Shield and Second Wind. Something I learned from APA on Twitter last night was on the Nico, you can actually change into a minion as your spells land, and you don't get the healing from Doran Shield or from Second Wind. So we will see if Scout uses that very, very minute bit of tech to try and keep some of his poke landing onto BDD in lane.
Yeah, because you actually count as a minion.
A minion, yeah.
when they're landing there, so it doesn't proc any of the champion-specific things. I, too, just learned that last night.
Want to highlight that Zika actually went for an early invade. That plus the vision that they have should give them a pretty good idea, because actually very early on already swapping up his pathing, going from Raptors straight toward his top side.
So it is a path you can do where you get an early back at 1,100 gold because you get Scuttle Crab into your second Raptor respawn. Obviously, Cuz could just be hovering top here as well to make sure that Keen isn't under too much pressure in this matchup, but we'll see if Cuz decides that he just wants to try and accelerate his own gold a little bit.
Yeah, sometimes a lot of these champions that annihilate Raptors look for that one pretty early on. And Maokai is definitely one of those with so much of the clear moved into the power of just Q. It's pretty much gated by Q cooldowns there and kiting on through the other one. Also going to mean you can end towards the bottom half of the map and towards those AD carries that are really going to make this game.
And as expected, hats off to Gala and Hunger early on, already getting the type of pressure that you do want to see when you're playing a ranged matchup into the Alistar. A lot of pressure early on.
Yeah, it's not really fair. Alistar doesn't get to do anything versus everyone shooting all these projectiles at him.
Oh, missed cannon.
Oh, it is a missed cannon. We should zoom in on it. Call Doran on the phone, be like, was that a deliberately missed one, or was that, you know, one that he just missed because of the enemy pressure? I will say as well, the early Tribush ward from Gala and Hung allowed them that extra pressure. It has just expired, but it meant they had tracked Cuz to see if he was going for any early ganks down towards that bottom lane.
The anti-synergy with the handshake movement is going to be, as you mentioned though, the bottom side finish for Maokai. And he didn't full clear back to this side, so actually skipped out on the Wolves to get here earlier because of that big building wave and wanted to provide that safety for aiming for Lehens.
Well, the door's a bit of a lead here for LNG, mostly garnered through that bottom lane and through the fact that Tarzan's done a more conventional clear, so he is about 2 camps ahead of Cuz right now.
And for KT, this game kind of becomes how can you make sure aiming is having an okay game. And even if he...
Flash, knock up, knock back, Cuz is here for the twisted advance, and Hung has been hanged out to dry by KT.
Well, there you go. The whole Lehens.
Flash, in front of Lehens! He stood still!
I am dead sure Chronicler was about to praise you, and then Lehens gives himself up to Gala. The flash goes through.
What is it with Alistair's,
yeah,
man?
Well, yeah, no, that's both sides of Lehens right there, everyone. Yeah, I have no idea. Starts with the play really nicely, sets it up, but then he also gets the kill, which in of itself, you know, like I think Ignite was still ticking. That's not really up to him. But then Gala also is able to get a kill and accelerate himself in this early game.
I love the lane gank, though. Yeah. Just calling down, you know, Cuz skips his wolves to get over here on the timing with the crash wave, with it right in front of the tower. Lehens goes for it.
Yeah, he walks up while still having the Graviton proc on him. So the moment he walks forward allows Gala to then chain and just take him down. So just not straight up disrespecting the damage that Phalios has early. And that is a really costly mistake, because I think that's exactly the type of breaks that KT need, because I think that this early game is going to be really rough. And even if you are able to like keep aiming in an okay state, Zaul BDD with the phase rush.
Trading in, Scout down to 300 HP. BDD takes a chunk as well as he hits level 6. Scout now has that Pop Blossom. BDD about to level up as well. Needs about 3 more minions or so from this next wave.
Yeah, we get a look at the experience graph. I really want to see the gold graph for AD carries right now, though, because you mentioned the kill going over to Alistar with the Ignite tick, and Gala for sure being able to get his one directly, plus the CS lead, plus the turret plate. But mid lane?
Cuz flashes forward, twisted advance, Pop Blossom, but pop goes the Nico as KT strike again.
And Cuz on this Maokai actually continuously pressuring multiple lanes, and if it wasn't for Lehens overstepping his boundaries towards the bot side, KT would be looking really good in the early game here. Oh, he sees the timeout.
Yeah, as he passes over. So he knows that LNG just saw him drop off a sapling, go grab your Krugs after this one. Wait, he's coming back. He wants to make sure that Jarvan isn't going to find anything here.
It's the power of the saplings as well, just gives you that vision control. Tarzan has been farming up a storm, though about 20 CS ahead of Cuz right now, but Cuz obviously influencing his lanes a little bit more with those 2 ganks and those 2 kills. Top lane, a bit of an island in this matchup. The Jax can win later on, but the K'Sante very good at keeping him at bay in the early game.
Something that's really important to mention, though, is that Gala already is sizable ahead, right? 2 or 20 CS, but he also has a call. Because of the 2v2 matchup, aiming is not going to be allowed to start with that. So he's going to be so far behind when it comes to gold and his item completions. And I do think that BDD getting as many kills as possible in that light is going to be really big. It also, I don't know, Cuz might go for, you know, a Demonic Embrace, but outside of that, this is going to be a full AD comp as well. So with the amount of backline threat that LNG have, I'm wondering to what extent, if BDD isn't able to further accelerate his own lead, KT is going to be able to keep aiming safe and actually fight those late game team fights where the comp is supposed to be doing a good job. Because if Zika goes like for Frozen Heart and picks up a Zhonya, it's like, good luck trying to play that as Jinx.
All right, let's take another look at it. Scout here on the Nico. It was definitely one of his biggest champions through the year, but immediately smashed down into the ground, Cuz with a second successful gank there.
And the crowd here in Korea obviously supporting their hometown heroes, as KT have taken a little bit of a lead, at least in terms of kills, but with Rift Herald spawning, Cuz is going to try and equal out the neutral objectives. Infernal Dragon secured for Tarzan earlier on. He does have push in the bot lane, so relatively easy for him to make sure that those neutrals and those Drakes do go down for LNG.
And I want to say the reason for that Rift Herald, as we look at bottom lane taking some poke under here, as well as a tower plate about to go down, is the top lane health difference. Zika was pushed under tower with very, very low health on the Jax, so K'Sante giving you some extra priority there, allowing KT a nice startup on the Rift Herald.
I like the play from LNG though. Like, don't even try and contest the Rift Herald. You know that Cuz is on it, so then Tarzan immediately runs down towards this bottom side. And it's not just about stealing away the red buff, although I'm sure Tarzan's very happy that he's got the extra camp. It's also that Aiming and Lahens know that Tarzan can be there, so they have to respect it. They have to back away. And Gala and Hunk can just push in further and take more gold away from Aiming's pockets.
Yeah, Tarzan never really wasting time. Always looking to accomplish something else. And now he's got full jungle for himself to go back and clear as well as they get the bottom lane resets. Gala, I have to say, it's just such a big pickup for LNG. Trading LP in the middle of the year, adding him to the roster really has made this a concrete, formidable team here. And Scout, let's see. Will KT count the minions correctly? Will they press tab and see the highlight? Not even going to try anything sneaky.
Yeah, BDD has played a fair amount of defense, so I'm sure at this point it's ingrained in him.
Especially if you're just going in mid lane too.
Yeah. Yeah, if it's another lane, you know, maybe, they can work something
Those
out.
AD carries, you can catch them sometimes.
Yeah. Ooh, and
too busy CSing to count the minions.
Lane swap to come through here. Can they get something going?
And Zika still has flash and has a ward to jump away alongside a control ward. You can see Cuz on his way, the Ignite going down onto Zika. There's the Leap Strike to start it off. Flash, Counter-Strike, knock back. Zika dodges away from the Nature's Grasp, but now has nothing at his disposal to escape the clutches of KT, apart from another jump over the wall. I will think he's a little penned in here. Probably just going to die to the tower. Who gets the kill? He doesn't! He's got the blast!
No way!
He
did it! He's out!
Zika, you beautiful madman, as he escapes in the top lane.
He's actually out! And KT, I didn't think they were going to regret that headbutt and just barely missing the Maokai ultimate, but they do! Zika, you magician!
And he absorbs so much pressure because it means that that heavy investment gets punished on the other end of the map, where now, even with Herald going over to KT, the first turret bot actually goes to the LNG, and they're trying to strike back.
Kazar charges in, the tower doesn't quite fall as Tarzan goes in with the EQ flash. Chase continues. Zika looking for that counter-strike. Still cleanse of flash available for aiming as the Hens acts as the bodyguard. Counter TP. Behind them now as the Twisted Advance goes forward. KT looking for a little bit more. Tarzan flags and drags into the bush, but there's no escape for him. Only Zika, the Houdini of the Rift, can get away, but this time shut down again today. 4 kills for KT as they get the tower in the top lane as well.
It's merely a delayed death. And KT end up getting that kill, plus the extra kill on the Tarzan, plus the tower with their Rift Herald. And the best part about it, there is time to reset for Dragon coming up. So actually really nice timing for these objectives for KT. Here's another look at it. LNG, after the escape from Zika, they wanted to turn it around, but look at the river. It's the roam up the middle from Jace and the teleport coming in from behind. K'Sante is here. Keen's going to be able to get the double pushback with the W, with the ultimate. And that's enough space. Tower already down to the Rift Herald, means they get both.
And an uncharacteristic mistake from LNG as well. Very overforced play when aiming still had cleanse and flash.
Yeah, the key thing there is that Tarzan already is on top of aiming, but you see as aiming very cognizant of the fact that there is no follow-up damage, and there are a Maokai and an Alistair standing bodyguard for you, so doesn't panic and is able to get out. Now, the big benefactor of that, on one part, KT, on the other end, Gala. I don't know if you saw the gold graph there, 6K. I think he was like a K.5 ahead of the next person in the game. Monstrously fed, but for right now, I don't think that LNG really have the control to try and fight this. We'll see if they want to try and force it nonetheless.
K'Sante doing K'Sante things. The Pop Blossom catches him right on the edge, but I don't think LNG have the damage to follow it up. Red-white for Gala, though. Does mean that if they could find a fight, perhaps they could win one. KT have set up their vision control down towards this bottom side. Aiming will be spotted on a ward as he works his way around to join the rest of the team, and LNG have given up the ghost on this Drake.
Yeah, they're making the call right now. Send Gala topside, get some more farm into Aphelios while you give up this dragon. Looks like they're taking over deep coverage of the jungle vision as well, so lighting up that blue quadrant. As long as Zika stays safe, though, should just be the objective.
And Mountain Dragon is really big because KT have such a one-sided damage profile in particular. I think for LNG, you know, if KT pick it up, you'll still be a little sad. I do think Nico in particular really falls off once resistances start to stack on the opposite side, as trying to clear the wave will be enough to at least deny too much, with Keen also showing up. But for KT, like if armor stacking on top of multiple Mountain Drakes comes through for LNG, I don't care how late in the game you get with Jinx, like you're not going to have the time you need.
And Jace always with some early lethality too, and that's greatly going to reduce the effectiveness there.
So Drakes are so important, which is good because it means fighting.
I spy some cloth armors. They're showing up.
Oh yeah, they know.
We'll see how the two teams butt heads around those objectives, but in our feature matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, BDD and Scout continue to butt heads in the mid lane. We've seen a couple of good ults from Scout, or one that kind of caught the edge of Keen, the other one he died in the middle of casting it, so I don't think we can attribute the good moniker to that. BDD has got a lead in this game of 212 gold. Thanks, MasterCard. Lane economy snapshot coming up right at the opportune moment.
As far as the magic damage coming from the Maokai as well, since he didn't go the first strike, I personally actually think the phase rush is better. I really like the mobility, in combat that you're able to get with it, but also, you do give up a little bit of the extra damage without going for the first strike. His demonic is done though, so we'll see how much work he can get done with the burn, trying to lay down some saplings now and pull out Rift Herald number 2.
We did see LNG setting up some deep vision earlier when they were pushing in the top lane. That vision's been mostly cleared out. There is one ward around where the blue buff stands, so there is a TP opportunity for Scout if he wants to come across. Keen is pushing in the bottom lane, Zika working his way up, so maybe KT will have to invest a TP of their own if they want to fight around this Herald any further.
Yeah, I think Zika pushing the mid lane forces them a little bit, so KT not going to go in for it.
There's
not
the
quite
TP.
yet. They're trying to harass them though, and teleport does come out. Those Maokai saplings constantly annoying.
Zika just waiting in the bottom mid bush, perhaps seeing if aiming overextends, trying to get the mid lane prior, but Keen is doing a good job of shadowing his AD carry. Something that we are going to talk about a lot at this Worlds is the ability to keep your AD carry safe, and that's what KT are relying on so far.
And you always want to keep track of Scout. If you are KT, marking Scout is one of the biggest factors in success for these team fights for you. Scout has been so creative, so good at engaging for this LNG team for the entire year. And right now, he pushes in the top lane to a very low health turret, but looks like they both back off and reset the health on their Herald again. Round 4, I guess?
I've lost track as to how many rounds of let's start Herald and see what happens. No one has been in bot lane for like a good minute. That's a lot of minions just going to waste.
They're going about their own devices, okay? Let the minions do their thing.
Well, but then we don't contest in the end. We could just send Zika down to bot and he had teleport. You know, he can pressure a turret and either KT get Herald, but you get an inner and you accelerate your Jax, or you still teleport in and contest.
I agree with you, Chronicler.
Okay.
A wise point made by a wise man.
Well, I won't go that far.
Do you see the reset starting to come out?
It's a point made by a man.
There you go. Thank you, Kobe.
That's the end of the prayer as well, isn't it? A point by a man.
Yeah, exactly.
The Rift Herald was picked up by KT in the end. Still only 200 gold between these two teams. Honors even in terms of Drakes as well. And towers that have fallen even across the board. So getting towards this mid to late game, actually, KT in a really good position with their team fighting composition.
But LNG with a pretty good position in their item completion.
True.
And the Infinity Edge crits for Gala Aphelios.
Yeah.
Have you seen him crit a blue gun Aphelios ult? I want to see what guns he changes to next, because that may be one of the reasons that LNG decided finally, you know what? We're not going to take this Rift Herald number 2 fight. We're not going to, stake the entire game right now. Let's wait until we get Gala's an IE, and then we feel a little bit more comfortable. And he does indeed have the blue-red.
Looks like he's trying to cycle his blue right now. Let's see what gun he gets next. I think it might be white after blue-red, but my knowledge of Aphelios combos is worse than my medical knowledge.
You're
and that's
opening up a deep can of worms.
We'll see where it goes.
So I'm really looking forward to what Aiming is going to build here. Aiming really encapsulates the full spread of LCK builds. Where Showmaker to me is like always really on point, has great thought processes. There's been multiple members on KT. BDD, the inventor of Triple Lifeline, back when you could still do that, even though they didn't stack. And Aiming, I think also at Worlds had a game where he didn't go for a Lord Doms when he really needed to. We'll see. Right now the armor stacking I don't think is that bad yet, but LNG is going to go towards that direction. And right now do KT feel confident in trying to contest this? BDD does have teleport available, and aiming just finished his Gale Force.
I think Gale Force is a good choice here. Gets you out of the EQ combo from the Jarvan and the Pop Blossom from the Nico. KT, I think, just investing in the mid lane. Rifthold at least coming down. Keen going to push out that wave as well, aiming on his way to join his teammates, his comrades in arms. He gets the ult down and it's stolen by Cuz. How on earth do you land that smite in the midst of the fight?
And cuz he might have his inconsistencies, but this man at smite fights is ice cold.
You still want Tarzan as your jungler in solo queue, Kobe? Because I'm feeling Cuz is looking mighty good right now.
I do. It's so annoying, these Jinx rockets. I'm gonna chalk it up to that. Why did they buff the damage explosion of Jinx rockets?
Yeah, freak.
But that being said, the Jinx rocket didn't get it. You know, Cuz got that with his finger. So well done to Cuz, to the Maokai. Maokai ultimate, walking up and grabbing that one. If we look at the replay, I believe that was the last one to finish his jungle pet as well. So big stuff there for KT. Honestly, they still have some pretty good options though, splitting into the side lanes here with the Jax. Does have Divine Sunder done, so even though down the kill here to Cassante, doesn't feel it.
Oh, BDD towards a low turret. Also want to highlight, KT is on blue side in this game, and I do think we need to really highlight how important that is that they get the win here as... Wow.
I mean, it's a 50-50, right?
That Jinx rocket blows up for most of it.
Yep.
And
it's a lot easier to coordinate when you know the Jinx rocket's happening as well. So credit to Cuz. Tarzan, I think, very difficult to win that one out. And KT get their second dragon on the board, denying the Mountain as well from LNG. We talked about how powerful a Mountain Soul would be for LNG here. KT keeping them away from that goal.
Never get to see 1200. I mean, I know that feeling.
and then you know, and so you're getting pinged anyway.
Oh,
People are pinging that smite.
It's part of the role. That's when you also see in all chat, they have muted themselves.
Anyway, for the moment, both the teams seem to be very happy with just continuing to bounce waves into each other. They're looking for things, but everyone's respectful enough that no plays are really coming off.
This is great. You know, we're almost 21 minutes in, 5 kills.
Yeah.
I'm loving it.
My favorite Pokemon.
This is my tempo.
Yeah.
Wait, you never actually said. What is it?
I don't know Pokemon that well. That's why I was never.
You were bluffing. Who bluffs? Well,
because I knew Chronicler was going to bring us back to actual League of Legends gameplay. So.
Well, that's a very bold assumption.
Yeah, that's true.
On your.
I watched that.
I'm sorry. I would let you down on that one. Okay. Because, in the off-skate, we know that there would be no fight until about 2 minutes.
Yep.
When we start setting up for the next objective. Up until that point, why fight? Like, what's the point?
I mean, honestly, yeah.
Why would you?
They've got
force a summoner of aiming. That would be big.
Aiming, respecting it. Lane jumpers come down. Zika coming from one side. The counter-strike flashed away. Aiming able to survive, and now Zika caught underneath the tower, tanking tower shots. But Daze is aiming. The Super Mega Death Rocket not enough, but he still gets the kill. Mid lane tower falls. Why fight, you say, Chronicler? Well, to kind of maybe dive aiming and then also get the tower out of it, I guess.
I gotta say, though, I think that's favorable for LNG because of the fight that should be coming up in about a minute. No sums on this Jinx means that if Tarzan gets an ult off, Jinx is dying. There is no way out for aiming, but KT, they're not going to give him the time.
It wasn't your tempo. KT's tempo a little bit more rapido than LNG's here, as the Baron has been begun. The TP behind as well. They're looking for that flank position as Scout could find all 5. Scout goes in, the Pop Blossom lands, and down goes aiming. Meanwhile, Keen going to bring Tarzan back into the fight. He's got the Renata bailout to try and bring him back to life, and that will do exactly what it's meant to do in a fight like this. The TP coming in from Zika as he looks to join the fray. KT trying to fight, but will they live another day? Cuz has a Blast Cone, his last ally in this defense of the Baron. BDD trying to put the damage down from the side. LNG will not pull the trigger on a Baron of their own.
Yeah, Tarzan's so low, and there's a lot of poke left alive on KT. They have the Maokai and the Jace. Those are the 2 most annoying ones if you're going to try and start off the Baron. But here's what started it all. Tarzan went in, he EQ flashed onto aiming, and then aiming flashed, and Zika says, I was sending it all the way in, so Zika will not be alive for this Baron start. He does have teleport though, so as soon as he does revive, he's able to join.
And KT, that Zika used
it's
on the ward to escape.
It's actually the ward jump that enables this play. Otherwise, Scout can't get into the backline this way, because I think KT actually do a really good job. The moment that they engage on Tarzan, this could have been a disaster otherwise, right? But instead, thanks to Scout, they're able to deny the Baron play. It's not enough, though, with Cuz getting out alive and BDD still being there and his poke being a big problem, for them to actually get the objective. And KT do still get prio, but don't forget, this isn't for Soul, so LNG can just walk towards the Baron.
Yep, they're going to do just that. There is a control ward on it here for KT, so they'll have a brief timing alert. Just going to leave aiming down here for the extra damage. And they should be able
LNG
to get
are not
it.
going to pull the trigger.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe they're trying to pull KT into the fight as BDD looks for something. Dragon down, Hex flash in by Lehens, but they don't know that Scout is here. KT in arrears in terms of their map awareness as Keen is locked up with a pop blossom, and now BDD in the middle of LNG. He manages to survive. Scout doing everything he can to keep his team alive. Garlem on the backline, unable to approach as Scout will fall as well. 2 to KT alongside the Dragon.
KT get the Dragon, they get the double kill, and they're gonna push straight down mid lane. Aiming is getting out of hand.
And this is exactly what you want to see between these two evenly matched sheet. Number 3 LCK, number 3 LPL. This match is on a knife's edge, and initially, when I'm looking at it, I was like, KT, what is going on? But they are very cognizant of the fact that the reinforcements are there in time. Aiming already moved up, and all the damage goes into Keen.
Yeah, huge focus here from KT. They get both of Gala's summoner spells by Lehens and the follow-up from Keen. Even though they trade over, the extra kill here plus the push mid means it's a rich KT coming back onto the Rift. They have plenty of time to set up over by this Baron. Zika with the big goose egg in the last one.
Just wasn't there. I think he was pushing out the top side of the map. And that KT were able to find the engage. Still only 500 gold between these teams, but every fight in recent memory has gone KT's away. Aiming almost has his flashback up. You can see the win probability powered by AWS. Everyone says it's like an ECG. That is nothing like an ECG. If you got that, you're in asystole, and someone's going to be applying CPR pretty rapidly.
Again, one of the biggest knock-on effects from that last fight was Keen and Lehens getting both summoners off Gala. Let's see if they can punish him now.
So low already. Look at where Cuz is. That Baron might be gone before Cuz can even get in. And there's the hostile takeover coming out as well. The root being used for the Nature's Grasp, but Hung able to survive. And now KT on the back foot. Good knockback with the Pathmaker as Tarzan retreats to his team. But look at the shurikens and look at Cuz's head. Health bar just get ripped to shreds. The Pop Blossom finds aiming as well, but he has that flash cleanse back up. The Cataclysm enough to find the kill as LNG advance. An unending march from LNG as KT can only stand and watch as their cow is mown down.
They can go for an end here, honestly. Oh, can they rush it? 25 seconds left on this Maokai. They're going to go for it, LNG.
Before the game, we said LNG were the best at jumping on their enemies' mistakes. It didn't even look like a mistake by KT, but LNG pounce once again.
And this is a blue side loss if KT are unable to hold on here. 10 seconds on the hands to 15, 14 on aiming.
I think they can hold. The first Nexus tower falls, but BDD does have the poke.
Yeah, they can hold on.
Do they re-engage? Do you have a TP anywhere? BDD has one if he wants to look for the flank. Great block, as you say, with the shapeshifter. And LNG retreat. Only one Nexus tower between them and the victory.
And the killer instinct from LNG there. Not only do they start up the Baron and get that for free, but then you see the hesitation on KT and they punish it so incredibly well, right? Because, well, Cuz, Keen, and Lehens are walking up, they know they can't get to Gala, but meanwhile, Gala is just free firing, and the moment that Maokai goes down, the rest of the team knows that catch from Scout on aiming ends up being so big, because with no sums, it's a free kill for Tarzan.
Green-white gun is so perfect of a combination for Baron too, because of the sentry and because of stacking up all those chakrams, so much damage. Gala, I kept on mentioning he doesn't have summoners, he doesn't have summoners. They don't need summoners. His team makes space for him, and he mows down the front line, allowing then Tarzan and Zika to follow up the dive onto aiming, and it is LNG punching right back.
Inhib in the mid lane down for 4 more minutes. LNG have the Red Bull Baron power play for another minute as well. Tier 2 in the bot lane, their target as Scout pushes in. Vision control as well for LNG in this bot side. Jungle Hung denying any option for KT to control their own jungle right now.
And this is where the investment from LNG into the Gala fund really pays off. You see it in that fight. KT don't have a reliable way to get on top of this Aphelios, and he is so monstrously fed. BDG Shockblast only finding Tarzan, not Gala. Also as a BT now, has a stopwatch as well. Trying to keep this Aphelios down is going to be so hard, and now LNG is going to be able to accelerate the gold, deny the soul with the Drake spawning in about 20 seconds. Zero chance for KT to contest here.
Man, Gala is really something else. What a great addition to the team. Had a couple of quiet years there, kind of being left alone, RNG, but MSI champion here, really showing up big. Let's see if they can easily pick up Dragon number 2 while KT are pushing out topside. Yeah, it looks like it's not going to be anything taken in trade for this Dragon. They're just trying to usher up aiming, get as much money as they can possibly funnel away.
Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me.
Nah.
Okay. Smart play by LNG to back away from it, make sure it couldn't be stolen. It was at 3k as well, so I don't think it would have died, even if the Super Mega Death Rockets AoE had connected.
I do appreciate the observer's commitment to taking us on the journey.
Create suspense. Don't let you look at the Dragon health, but you can see on the minimap,
they're telling a story.
Yeah, everybody's moving way far away from the Dragon. Tarzan is like, don't you dare let this thing blow up on the Dragon. Because of course, it can only steal it if it blows up on a champion next to your objective. Let that be a lesson. No more shaming junglers, please.
Now, the gold lead for LNG definitely relevant, but also I don't think backbreaking, especially with aiming approaching his Lord Dominic's regard. Once that is finished, I do think that KT still has the firepower to get through LNG, in large part because LNG wasn't able to stack multiple Drakes. But I think for LNG, if you take down aiming, KT's comp falls apart.
Yeah.
Whereas for KT, you need to deal with Scout somehow, you need to deal with Zika not getting onto your backline, and then you have the big boss waiting behind all of that, and behind the bailout, which is Gala.
Even redemption from Hung. You can see Lord Dominic's regards now finished for Gala. It's a minute 20 on the Baron. Thankfully for KT, it's their mid lane inhibitor that's down. It will spawn around the Baron time, but it's a lot easier to push out through mid than it would be to push out through bot in this sort of situation. You'd have to sacrifice either Keen or BDD down towards that bottom side to make sure that that wave wasn't crashing in. As you say, only a 4,000 gold lead for LNG, and with how close the fights have been, it is not insurmountable for KT roster.
Yeah, the hard thing for them to deal with now is that LNG both have priority in pushing out your side lane first with the Jax here. Zika very comfortably on the 3 item power spike with the Merc Tread protection, with the Zhonya's protection for himself on this Jax. Really, really good at leveraging the extra minion wave over there. And the rest of the team has such high priority when fighting from Fog of War. Because they have this, this Nico, because they have Tarzan, it really makes the low mobility carries of KT think twice about their positioning. Very difficult for BDD and aiming to move up, but there's the 4th item for aiming at least for the Jinx.
Mortal Reminder instead of Lord Doms. There's not a huge amount of armor on the side of LNG, but a little surprising to see the Mortal Reminder, especially since you already have an Oblivion Orb on Cuz. So if those saplings are hitting as Hung flashes, a game of millimeters, hearts in mouths there for the KT fans.
Yeah, I'm wondering, are they going to pull the trigger on Nash now? Otherwise, I don't know if that trade is worth it. Lance does have Hex Flash, but the flash on the Renata I don't think as pivotal particularly, because as long as you can get a W and an ultimate off, still not going to be too sad as Shockblast still not finding Gala, but look at the shield on him. Really hard to consistently poke that man down. And yeah, I was hoping for Lord Doms. I think that even though the Mortal Reminder right now feels like a good finish, as you get into the deeper stages of the game, Lord Doms is going to provide you with so much value, given that there's no AP damage as...
The Hens, Hex Splash in, they get onto Gala, but they don't have the follow-up right now. Aiming, trying to put the damage down, as Scout is going to join the fray. From the side, it's a 5-man! Only the stopwatch stop BDD from being ripped apart, but Gala will follow up with a shutdown onto the enemy mid. The chase continues here for LNG. Keen trying to get away the Counter-Strike, aiming able to flash away from it, but the Counter-Strike still finds one. Zika was looking for another leap strike there. You could feel he felt the call of the cube, and now LNG will turn towards the Baron.
I don't know if they can though, because they don't don't have smite, and aiming has an ultimate. We'll see.
No vision at all.
He's gonna fire it. There's no way though. He gets this. LNG also should just move out of the way, and then they should be fine no matter what.
He's aiming.
They know it's gonna get caught.
It's taken.
That play, though, KT trying to set up a brush surprise play without keeping track of Scout. I want to highlight Scout again. This man does so much flanking with the Nico. So while they engage on Gala, there's no damage follow-up on Gala, no real threat onto him, and Scout gets to come in for a massive, massive Pop Blossom. And from then forward, LNG unstoppable, running them down.
Yeah, BDD gets like killed in 3 autos by Gala, and as long as Gala doesn't go down, and I think testament to Scout for how much safety he bought, there is just no way for KT to win the subsequent teamfight because the burst is simply too much.
Yeah, there's just so much space created for Gala. He has everyone setting him up that he doesn't have to worry about burning summoner spells. He doesn't have to worry about burning anything. If they're going to engage on him with just an Alistar.
and there's none for aiming. Because aiming, again, is playing, he needs to dodge the Nico ultimate, he needs to stay away from Jarvan, and he needs to make sure that Jax never gets a jump on him.
100%, and I think the KT composition makes a huge amount of sense if they are in a lead and on an objective first. Because how do you funnel in to an Alistar, Cassante, and a Maokai? You can never do it, but they are never on the objective first, and so they're the ones funneling in to the Jax,
GA done now for Gala.
And the Aphelios. Hex Flash away from Lehens. He knows this tower is not long for the Rift. LNG now pushing in for their second inhibitor. The mid one has respawned. They can work their way across there. KT 5 members strong, trying to mount some sort of last bastion of defense. But the defense has been found wanting so far. LNG continue to push forward.
Yeah, they're not going to stop here. Baron buff, a full minute left, and Gala, he wants blood.
Can Keen hit confirm? He needs the Q3. He's building up towards it. Gala may be overstepping, but does still have the flash to cleanse. Zika takes a little bit of HP. There's a hit for confirm onto Gala, but can they put the damage down? Gala almost into his GA, but he survives with the redemption and with the hostile takeover. And you just can't kill Gala when he's in this sort of form. The super mega death rocket goes right, and now LNG already got 1 kill on the board. Keen down. The Nexus tower short to follow as LNG turn their eyes towards the Nexus. They don't even need to kill off KT. They've done it on the Rift already. LNG 1-0.
Well, well, well. Gala deathless in that game. Well protected by LNG. Nice, really fun opener. I almost said it. Really fun opener to this series.
And that's a red side win as well. And given how strong blue side has been and how evenly matched, I think, you know, literally the same seeds, on paper these teams would be such a big achievement from LNG. And it all goes back to me to the hesitation that was shown when LNG put KT in a tough position. They started up that Baron, and from that point on, it never felt like KT was able to find an angle on them. And LNG from that point, you know, we joke a lot. And I think the LPL casters, you know, poking a little bit of fun at the LCK for calling them an LCK team. But then once they get there, they're a force to be reckoned
You're willing
with.
to accept them now. You're like, yeah, great.
Yeah, no, this, I've seen this a million times.
I'm just going to say we should have known from minute 1. What's Jinx's passive called? Get excited. Aiming just trolled them from the moment we said go. Stay up to date on all the action of Worlds by downloading Riot Mobile now. Receive alerts when your favorite teams are up and tune into live tournament streams on the go. Keep tabs on the score and turn on spoiler-free mode if you want to catch up on the games you missed. Download Riot Mobile now, available in the App Store and Google Play Store. We're going to hand it over to a break, but we'll be right back. Don't you dare go anywhere.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Say hi to Glenn from work.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon.
That is a good plan. Glenn.
Get my plan starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Plus, save when you add perks like the Disney Bundle. It's your Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
How do we keep holding on? Lights flicker from afar. I'd rather stay in the dark if I'm with you. I don't need the world. Keep me close, safe and sound. More than two is a crowd when I'm with you. Time is passing, knows no manners. I'm finding comfort and hope. Time left to pack it up. On the brink of a brand new age, better buckle up. Hey, oh, let's go, have you had enough? It's coming like the fire and rain. When it's over, they will know my name. I'm alive. Then I let it go. Light it up loud, come and get the smoke. It's system overload, flying way too high like an overdose. Time to lock and load, it's all systems go. Pressure breaking down the dam to stop the losing flow. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive. Come to life in the lights tonight. I was crawling through the ashes just to cross the line. Now I'm standing in the fire on the other side. I'm alive. I'm alive. What's your play?
Hey guys, my name is Contrax. I'm the jungler for NRG.
Hello, I'm Oscarinin, doubling for Fnatic.
안녕하세요, T1 서포터 K라 류민석입니다.
Hey guys, it's Flower here.
I prefer to play red side because I get counter pick.
Definitely prefer blue side. Something about the Cameron. I prefer blue side.
블루입니다.
Music I like to listen to before matches is definitely like some kind of rap, probably.
Honestly, whatever's on my Spotify. Sometimes I listen to today's top hits.
상황마다 다른데 롤드컵은 롤드컵 노래를 자주 듣습니다.
Well, I hope KT is blasting that World's theme song in their ears right now because they're on the back foot in this series. So I had to call in some reinforcements. We've got Dagda pulling for the LPL. We had Huni, but now we got Lore as well, who of course covered the LCK this year and is a famous KT stan.
More spacers to the World's desk. Happy to be with you, Huni, and you guys as well. Yeah, it's clearly not enough what we're seeing on stage right now, so I'm gonna bring the KT, not hype, but maybe some cheers for them.
Maybe some cheers, but...
It wasn't enough for me, so I had to bring one from LCK.
I mean, it's necessary. I think we're going to start immediately by LNG taking control of that game in the first Baron fight. Okay, Dagda, you can take this because this is classic LNG in a way.
Yeah, I mean, at the start it kind of looked a little bit shaky, but LNG did an absolutely phenomenal job of being able to turn this one around. And I was kind of looking at the range discrepancy that you saw on the KT roster, but as they start to come in here, that's where you can really see the turnaround. Gala getting fantastic value out of the green gun there as well, and then Zika, so often he was in a position to follow up with these leap strikes into the stuns, using flashes to burn and just being able to follow through so exceptionally. And I think that's where LNG being able to utilize things like the Renata ults and even finding opportunities to turn around moments where it looked like KT were going to win it.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, some people could say KT kind of threw the game, but it absolutely isn't, which is like LNG make a really good play around the Baron, which is like the turner was perfect. As soon as they get the Baron, they know what to do individually, everyone.
Yes.
So it was an easy win for them.
Yeah, and I think it came down to small details when we see the way LNG was setting up the Barons, especially around the vision, flank, teleport, especially not covering for what could come on their side. And for me, that's textbook KT. Even if they have the advantage, they can make some oopsies happen around the team fights, and that's what I expect from them, honestly. The game is never over until the Nexus explodes. So.
It is indeed, and I think, you know, specifically when you play versus team versus LNG, which we've brought up a couple of times, they're very good at punishing mistakes or finding these windows. This was another fight at Baron later on where I think we see again the value of Scout's Nico.
Yeah, and I think it's also the value then of just being able to control that space, right? This Nico ultimate was absolutely insane, but every time you think that KT have found that pick, it's actually a position where LNG, as they say, are there ready to punish that overextension. KT don't have the numbers advantage, they don't have the wars to spot it, that Scout has got the flank there, and every single time, again, it's the chase down from LNG is absolutely insane.
Yeah. Gala also was insane. I don't think he died, actually.
No. Not at all. I mean, I think the KT was doing really well until the, like, right before the step. They had to break the ankle of the Gala, but that's it. But the thing is, like, they just couldn't, because Gala played perfectly well.
He did play perfectly, and as we pull up the draft in a second, Lore, we were talking about it. I saw a lot of your LCK colleagues talking, malding actually, about the pick for aiming in Jinx. What do you think?
Build aside, I really want to talk about the peak here because I think they were onto something building around the Ziggs. Maybe could have been a better option, but I think more in general, you can't really trust aiming around immobile AD carries like this, and we saw especially what Gala was able to pull off in this matchup. I would want to see more mobility on the side of aiming. We know that he's a really good Ezreal. We'll see what they can come up with in the second game if they keep the same side, but yeah.
They do.
Aiming in these situations, I don't think he can be trusted in teamfight in picks where he can't move with.
You agree?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, completely just playing J for straight up. You're playing Alistar, Jinx, Jace, Maokai. No good. No good. Yeah, every League player knows it. No good.
Yeah, it's kind of hard for aiming to really operate in that lane, especially when you don't get the push in the early stages. You give a ton of control to Gala, and I think Gala, for me, has been someone that a lot of people have doubted for an incredibly long time in the LPL. It's like, oh, well, in RNG, he was the role player. He never got to really step up, but he, over the last year to 2 years, has really grown into a player that now you can trust in LNG to hard carry games when it matters.
And I think that goes for a lot of members on that team who we see evolving in front of our eyes, not in the least in the top lane, and every second counts, and thanks to the reliable Cisco network, Zika manages the incredible escape and survives with a sliver of HP. This was maybe spelling out the doom that was to come for KT, Lore.
Yeah, you don't want to see this happen, honestly. I was like, there is no way he escaped, honestly. But as we said, it came down to really small detail, playing their champions to perfection. And you look at this Huni, you've been expert of top lane. Like, there's no way he could escape a move like this. And yet again,
I mean, there's so many factors that it actually, you know, like if someone played just a little well, just like one thing, it just go well, I think it would have killed it. But the thing is, like, I don't know. Like, as soon as, like, especially you guys have to know these guys actually, they are pushing bottom.
And you know, especially when you play champions like Jax, it comes down to a second of this cooldown, and this is something they should know how to play around.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it there, right? The second that you see the flash coming through from Alistar, he just barely escaped. The second you get him to jump over the wall, he barely escapes thanks to healing. And then dodging that last second Jinx zap as well. Zika played that like a beast, and as I said, every millisecond counted in that one.
It definitely did. I believe Tian, Nuguri, and Doinby are in the crowd somewhere.
Oh, there's Nuguri, yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
So we're going to head over to our caster. I did want to also say, you know, KT, not to completely despair, had some good moments in the early game. Strong jungle pathing from Cuz as well, but it's going to have to be more in the mid game. Let's head over to our casters.
And welcome back to KT versus LNG. What a first game we had, lads. What a performance by LNG. And what a performance by KT as well. A game of inches, you have to say.
So if this is truly a KT series, I want to walk you about what is to happen next, okay? Even after that game, KT is going to get a huge lead in the next early game, okay? Then they're going to almost throw but win for the true roller coaster experience. And then in game 3, they're going to make you believe before, you know, ending in a very unfortunate 2-1. That would be the most KT thing possible.
I don't know. I'm not excited at all. I'm anti-excited, actually.
Well, that's
what they want.
That's what they want.
I'm gathering from this.
That's where they thrive.
It's intentional, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm with you, Medic. It worked on me. No, I'm no longer excited.
Not excited in any way, shape,
Very
or form.
good. Yeah, you should not be. Under no circumstances. Do want to highlight the respect here paid towards the Renata. I do think that a lot of the difficulties from KT were also that a lot of the normal engage angles that you would look for were just being closed off by the existence of this pick. Also means that there's not a lot of other lane bullies in the meta at the moment outside of like maybe an odd Lulu. Not going to be the case, and they're looking to first pick Kai'Sa, right? Like, Tristana's banned, Renata already taken off the board. This is as obvious as it gets.
100%, yeah. And I was definitely going to also highlight, the pushing lane bottom, the lane power there, but they're going to make them choose. Azir is up. Azir is up. Orianna is up, so you could say, even though it's BDD and Scout, two of the premier Azir players in the entire world,
yeah, I think you take the Kai'Sa and you go Ori for Azir trade.
Yeah.
I think you have to.
But it's not something.
Hold.
Yeah, it's not something you're going to be feeling super excited about, given the performance that Scout has had thus far.
That's a hard word not to use.
How do you cast this team, man?
Yeah.
Like, I can never not say it.
Well, I have actually been trained by Atlas. It took me many mistakes before I was able to.
You climb to the top of the mountain without saying.
You can only say it by if you preface it with not.
Okay.
That's the whole thing.
Yeah, safeguard.
And never, in any case, say that KT are in a great position and are looking like the clear favorites. Those are really the main guidelines.
Well, LNG got, in my opinion, two of the best blind pick solo lanes here. Quite the duo, especially because Zika Jax, I feel like, is such a specialty. And Scout, in the first 2 days of this tournament, was the best performing player. Back-to-back Azir games, monstrous from him. So KT, as much work as they did to get this Kai'Sa pick uncontested by Isaiah or by Tristana, they're really going to have to make it worth it. Aiming is really going to have to live up to his Kai'Sa namesake.
And I also think that Zika, what really impressed me was his willingness to just keep going for plays that created space, even though like his KDA wasn't that impressive, right? But it was about the impact that he had in team fights that I think is one of the biggest differences between a lot of the top Jaxes and some of the less fortunate ones that we've seen. Two things though, the Lehens Nautilus specifically is something that he's really been comfortable on, outside of specifically the playoff series, where Lehens in general just had a really tough time. And BDD's Talia, because I don't think this is going to Cuz, given the, normal
given BDD
tendencies. Given BDD, because he likes it into Azir specifically, but it's also something that he is able to have sideline impact with. And I think that that's the style that KT is going to play, or no team fighting against LNG, and given game 1. I'm on board with that.
Kind of understandable. We did see the Kalista hover as well quickly for LNG. I wonder if that will get through to the second phase. Viego banned away. Obviously, that's a very strong AD jungle aligned with the Talia. You land that first stun and someone's locked up for a good 3 seconds in whatever lane you're going for.
Exactly. Like there are other AD jungle options, but none are as good as setting up the Talia seismic shove. By the other best one with the R guaranteeing that you can get seismic shove plays. But 100%, this starter pack of first 3 picks for KT is all about go bottom lane with everybody and get as many kills onto aiming so he can win you the game on his famous Kai'Sa.
I'd also argue that it's Cuz's best champion. His Sejuani and Viego specifically were 2 picks that no one in the LCK could match them on. Now, you know, Cuz goes way back, but he is a Rek'Sai enjoyer. I think, unfortunately, on the current patch, not something that we're going to see. I do wonder what they're going to be looking towards, though, because this isn't really the best Sejuani angle with what you have right now. Against the Jax, it's really hard to stack permafrost, right? Like with Nautilus, it's okay, but I don't know if that's the direction that you were going, particularly against J4, who can early put a lot of pressure on you.
Is this a Draven from LNG? I'm wondering with like the Leona, you can't really pick Kalista here, obviously into Talia. I think with the Leona, you can go for a very aggressive lane in the bottom lane, pick Draven, Civ it a little bit safer, a little bit more boring there, Gala, but that's what's going to be hovered. There was Sejuani locked in alongside Renekton here for KT.
Yeah, those last 2 picks for KT really broadened their game plan here. Now it's not just the go bottom lane or bust. They do have early game options, at least for topside. You know, the very famous dueling power of Renekton and Sejuani into the Jax. Try and get that Renekton to leverage against Jax early and snowball this game, because you've got to win early here. Much more early game focus from KT in the draft. It's going to be an early or bust. Lots
all
of scaling
coming together for your prediction, Chronicler.
Yeah,
all coming together.
So given their play, this feels rough, because I don't think KT's early game was that great in the last one. They were able to take some control, but no real back-breaking leads. But into what LNG have shown at this tournament, I do think this is the right angle. Right now, it doesn't look like KT can actually match him in team fight. And I think some part of that was the draft in the last one, but I don't think you can fully point it on that. This is also something that KT have played throughout the entire year that they have been great on. To me, though, the main thing from a KT perspective is, will Keen finally show the form that we haven't seen of him, in my opinion, since the domestic regular season? Because I don't think that Keen has been bad by any means, but he has been super underwhelming. I watched this man dismantle every single LCK top for 8 straight weeks. He was so far ahead of everyone else. He was solo carrying on so many different picks. And I think on the Renekton in particular, you need to have that kind of performance if you really want to get KT to a game number 3 here.
Well, he's got to do it right now. This is literal elimination game of worlds.
It's not, though, Cody.
Oh,
it's
just
a
kidding.
promotion game of worlds.
Literal
promotion
losing
game
of the series game.
Nailed it. Winner of this goes through to the quarterfinals, obviously joining JGG and Genji, who are already qualified. It would eliminate their hope of winning this series.
But I do like that story, because Keen has been talked up for so long as being one of the very best top laners in the world, and just didn't get his chance to show it a bunch of times, but really, really has the chance now to step up.
And if you want to be like the best, you can connect your League of Legends account with Prime Gaming to grab the exclusive experimentation emote. I'm sure Keen has done it already. We'll just see. Maybe
sure
he'll pop it up at some
yeah.
point. It'll be very exciting. We'll all cheer and get excited for the emote.
Not even as a joke, Medic. No, this is very serious business. Okay. Come on. Jokes aside, because that was a joke, just making sure everyone knows. I would never scold Matic. What I do want to highlight, as you were already pointing out, Kobe, is that Keen spent a couple of years on Afrika rosters / Kwangdong rosters that were just always kind of a bust for one reason or another, and we saw him lose a lot of his shine, so that made it all the more impressive how good he was. I think even in spring, but particularly in summer, and how far ahead he was of everyone, including Zeus, who obviously T1 was struggling, but still. And then on the flip side, Doran as well. And then as soon as playoffs rolled around, it just didn't really feel like that was the case anymore. And particularly with how consistent I think LNG have been, again, against any team that isn't JDG, which you can't hold against anyone, given that they are the clear tournament favorites, just means that you got to step up, particularly in a matchup like this, where you need the early pressure and where you, as Kobe pointed it out, if you lose, you are eliminated from this best of 3.
Yes, exactly.
I will say, the winner,
if
LNG win, they'll also be eliminated from this best of 3. They just would have won.
Well, then you're promoted.
Oh, true.
Not eliminated.
Well, luckily for Keen, he does have the Sejuani jungle. And every top laner, well, most top laners love the Sejuani advantage here with the permafrost coming through for those duels. So both junglers will be starting on the bottom side. And
good hook there onto Gala. Aiming putting the damage down. Cleanse away from Gala as well. Trying to get away from the slope. That glacial augment, and something KT did struggle with in game one was how much they were being pushed in that bot lane. So if you are a KT fan, that's a promising start for them.
All right, let's see about those junglers ending towards top. Zika looking for his reset here on the Jax. Got the wave in, feels quite nice about his timing. And Cuz will finish up his full clear, no problem. But just definitely feels like for KT, a win lane, win game type of setup here with draft. So the pressure is on very early. The other two lanes pushing as necessary though, with BDD in mid lane pushing in the Azir early as expected, and bottom lane.
Yeah, the Jax versus Renekton matchup, in the first 3 levels, Jax has a really big advantage because of Counter-Strike, which is why I really like the call from Zika as well, knowing that you don't have to go for a 4th wave proxy. Doesn't have to invest his teleport as well, by the way, which is really big. Means that even if he gets ganked, as long as he survives, he can still come out ahead. And now the wave is bouncing away from Keen. Tarzan is in the area, hasn't been spotted yet.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to reveal himself soon, and Jarvan is heading topside for the gank.
Spotted now.
Tarzan has been spotted. Keen, where are you going to go? How do you slip your way out of this one? We saw the dancing shoes from Zika in game one. Keen might just try and trade in. The counter-strike, slice and dice away. The flash, follow from Zika, and it's a solo in the top lane.
Didn't even need the help.
I think the help helped a little bit. You know, King just couldn't run back to his tower.
Well, obviously.
Yeah. The help means there's no escape for you, and it is the early flash, but Zika instantly answers that flash, and it is a big, well, actually, we're going to see an attempt at the Gromp steal and a successful Gromp steal.
That's just as big as the kill in the top lane for KT.
Though,
who won? Who won out?
You guys are doing a great job of casting KT. I really appreciate it.
I got you. I mean, I feel kind of bad because we were focusing so much of the story on Keen specifically.
Yeah.
And we kind of target cursed him instead of team-wide curse here for KT. So give him one back. But of course, it is Tarzan cutting off the escape. And we mentioned how both junglers were ending topside. But Sejuani here, you know, he went down bottom for the deep ward and for the bottom side play. So Tarzan's able to complete it. They just box in the crocodile. Nowhere for it to escape to.
TP wasn't invested by Keen to get back to the lane. He's just run up. Zika has now burnt his TP, so there's a slight summoner advantage for KT in the mid lane, but it's not in the top lane, sorry. It's not a combat summoner, so it won't matter too much. We've seen BDD take a recall in mid as well as he's gone back to get a tier alongside his Doran's ring with which he started.
And I really do feel for top laners, you know, in those types of scenarios. I know I'm super jungler biased, but
that's big. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He is unaware as he flashes away. The hook connects. The Riptide as well as Gala's being chased under the tower. And Gala is gonzo in the bottom lane.
And the comedic acting duel of aiming and Lahen strikes again. Gala sees that W fly towards him. He's like, that's fine. I don't need to take that damage. Not knowing that Lahen's sitting there quietly in the brush, cackling as Keen does of his ultimate.
Dominus comes out. There's the Ruthless Predator as well. No counter-strike for Zika as he used it for the burst. Stun the cold to meet the Zika. Jump away with the leaf strike, and Keen does not want to go any further. Tarzan is on this side of the map, and Keen does not have the vision to back up aggression in that top lane.
Oh, so close for Keen. Doesn't get it again. Heartbreaking. Feels so bad. The last time around, you know, Jax had item advantage because of the cheater recall that he pulled off earlier, and then the jungle intervention. And then this time around, he barely doesn't have enough to squeeze it out. But you guys mentioned it. The W from aiming just to get the spell shield down for Lahen's to make the engage good. And Cuz flashes.
I mean, Cuz has to flash to get the kill. Obviously, you would have wanted that on aiming, but you don't really want aiming to burn his flashes. Cuz finds Hung. Hung does still have a flash and ignite if they want to turn it. Hung holding on for dear life to that flash and does manage to escape. The wave pushed into tower, so no freeze possible for KT means that Hung can back and then get back to lane as the wave shoves in.
We'll see if KT uses this opportunity to get themselves off to an early Drake, given that it's Chemtech. basically any other soul, you know, you're going to be feeling pretty good about. So getting an early Drake would be nice. Also, even though it didn't end up being the difference maker, I do think it meant that KT had a little bit more options in the previous game. And with this comp, they don't have options. You need to snowball early, so starting off with Drake stacking early on would be a really big win for them.
See if we get some lane.
Oh, good knockback. It's not going to be enough to take out Scout, but BDD showing his proficiency on Talia in the mid lane.
See some hovering too from Tarzan down on bottom side, just going up to the line here for Galen Hong to start his recall off in case there was another brush play here, another visit from Cuz on bottom side. But surprise, surprise, he's going up top here, and we've got a level 7 Talia looking to use the ultimate.
Zika should not die to this. Yeah. Why not? Because there's a control ward that would have spotted BDD as he walked around this corner, so they know that BDD is working his way towards the top side of the map. Zika backs away, hides out of vision in the fog of war.
I actually think they were setting up a trap there, because he was walking towards the pit, and then Tarzan was also making his way over.
That's
so
quite
if
possible,
if he walked up too far and Tarzan and Scout are early to the rotation, then Talia in particular is very susceptible to just getting jumped on by too many people and then just end up going down. Also, just the irony of BDD like getting the knockback there, and then you're like, he has a tier and lucidity boots.
Hey, he got another tier stack out of it, okay? Credit to the man.
Yeah.
He's at 126 already.
Yeah, it's not about credit, just about just Talia being
Every droplet counts, okay?
Yeah. You don't like water? Huh? You need that for life.
All right, well, every Rift Herald counts a bit more. With the extra 300 gold and guaranteed turret plates, you really got to prioritize that on these snowballing comps, on these win lane, win game comps, on these early game focus that KT have. So really good to pick this one pretty quick for them. They've got the roam timer as well, pushing out mid lane. So this is actually picking pace right back up for them. I want to see when we get our first big BDD play, though, if you can get one of these Talia walls, push out mid, then make the move and use Rift Herald. Oh, they can actually contest.
Yeah,
they can contest.
Aiming has the killer instinct. The Hens can go in. He will Hex Flash the wall. KT contesting and LNG backing away, something they often do in the early game if they don't feel like they have the advantage in a fight. Very rare that they'll take a fight overmanned or mismatched. Mismatched.
Yes.
Outgunned. Outmanned. Outmanned is the word I was looking for there. I just had to think back to think back to Hamilton quotes, and then you get it. But Zika now has his TP back up, so if LNG do want to start the Drake, he will have that summoner at his disposal.
And that's really big, because with Key not having his teleport available, it does mean that KT had a very brief window there where they might have like all-inned and would have at least had a 4v4. They don't want to take the risk. And I do think that one Drake you can still give up. Once you get to 2, I think that's really where you get into territory where it buys so much time for LNG that it's not really worth it. If it's one kind of mediocre Drake and then you get like not a good one and then you start stacking early on, in that case it might be fine.
It's already starting to be pretty late on Drakes too.
True.
We're 10.5 minutes. If your first one is 10.5, 11
this is
minutes
no D+.
here, and you're giving that away, I'm like, whoa, the timeline here.
Although, you know, you are playing against LNG, so that you know, that deserves some mention.
And LNG have had
up.
some good scaling on their hands. Keen, all right, at least gets the interrupt here, but there we go. KT will grab it.
Yeah, really not much LNG can do with Zika being interrupted. They can't even make the TP play as the Hens is looking for something. The blast
so
gun.
good.
Oh, that was absolutely gorgeous. A bloody beautiful play by KT as they get the cherry on top of their Drake.
Oh, I love it. Hens goes over to lock him up, and the blast cone is sitting there. BDD just Talia W's him to the other side of the blast cone. Instantly taken down. Now they're turning it up. KT on the warpath.
As the Weaver's ward knocked back by the Emperor's Divide, but Tarzan on the wrong side of the ward and on the wrong side of the Death Chamber.
And these are the type of tempo speed-ups that KT was known for in the LCK as well. The way that they can use this Talia to try and set up plays across the map, get some early kills, get themselves a dragon lead, and LNG finally falling behind a little bit, which they need to. Let's be very clear. KT need these leads.
Yeah, I got to be honest, Chronicler. If we didn't see this right now, I was starting to get a little worried.
You should be.
Lehens flashes over, sets him up for the W into the blast cone. It is just beautiful stuff here from Lehens and BDD. And then, as you say, BDD just flips the switch. Once they get a taste of that blood, he's in for another one. Talia ultimate over. Cuz started it out, and they get kill number 2. If KT had not flipped the switch here and just started getting some kills after that Dragon, I was starting to get a little bit worried for them on the timeline.
Yeah, now you feel nothing instead, which is exactly where you should be. Perfect.
Welcome to the club.
Well, NA, you know.
Want to highlight as well on that play with I've actually thought Cuz did a good job because of the ultimate from Scout. BDD doesn't actually get his E off immediately because he's still in the air. So Cuz changes CC in a way that Scout doesn't get, or Tarzan rather doesn't get to EQ over the wall. And actually, at that point, BDD once the E is down, you're going to get the kill no matter what. Also, aiming was actually the benefactor of that earlier play that they did find, or that Lehens found rather, and is going to be big. I was spotted on vision here.
So not to be a pedantic man.
I was gonna let it go.
Vedius gets tweeted at all the time for saying benefactor.
That's
benefactor is the person that gives.
It is a word.
Ah, there you go.
So beneficiary is the word. I just don't want you to get tweets.
Well,
you know?
that's okay, you know. But I'm an English second language kind of.
Oh, 100%.
So I have a built-in excuse.
Yeah, exactly.
So in this case,
which I'm not.
Medic is the benefactor, giving knowledge.
Giving knowledge.
Oh, thank you for the lesson, Medic.
Well, you're my beneficiary, you know.
Well, I appreciate that. This is educational. I love it.
Just not about League of Legends right now.
We don't need to be. We don't need to be constricted by these notions.
Be
casters do say both those words an abnormal amount, though. So
yeah,
I think it is actually very beneficial for watching League.
Not benefactal.
All right, now you're getting into deep waters, buddy.
So 2 minutes on the next Dragon to spawn. It was a late first one. About a 1,700 gold lead here for KT. You can see Cuz stealing away this red buff. And the plate's obviously in KT's favor early on. They are looking towards those first items. Storm Raid's already complete on aiming. BDD on his way back to base. What will he pick up? We'll see. Leandries makes sense. Obviously the other option are Ludens, but usually the Leandries just a little bit more powerful on the Talia. As the lane economy snapshot pops up and we see a thrilling lead here for KT.
I gotta say, we said win lane, win game. What's wrong? One of these lanes is not like the other, Chronicler.
Man.
What's that red doing on my screen?
Hey, he got as mentioned for Keen, coming the Worlds. I think that it's not just for me the international kind of stigma that he has to work against, given the time that we did see him in internationals.
He got ganked.
He got C9'd.
Yeah,
right. Like we're talking,
2018,
yeah, 2018.
Right?
We're talking way back, and it's mostly I think he's fighting himself in regular season, and that's kind of a recurring theme for this KT. But I think for Keen, most notably, and I do think that the Renekton at this point still forced to be reckoned with. But you get like 15 more minutes, right? And from that point on, not really going to be the case anymore.
KT, though, continue to take objectives off the map. They do lose their bot tier 1 as BDD was just trying to answer Scout's push, but the tower already low. So LNG get the first turret of the game, but with the Rift Herald going down and with Dragon up in 30 seconds, I wonder if we'll see this put down in the mid lane for KT as they start that Dragon stacking up. Reset first for Cuz, go back. What's he gonna grab? Some boots. The plated steel caps, very powerful into a Sivir, a Jax, and a Jarvan.
Yeah, this is why oftentimes you do see these late game Shurima carries paired together, because Azir is one of the mid lane mages that's so good at shifting into the side lanes, has his own mobility, really pretty safe as far as mid laners go in the side lane, and Sivir always loves to plant herself really early on in mid lane here to be able to perma farm.
Ruthless Predator there, I think it's going to come down just afterwards. Dominus now used with the TP out from Scout. This is the Dragon sacrifice, but Keen unable to flash over the wall as Scout finds his mark. Tarzan and Gala forced towards the top side as well. This should be Rift Herald in the mid lane, maybe even the tower falling. In fact, the tower definitely will fall, looking at its health bar now, and then KT can work their way down towards the Dragon and a bot tier 1. The tier 1 in the bot lane should be traded as Gala perfect timing on the spell shield there. The Riftail still gets his charge in.
Yeah, also doesn't fall for the same trick twice. Not going to be fooled by a killer or a W again. As BDD, like, the fact that they get some on the cross map, I think, is nice for KT. But LNG, as long as they keep making these plays that take away some of the tempo, they keep putting Keen behind, and Scout keeps getting accelerated, I still feel like KT haven't really broken the game in the way that they need to, given the compositions, right? And that's something that, particularly given the reputation of LNG as an extremely consistent team at getting to late game, worries me if you're a KT fan.
Yeah, this game is not even close to broken open. Again, though, feel bad for Keen. Gets teleported on. That counts as a gank also. Zika does flash, so at least that will be down, but Keen also trying to flash the Azir ultimate. And then those soldiers working overtime, still give him the pushback into the tower.
Every angle there for Scout. Yeah, I do think cracking mid-tier 1 and bot-tier 1 does allow KT a few more angles of attack, especially with the Talia wall. If Zika does step too far forward in a lane, he only has his warding totem and a leap strike to try and get away. His splash down for the next 3 minutes.
So I saw him last game, only have...
that time he had a control ward as well.
Those
okay,
tools.
every possibility of escape when you have the control
Seems
ward.
like the flash and the leap strike were working out pretty well.
Yeah, true. We'll see if he can pull off his magical escape once again, but BDD in the top lane means there's no real threat on Zika. He can push down through this bot lane.
And a -1.
Yeah.
It never stops.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
The top laner experience.
It's all league all the time. Top laners.
All right, but it is going to mean that BDD should be able to finish up that tower topside without any meaningful answer from LNG. They do get a red buff steal away, but a little bit more gold, a little bit more open space for KT to try and work with.
You also see the rest of KT kind of pretending to be interested in Zika, but given that Tarzan is there, I don't think they really have an angle. BDD does have teleport, but wants to back first. And Dominus has popped, and
yeah,
that's it.
Yeah,
just jumps away.
Cuz wanted a bigger piece of Hong, and they do use the ultimate, but he's going to be able to get out without having to burn flash or anything like that, so KT will just retreat. They'll just call it at that. It allowed BDD to at least push the minion wave all the way to second tower on top side, and maybe a little bit of compensation for jungle camps stolen.
Pressure does allow you as well to get some of these deep wards in. The the Baron up in 40 seconds, sorry, if KT decide they want to rush it. I think their composition doesn't do it as quickly as some do, but even the Azir Sivir can actually shred through that Baron pretty quickly if LNG pull the trigger on it. We saw it in game 1. They are willing to try and force down that Baron quickly.
Yeah, I think the 2-item breakpoint is really one where KT are going to have to make the plays that end the game, right? You're going to have to set yourself up for Soul. You're going to have aiming with a Rage Blade, which means you do actually, as it is finished now, you do have insane amounts of damage threat, particularly when combined with BDD's Liandry's Talia. And I think that's the moment where you need to make sure that LNG doesn't find and keep a grasp of this game. So you need to threaten Baron, you need to set up Soul Point, and ideally you need to find a decisive teamfight win so that you can actually take full control of this game and not allow LNG to just scale. Because if we look, Scout at 2 items, been able to pick up a lot of global gold, and Gala also, he's behind aiming, but he's not in a bad spot by any means.
And this particular Kai'Sa build that Aiming has preferred here really hits at 3 items, feels super good. It's definitely one of the more delayed Kai'Sa builds once they can get the Nashers. And he's already got the extra bow here, so once they can get the 3rd item completed for Aiming, I feel like that's really time to flip the switch and flip the game maybe even.
God's fighting over vision right now. Didn't know that Scout and Gala were waiting in the wings. Now meets one of those soldiers and realizes perhaps he's not on the right side of this trade. This control ward, by the way, where Keen is just walking, has been instrumental for LNG. It's been there for a long time, and it allows them to know where Keen is in terms of his pacing up towards a fight. If Keen TPs, often he'll push up towards them and then TP away. Now the control ward's gone, so my point is moot, but it helped for a little while, okay?
You also see that Cuz
able to dash away. Solar Flare on Cuz as well, still has the flash, but he's dashed into, he tries to flash the wall, but can't get away already. Tarzan's down. Cuz surviving the Radiant Virtue, keeping him just about alive. He escapes, and Tarzan is the one to fall.
Oh, diving right into that Talia head first. So much burst damage there, even though Cuz face plants into the wall behind Baron. It's Tarzan that goes back to the fountain. That's going to give so much time here.
I mean, it helps you set up for the sole point that Chronicler was talking about by Kobe. Zika going to walk around the wall here. Keen already back, so sole point in 15 seconds. We'll have another look at this because LNG thought they caught the enemy jungler.
Yeah, I think Cuz doesn't actually have his Aftershock available, so they think that they can burst him down in that time. But yeah, the amount of damage, everyone from KT is there, and with BDD standing guard, they're not actually able to take him down. And this will lead to, at the very least, KT starting up, and I think that LNG don't really get in a position to try and contest there. Very big win here for KT, but let's not forget, this feels very similar to what we saw in game number 1, and then LNG made one Baron play, and then it was kind of
you can see how perhaps KT were about it. They started up the dragon. They're like, okay, Lehens, make sure you are marking this Baron. Make sure no one can take it away from us.
It's also last time, I think it was aiming that was helping with the... This time it was BDD, right? Because BDD can just wall over, had teleport as well. So they're like, we are not taking any risk. We didn't know what these guys are up to. And with Scout and Gala both at 2 items, definitely is an opportunity. And this is a good gold graph for KT, but it's not great.
Yeah.
And that's
middling.
That's what you're looking for.
Middling.
It doesn't incite, those numbers up.
It doesn't incite anything.
No. I'm
just
either enlivened or electrified.
It just leaves you whelmed.
Yeah, I'm very whelmed.
You witness it, and that's it. That's all that's happening. LNG though, maybe just go for Nash again. Worked last time.
They know BDD's bot lane, but Zika doesn't have TP to match. So if Zika then shows on this bot wave, BDD. Actually, they didn't know that BDD was bot lane right there. The wave actually all the way up at the tier 2 tower. So their lack of knowledge of where BDD is could be backing them away a little bit.
Yeah, it's interesting because Zika no teleport, so he's only allowed to push 1 wave. He catches the 1 wave at tower, immediately has to come over and cover the rest of the team.
Seismic shove back, Hung pops the stopwatch, but is he just going to be burst down immediately afterwards? The answer's yes, as KT once again find a pick. Find their prey, and will they look for more? Zika on the flank position here. Sundisk goes down. KT.
That's got to be it.
It's a big moment here.
Time.
They can melt through it. They pop the cone.
Control ward in the back of the pit. It's helping LNG right now. The wave pushed in mid lane. Control ward cleared. Aiming clears all the vision.
They want the pick. They really want the pick. They still have Sejuani ultimate. Where's the turn?
Lehens has depth charge as well. Do you go Gala? Do you go Scout? What are your options? Control ward now in. Spots Lehens, the pixel bush. As KT continue to do the Baron. Tarzan trying to get in, but he's depth charged up. The Baron down to 1,000. The smite comes out from Cuz, and now Zika on the front line. Keen looking for the engage from the side. BDD going in as well with the Weaver's Wall, and it funnels LNG into a choke point, but the blast cone helps them out for a second. Aiming, looking for that killer instinct, can't quite find it. Cuz gets the knock up onto Zika, but the counter-strike comes out. Gala trying to open up, but he's separated from the rest of LNG.
Hung
now he rejoins them. Hung has joined the fray, but Gala has been sent packing back to the fountain. The Emperor's Divide comes out, but the killer instinct in by Aiming. Counter-strike cleanse, and Aiming continues to dash and to dance and to weave his way around. LNG and Chronicler be damned. I'm damn well excited now.
Aiming Kaisa delivers again. He is into the back line, ripping them to shreds, and KT are knocking on the door.
And LNG, with almost everyone down, at the very least, they're going to lose an incredible amount of their structures. This is the break that KT was waiting for, the timer about to run out. But it's one pick on Hung that starts it all off. And then the way that they go from there, the way that they're able to funnel the rest of LNG, that don't want to take a 4 versus 5 when everyone on KT has all their sums up, and then this slow chase from KT, no one overextending, no one too far forward until they actually have an angle.
And here they go. LNG wandered onto the wrong side of Summoner's Rift. You see Hung coming around the side here, but even though he actually made it back, he has to walk back all the way around while KT got the engage.
You also see one of the problems that Sivers run into is that if the initial fight doesn't have you in a good position, like you are a short-range stationary AD carry. There's just not that much that you can do. You can't reposition easily. So KT is able to catch out Gala now. 5K, Red Bull, Baron power play coming through here. Skeen's trying again.
TP behind here. Keen's going to force Zika down towards the bottom side. BDD has the Weaver's Wall, but do they know that this TP's come in? They do, but Scout already running in the opposite direction. Zika falls. KT 10-2 and a 9,000 gold lead. 53 seconds on the soul.
There we go. Keen finally has the extra teammate this time around. BDD's got his back for this one.
Calling your big bro. It's like, mate, been bullied at school. But what a performance by KT. 6,000 gold on the Baron power play. 30 seconds on the Mountain Soul for them as well. Now win probability sponsor powered by AWS. Does that count as getting excited when it's basically 100%?
You still should not. I want to reiterate that. I feel like that's my responsibility. But at the same time, from this point, we've seen KT in the LCK be able to consistently close out games. And I want to highlight again as well, the way that KT, I think, find backline access is the best, in my opinion, in teamfights out of any team in the LCK. And it's also why it kind of baffled me that they banned Aiming's Kai'Sa. Like, as mentioned, I think there was a very clear reason for it. But it's also... Aiming on Kai'Sa, it isn't just about him individually as a player, even though I think the mastery is very good. It also just works so well with the way that KT like to play team fights. Gen G, to me, when it comes to like classic front to back, is unmatched. But this type of divey style where you get BDD in the backline, Keen on a flank, Lahen's isolating a target, the Kai'Sa just works so well with it.
I just love it because Aiming will always dive into the backline on multiple carries.
Yes, he will.
When you think it's looking dangerous, he likes those odds. He takes those fights. Now he's extremely rich with all the extra kills as well. Full bounty on top of his head, stopwatch in inventory, and they have all the tools necessary to win this game, to push it to a third and decisive game for the series.
Not the longest range composition. The Baron now falling off makes it a little more tricky for them to
short range
up.
dive.
Short range dive. Just get close to them.
Just get on in there.
Trying to
just walk into the Sivir and Azir.
Yeah. That's the issue, right?
That'll do it.
Because without Baron, that's kind of what they have to do over the next few moments. Obviously, pressuring as many lanes as possible. Baron up in a minute and a half. Yeah,
that's
90 seconds away from KT throwing it all away at Baron because we said the excited word, you know?
I'm not going to respond to that. I will not be taunted.
I think that's probably the way to go.
I mean, BDD is awfully close to a death cap right now on his Talia, so things are definitely looking pretty good.
And they're in prime position to close this one out. That Baron, they need to set up the vision around it. You can see Lahen's doing exactly that right now. Has 2 more wards on his warding item. I've got a couple of deep wards as well, not quite as deep as you'd like. Obviously, you'd want it at the LNG entrances to their red side jungle, but Lahen's can't really step much further forward before they have mid and top prio, which is what they're working towards right now. The Void Seeker allows Lahen's to go a little bit further into the darkness. Oracles as well, spotting LNG, and there we go. KT now have the vision, they have the Rabadons, and they have everything required to close this one out. For LNG, although they are exceptional at team fighting, although they are a team that we have seen so often
exquisite,
excellent, exciting.
Wait,
I said LNG. I said LNG, so it's fine.
Okay, thank you.
I said they're great at all of it, you know.
Just want to make sure.
In this position, to find a team fight against KT when they are this strong, when they have 4 items on their AD carry, 3 items on BDD and mid, would be truly miraculous. It would be something brought down by Bible himself.
Are you trying to make me sweat?
No,
because it's working.
This is how I would cast any 2 teams in this situation.
All right, well, they've got a really big double-stacked wave on bottom side thanks to BDD slow pushing with Talia over towards bot lane, and that's going to be the opportunity for KT to put the screws on LNG. Now they bring BDD over, start up the Baron. They've got Sedge ult ready, Nautilus ult ready.
I feel this is for a Zika TP. They can look for more if they want. The Baron already down to 5,000. Zika not TPing in, and Keen has a good flank position. Dashes away as the Baron falls low, and Cuz secures it. KT ring around the rosies, LNG around the Baron, and they secure the objective.
And this is really big because not only is it going to help KT with their range issue, it also means that they get to use this Red Bull Baron power play basically perfectly timed to set up for Elder, right? So you can just start chaining those 2 together to ensure that LNG is not able to find their way back into this game. And we're starting to see the 4-1 here. Talia wall to zone him off the turret, and tough for LNG to deal with this push.
certainly is. I mean, there's 2 death caps on KT now.
There is Sivir, so
And
it's not that hard. I take it back.
Not quite as powerful as a Nature's Grasp, the Maokai ultimate there, but pushing the team back. Inhibitor tower in the mid lane, though, falling low in the mid lane. Down to a 3rd HP, should be taken by KT. The wave in the top lane pushed in by Keen. Wave in the bot lane not being played on at all. Only 2 lanes the priority here for KT. I like this positioning as well, just gives you that little bit of extra impetus, just making sure LNG can't get close enough to their tower. Lehens goes in, the depth charge out, but Gala's low already. Gala almost falling, the killer instinct in by aiming, he dodges away from Scout. Emperor's Divide, not enough, because aiming is aiming for gold with his stopwatch. A double for BDD. Zika, the last man standing, and he'll do his Houdini impression once again. But there's no way out of these handcuffs for LNG as they are being locked into Game 3.
Oh, and as sweet as aiming Kaisa is getting all these kills, man, BDD Talia here, so much work in this game. That one, of course, you get the setup from Lehens with the Nautilus, locking them in place. Huge backline damage. They take care of the spell shield. They take care of everything. And then Aiming just gets to go in and pick up the glory, pick up the extra damage. 2 signature picks. BDD Talia, Aiming Kaisa, both of them deathless.
And to me, even with how well those 2 played, the biggest difference between this game and the previous was Lehens.
Yeah.
I think that Lehens on the Nautilus was responsible for so many of the picks. Set the pick on Hong that started the Baron. The picks like that at the end, they're just making sure that the fight starts, that there's no response time for the enemy. And KT, of course, are gonna, we all assume, go back towards the red, or go towards the red side now for the first time in the series.
Will pick blue.
They will, yeah. But it does mean that we're perfectly on track for the roadmap that we drew earlier.
You mapped it out for us, Chronicler. You have some sort of crystal ball hiding under the table that you're ready to predict everything with.
No, my pick'ems are not doing great.
Oh, no.
I wish. No,
I pick Lilia to be flexed in 3 roles, so like that's how badly my pick'ems are
I went for Lee. It's not happening.
Yeah, it's really not. We're going to find out. Maybe it does happen after the break. We'll be right back. Don't you dare go anywhere. They can't even make the TP play as the Hens is looking for something. Oh, that was absolutely gorgeous. A bloody beautiful play by KT. Dominus now used with the TP out from Scout. This is the Dragon sacrifice, but Keen unable to flash over. Back to the fountain, the Emperor's Divide comes out, but the killer instinct in by Aiming, Counter-Strike cleanse, and Aiming continues to dash and to dance and to weave his way around. LNG and Chronicler be damned. I'm damn well excited now.
What's your play?
everyone, as we're pushed into a Game 3, and we do not want to get excited. If you are a KT fan, that is, because it is all squared up. And just to remind people, if KT or LNG, whoever wins this next game, you find yourself in the quarterfinals of the World Championship. Now that would be such a huge step forward, and it all comes down to this. We thought it was going to be close, and it was. But let's talk about what was different in Game 2 then for KT. Huni, I'll go to you first. How come they were able to bring this one down to the Nexus and not the last one?
I mean, I think I really respect they make the creative play on the bottom, especially with the Lee Hansen's thing on the bottom when the reset time. And also, I mean, as I said in the first game, the last step was they haven't completed. It was like breaking ankle for Khaled. But this game, they did it.
They did it. Laura, you were also talking about kind of the bot lane and how that can be such a big point to get KT going.
I mean, we know that KT, the primary carry for the team, is most likely going to be aiming, and I love the fact that they made these creative plays around bot lane, especially because this is textbook KT and what we've seen in the LCK. You disregard completely Herald, you focus on the bot side of the map, stack these dragons, and for me that's what managed to get them to get the early lead once again, that they didn't give up on this time.
Also, Hang is getting a little bit
getting caught.
Hung got hung out to dry a little bit on this one. I mean, really good play from KT though, as you say, like getting that control in the bot lane, getting that vision, and that's actually what spots out Hung here. And then BDD setting up there perfectly to get the knockback. This is what I was hoping to see from KT, as already Laura and Huni were saying, like play around that bot side, get your advantages, and then just slow the pace of the game down, right? If you're not making mistakes, LNG aren't finding that window of opportunity to come back into it, and then you can play for these longer team fights where Amy's able to pop off.
Definitely so. Cuz also, I think, has had 2 back-to-back games where he was pivotal in that early game.
Yeah, I mean, in the early game, in game number 1, we saw him go for some super creative pathing where he's like, okay, I'm going to skip a camp, get into bot side, then I can go for the gank in mid as well. And even though it was a loss, you can see how big of a difference it was. But I think the thing that stands out to me in this one was that in game 1, he was very much like, oh, I'm not actually going to be very selfish. I'll drop my camp so I can make these plays happen. In game 2, he was getting these big gold leads because he got the kill in bot. He was able to get solo Rift Herald gold in the mid lane off that turret plates as well. And that's where he was able to get this massive lead early in Radiant Virtue that just made it impossible for LNG to actually deal with him in these team fights.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as his draft is over, I was like, oh, KT got this because Cuz on Sejuani duties.
Yeah.
He's back on the duties.
I was about to say, we saw this all summer in the LCK, and that's what you love and hate about Cuz, is that he's a very hit or miss player, I feel, but when it hit hard, and like he facilitates the team so much, and when he knows how to play around the strength of the team, and again, they had a much better composition to play around this time.
You also said that doesn't happen 3 games in a row. We'll see. We'll see. Let's see, indeed. You set up aiming before, Laura, and, and you, as we take a look at his triple kill, I think, from later in the game, it's just, he was a statistical outplay, a player that stood out rather on KT, but not just on KT, right? Also, when we look at LCK wide.
This is the kind of champion that you want to see him play. We talked about seeing him on an immobile AD carry during the first game. Kai'Sa was his best performing champion in the summer this time, and he was able to play around Gala mispositioning maybe sometimes and pick up on their mistakes.
I also think just the coordination between BDD and aiming was way more on point this one. When I was watching BLG, I was like, all right, well, BDD's going in with the Talia wall, then aiming sending himself in, they're actually getting cut off. This was way better coordinated, and you got to see aiming as a result. LNG were corralled, he pops off, he has these incredible moments where we get to see just how good this AD carry is.
Yeah, I mean, this is what we expected from the aiming, which is like definitely not playing. Like we're not blaming him about like when he play immobile carries, like he's having like a little bit of an off game, but like when you have a Kai'Sa especially, I think he's so many games that he proven in LCK that he can just carry all the game when he can.
LNG have selected the blue side going into this last game. Now, Doug,
no way.
I'm so surprised, aren't you? Doug, that when we look at kind of how the series has gone, it has felt like obviously KT has had the upper hand in the early game twice around, and LNG knows that they have a huge team fight prowess, and they're willing to, I feel, let it go a little bit because they know they can try and turn it around at those big fights. But do you think they're relying on that just a little bit too much?
I definitely do think so, as we hear them take the stage once more, but I really think it's actually comfort for bot lane is what I'm interested in. I think Gala has actually looked great when he's got his Aphelios. When he's on champions like the Kai'Sa, where he like made his name as the Penta Prince in the LPL. But I think when you're on things like the Sivir, you're on the back foot in the matchup with the Leona into the Nautilus, I don't think you're able to have that same effect in the bot side. And then when it comes to those later team fights, if Gala's behind, LNG don't have that fallback solution that they rely on so often.
Almost like it's the kryptonite, because
Exactly.
KT are so creative in that bot lane. Lore for KT now being on the brink of making it to the quarterfinal. If they make it, and we're not getting excited, mind you, but you were talking about how there's some players here that have now gotten their second chance and really, really want to take this chance with both hands.
I think they had an interesting run so far because they didn't have the easiest opponents, and everyone talks about LNG as being maybe the second to third best team in the tournament. Taking this one for this team would be phenomenal, especially when you think about the fact that Lee Hans, outside of Genji, is looking to prove that he can perform in another environment. And when you look at the rest of the lineup, this is the comeback story for these players. And if they can take this one, it's going to set them up well, I think, in the rest of the tournament. But don't get excited.
I'm not going to
get excited.
I'm not. But do you agree it could be such a momentum swing if they are able to close it out cleanly here versus LNG?
Yeah, I mean, it is a huge win for also LCK, because like, if you go the round 5, the problem is there's the DK is winning, the Weibo is winning. You know, like you don't want to go there. Like you don't want to go there. Like even LCK, LPL, for both of it, they have to go. They have to take the last ticket right here.
Yes, we're 1 minute away from getting into the draft for the last game. Dagda, I would say you're obviously not on the back foot if we look at it series-wide, but you're on the back foot in that LNG lost that last game. You said it already in terms of trying to get that bot lane ahead, but is that anywhere else you think LNG can pivot? I mean, Scout has been huge this tournament.
I think, yeah, Scout has been, well, he got his ear. That was going to be the big pick for me, where I was like, okay, maybe you can see him pop off. He did look good, but it just wasn't enough in this case. I think having Tarzan maybe on something that can be a bit more of a playmaker could actually be the option as well. I think he had a great performance on the Lee Sin against Cloud9, where he had that insane kick to set up Zika for the 3-man stun. Maybe we go back to basics, try and go for that play that can have that early game advantage, then they can leverage in towards the later point.
It's all up to the jungler, isn't it always? Let's head over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Kobe in the middle, all about the jungler. We can make the cast all about you as well as like,
right.
although she is.
She knows.
Just entirely correct. It's
junglers.
always about the jungler.
Honestly, and I got to admit, I came into this, I had some Tarzan bias, but Cuz has been the better jungler, okay? Cuz actually was definitely the better jungler in game number 2. That's for sure.
I'm so happy because I feel like Cuz has been a really underappreciated jungler by many, and he has also not always. You know, you gotta be upfront about it. Not always without reason. I do think that he has historically had a tendency of underperforming in unfortunate moments, but this year in particular, and specifically in summer, I really cannot give this guy enough praise for how important he was to the way that KT controlled a lot of the early games. See it as well with LNG choosing to ban that Viego and him still having a big impact on his. Okay, well, so we're first picking Kai'Sa, right? But that's what we're looking at. That's what I would imagine as well.
Yeah, unless he really wants to play Tristana into it or something. But yeah, it's got.
For aiming, yeah. Can't imagine that they want to go in that direction. Or do they do the same thing that LNG did and try to force a trade here and maybe get BDD his Azir? Okay. And yep, they're leaving it up.
All right, the Kai'Sa or the Azir?
It's got to be Kai'Sa, right?
Yeah,
you can still go Orianna if you want, as we said before.
As well.
I mean, Scout can even go for the Taliyah, which we've already seen work
into BDD Azir? Oh, man.
Yeah. See both sides of the coin, both sides of the matchup.
BDD knows both of those champions so well. Honestly, too, I was going to bring this up, but for this whole tournament, you know, people have been ragging on the Ezreal and the Taliyah alike, and mainly the mid lane Taliyahs, but BDD definitely built different on that champ. Also on the Azir, so this is actually a really prime spot for him.
Early Alistar possibly here from KT. Gala with 5 pentakills on Kai'Sa, one of those at MSI last year. There's the Alistar locked in for aiming and Lehens in the bottom lane, well, specifically for Lehens, but that does give up Prio in that bottom lane. You can pick Nautilus here if you're LNG, just look for early aggression, and then obviously the point and click from the Nautilus works well later on. Instead, Rakan possibly for Hung.
They could do a Rakan Rel combo.
Yeah.
Tarzan was a really good rel throughout this season in LPL, and it just brings so much setup and engage to your team fights.
Also, the Rakan obviously not going to have the same laning pressure that Nautilus will. We saw in the last game how big the Lahan's Nautilus was, how much of an impact he was able to have, getting some of those early picks. But the teamfight scaling is absolutely incredible. And I like the read from LNG. I think that your goal should always be how do we get to team fights in the safest way possible. And Rakan definitely is a pick that can help you get there. And the Renekton here is really interesting to me because it feels like Zika hasn't really been targeted at all thus far by KT and the way they play around the top laner's champion pool. But maybe they want to try and ban away some of the Renekton counters and put Keen in an awkward position here.
Yeah, Zika just want to switch over to the other side of the matchup this time around. I mean, top laners weren't a real big deal in the game previously, so wants the easier execution early on.
The Aphelios for aiming, something we've seen him on a few times this year, but not one of his most played champions. I mean, 5th most played, still very comfortable on it, obviously. Just going to be very interested to see how well he is able to survive the later game team fights, because there is already that Rakan who can jump on him. You've got Renekton as well, who can flash Ruthless Predator you, and I doubt we'll see LNG give up on their dive potential with just those 3 picks.
And he does have like Azir peel for him, Alistar peel for him, and Aphelios is one of those AD carries that when a lot of melee champs are coming in close range, and even if a Kai'Sa is coming in close range, if aiming is good at managing his guns, then definitely one that can turn into a blender.
Also think that the Alistar in that regard does really help. Yeah. Alistar really good at providing space for your carries. Azir, again, BDD has basically made a career out of this. Let's not forget he used to play with Ruler against Scout, mind you, in 2021 Worlds, where that was basically BDD's role was go pigeon, and good luck with that one.
Just check who won 2021 Worlds.
It was Scout
and
yeah,
ADG. Yeah, it was.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why you would remind me of that, but yeah.
BDD came out on the wrong side of that one.
No particular reason.
It was a great 5-game series.
It was an amazing series.
It was enjoyable, even though, you know, the Oscar didn't win, and I was a little bit sad. We're going to gloss over that as the Vi gets locked in. Do think that the Vi has been a pick that, even though, you know, 5 wins, 10 losses, doesn't look great. In particular, when you are synced up as a team, Vi provides very little counterplay for the opponents, and with no Nautilus this time around, KT do really like these type of snap engages. This time it's going to be down to Cuz.
And it's a really nice little denial too, if they were thinking about going for a Vi Ahri combination or something like that, but LNG will make the switch over to the Rakan for Tarzan and pick up that trade, or Wukong, excuse me.
Obviously, you can see already LNG looking for that wombo in team fights, right? They have the Wukong Cyclone, you've got Rakan quickness, Orianna as well would back that up perfectly, and if they can get to team fights, that is where LNG so often shine, not only here at Worlds, but also in the LPL and in their finals versus JDG. And the Orianna, I think, rounds this composition out well. LNG will lock it in. Where do KT go with their top lane pick into this Renekton?
Little Cassante action, huh? What are we feeling up here? Oh, some Keen specialty?
So this is the best game that Keen played all split was on this, but the main issue, and why I think it won't get locked in, is the entirety of the team needs to play around it. So it's guys, it's just Lance. Don't never trust that man. And this is KT saying, we are going toe-to-toe with you. Yep. We are going for team fighting. The Vi is the only factor here that, you know, provides a little bit of mid-game. But we are all in. I do think that the Ornn into Renekton matchup specifically actually is great. Ornn does a really good job in that one, can absorb the pressure and is able to farm up grass stacks, kind of go from there. But meeting LNG in the place where they're most comfortable, even though when you look at the comps, I would give the edge in front to back to KT, that's still a very risky move.
And a huge time to do it as well. This is a promotion game, a qualification game to the quarterfinals. And not only do you manage to make it into our top 8, you also avoid playing against Gen.G or JDG in those quarterfinals. Our 2 teams already qualified with the 3-0 record. The loser of this series goes down to 2-2, and we'll play another best of 3, I believe, in 2 days' time. Is that Sunday? I think that's Sunday. To see if they can then finally qualify for the quarterfinals at a 3-2 record. KT and LNG ready to take the rift for the 3rd time today. We've had 2 bangers of games. One, LNG favored when we got to the team fights. One KT favored because they were able to separate LNG into multiple different skirmishes rather than having one full team fight. Here, both compositions, both teams have opted in to facing each other in a full 5v5.
Ooh, and they have opted into BDD Azir with some scaling Ornn items on their side as well. Let's get onto the Rift for the decisive game.
Soul supports KT. Scout on the other side of the Rift are looking to make a few people, a lot of people in this arena a little bit sad as they work their way home on this Friday night.
I saw a couple signs in there that were saying Scout come LCK. So maybe they start those endeavors.
The hand's going to get knocked up. The Glacial Augment slowing him down, has to flash away. Does still have the Hex Flash Ignite used by Hung, but that's the trade of summoners you'll take every day of the week for LNG.
And in this series against T1, particularly in the lower bracket finals, this was how a lot of the KT games started. It's not like Alistair isn't already a cannon minion at, or not even a cannon, a caster minion at level 1. This is going to make it tough. The one saving grace is that he's playing into a Rakan, not something like the Renata like we saw in game number 1. But still, really nicely done by LNG to throw off Lahens, because I think that Lahens and Cuz really are the 1-2 that makes this KT, when they are playing forward, work the way that they do.
All right, let's take a look at the early levels on pushing here as trying to get out the minion wave. And just a couple of extra autos here.
I mean, BDD's looking for a lot of extra autos. He's running Hail of Blades as it. Looking for that extra pressure in the mid lane. Hung and Gala able to pull the wave early here. Makes it very difficult for Aiming to step up to farm the minions. One minion died, I believe, before Aiming and Lahens got into the lane, so they will be one minion delayed on their level 2. I mean, it was already going to be delayed because Hung and Gala got control of the lane early on.
Yeah, a lot of these Azir players have started to really love the Hail of Blade start for that extra laning power and not having to give up so much push.
Yeah, I've also seen, like, particularly because BDD has been playing Azir for, like, I don't know, a completely unreasonable amount. I've seen him go basically every single Keystone, and I think that that's one of the beauties of the champion. It's also why watching Scout play it in the first 2 matches that he played in this tournament and also in the last game. There is so much skill expression on the champion, so many different ways you can go about it, as I knew it'd been going too smoothly.
Scout getting the Instagram open. Tactical pause. Bring it out. Obviously, we'll tell you guys exactly what's happening as soon as we know. And a short pause here to kick us off.
Some Gala fans. You know, he is on Kai'Sa. That's generally a great place to be if you're a Gala fan.
That brings me back to MSI. Big Gala plays, diving in.
Oh yeah.
It's kind of synonymous with Kai'Sa, really, isn't it?
2 years in a row.
As a player, as a champion, consistently impresses on it. You see the referee just talking.
So the last things I remember seeing just off the mini map was Vi coming down just to check bottom side for BDD for the Azir here to make sure there's no shenanigans, no early level 3 kind of peak. But
tournament officials are currently investigating the issue with the pause, so we'll get that information out to you all as soon as we can. What a day or what a weekend of League of Legends we have lined up after this as well. Obviously, KT LNG has been a banger of a series. Tomorrow, NRG G2.
Oh, man.
I'm really looking forward to that one. It's going to be fun.
Very, very nervous for that one.
Looks like Aiming having some issues here. We'll see when we know. We'll let you guys know.
Obviously, yeah. Are you excited for NRG G2?
Yeah, actually I am.
Yeah?
Yeah,
It's a good one,
I mean, I personally really enjoy League of Legends where I have no emotional stake because I get very over-invested. So it makes watching, you know, the teams that I care about.
You can actually watch it and enjoy it rather than just being heart rate 180.
Yeah.
I know the NRG players have a tremendous amount of respect for the G2 players for sure. Not only because, you know, they perform very well in scrims against them, but also because they really respect the work ethic and the attitude. There's a specific video call out for one of the social videos that G2 put out with their team, with Caps really talking about the mentality of the grind coming into Worlds and putting everything into your year from the very beginning, taking solo queue seriously, taking champions queue seriously, taking scrims seriously, and all of these layers that lead up to this point to be able to have some real hope at this tournament, at the pinnacle of play. And so I'm very excited to see that matchup simply because there is so much respect.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And then after that, obviously T1 BLG. So that, like, tomorrow is a day of bangers.
That's got to be a banger. There's some superstar power. I will watch Bin in any game ever. Yeah. Always delivers.
The one thing that is still missing for me is that at MSI, Bin's interviews, every single one was straight fire. And I feel like you could argue that he's been even more standout thus far this tournament. And then he's kind of... He's kind of chilled
He's
out.
also focused on gameplay. He's like,
well,
we need to...
was at MSI as well.
He's like, we need to beat JDG in a series one time.
I think that's the thing, right? When you've lost that many times to JDG and they're kind of champions elect, you kind of, or at least finalists select, I guess is a better way to put it. You kind of know that you have to buck up your game a little bit if you're going to take them down. I'm looking forward to the Ruddy Esports interview with Bin. Do you watch much Ruddy Esports? Great little interview.
I actually heard because I talked to the translator, Hannah, who was translating one of his interviews for him with the Shy. But they didn't actually get to release the interview. But the question was about the Shy had recently given to charity. Okay. And his question is crafty. He's like, "Oh, I see. You're a very, very charitable person. You love getting to charities here. Is that why you always give charitable kills over to your opponents?" And she had to translate it to the Shy. And at first he didn't understand. He was like, "Oh yeah, I give kills over to my teammates. I don't last hit them." And she was like, "No, he's talking about your opponents there."
That must be the hardest job, translating an interview.
Yeah, trying to do comedic interviews through translations has got to be difficult. But we're back onto the Rift. Don't know what went wrong, and honestly, as long as it's fixed, don't care.
Double call started in the bottom lane means both these AD carries just likely to farm themselves up. Slight lead for Gala as Scout gets chunked out in the mid lane by BDD.
All right, so it looks like what the calls were from the mid laners were just for wards here. So they've got wards on both sides of mid lane for BDD to try and keep him safe.
Just to keep everyone informed, League officials allowed Aiming to restart his client because there was a minor performance issue. Everything's rectified as far as we know now, so that is why we are back into the game.
Good to know. Now, I don't expect that there will be a lot of action in this game for the foreseeable future. I do think that LNG, even though they have a composition that can fight until the very end, to me feels a little bit more mid-game because they lack a traditional frontline, right? I think their engage and dive potential is absolutely incredible. Already talked about the wombo combo, but particularly when we get to like really late game, that's where I think they might somewhat struggle, even though I don't think it's KT's wheelhouse necessarily. They have been pretty consistent in being able to team fight with some of the best teams in the LCK. And we'll see what LNG's read is as well, because the one thing that they have been consistent in, I think, for the entirety of these series is making sure that you keep a good grasp of the game while also not opening yourself up to unnecessary risks as Sika goes in.
Yeah, especially it's going to be up to Tarzan and Hang to be able to find ways around that front line. You don't want to have to melt through an Ornn in a DPS check, an Ornn and an Alistar. You want to go behind and put that pressure onto the enemy carries so they don't have the freedom of a full DPS check.
BDD coming out on the winning side of a lot of these mid trades. He has gone for the amp tone first, where Scout decided he wants to start stacking that up early on. So, and obviously slight range advantage for the Azir if you can get your soldiers far enough up in the lane. The command attack wall does allow Scout to try and even that out just a little bit.
Yeah. Constantly see him proccing his Hail of Blades. Trying to use as many of the autos onto the enemy champion as possible, but even if not, then you can just turn on the minion wave. And then the buff that they did a long time ago to shorten that reset timer, but we're going to have a bottom side play. Here we go.
Yeah, Galo and Hung think they've backed because it's a cannon wave, and that's exactly when KT would go back. Hung locked up. Looking for the Q knock up here. Flash Q. Great play there by Lahans. Hung's ticking down, and the E from Kaz finds the kill. The bolt broken open in the bottom lane, and goal pours out for KT.
And if they're a split second later, Tarzan is there to punish, maybe look for an exit kill or two, but instead, it's an early kill again, going over to Kuz.
Perfectly set up there by the KT bottom lane. Aiming purple gun to start it out. Lehen's headbutts him away so Lehen can't get in range for the E for Gala. Then he has to flash for it. But guess who's waiting for him with open arms? It's Lehen's. Really, really good use of the bottom lane CC there to feed their jungler a kill.
Have another look at it, because once again it's denting blows kill, aiming with the graviton. They know exactly who they're targeting from the get-go here.
And then Lehens comes over, flashes to make sure, open arms, gets them both with the knock up, and the Ignite already down. Cuz being able to get his E splash damage off the auto attack on the AD carry there to splash through, kill the Rakan.
And it's perfectly done as well, because
such a story told through these reactions. I love these reaction cams here because the eyes tell everything.
Yeah. A great play from Lehens as well. If Hung gets to Gala in time, he can W away, just use that grand entrance to make a bit of an exit. The shockwave now invested by Scout to force BDD out. Tarzan was waiting in the wings but can't find the engage. BDD holding on to his flash.
Yeah, I think Tarzan actually wasn't 6 just yet there, but he dinged it off of the wave, the ambient XP. Will not be going for the red buff here, and yeah, KT definitely still has the back, so I think it's still a successful play for LNG as they get to use their topside prio. Zika gets to set up a little bit of vision. They have the invade. BDD didn't actually go back though and might be at risk here. Lance will get spotted by that ward.
Heck flight forward by Hung. As Lehens, as you say, spotted. I think Hung perhaps would have aggressively hex flashed if he hadn't seen the Alistar just around the corner. Cuz starting up the Dragon now. BDD will just continue to gain mid priority. You can see Gala moving first, aiming, having to push out the wave. Now Hung dives into the pit, and Cuz respects the fact that the reaction from LNG was coming.
Yeah, Vi with the W is able to pretty easily take Dragons early on, but I like the response as well from Hung, knowing that Lehens is towards the mid lane. Do note, Tarzan is level 6, but just a little bit too late.
And it's good from KT because they guarantee their mid push. They guarantee BDD priority with Lehen's positioning there, right in lane, standing with them. So, well, Rakan comes over to say, hello, I found you doing Dragon. There's not much he can do about it with the mid lane priority there.
A poultry matter there for Cuz to ignore the Rakan.
That one, I think, is better than the name puns.
Yeah.
So I'm going to give you
give me a feather in my cap for that one.
On that one. You're up from a 2 from the previous rating.
And the rating is out of 5, right? 5 stars?
Oh, of course. Yeah, for sure.
Cuz here, shadowing the mid lane. Tarzan on his way across as well, but Cuz should just be able to back away. And although we had a slight flurry of action, I think Chronicler's prediction earlier on will once again come true, which is not too much going to happen for a little while here.
It's not that adventurous of a call to make given these two team comps. As Cuz? Proving me wrong?
Cuz?
No, he will not. Tarzan will get spotted here. We do have Scout already on the play, and also again, KT do not need to go for these type of fights. Now, I do know from experience, BDD considers Azir to just be an anything champion, not late game. You know, the amount of early fights that I've seen him take throughout his career, definitely numerous, but I'm not going to do it here, and I do think that's the right call, particularly with Zika being so much stronger at this point in the game.
Yeah, you don't want to fight that as KT, so Tarzan picks it up. Extra little gold boost here. The trade of objectives eventually, and Wukong gets to keep on farming. Both these junglers, though, could make some looks now. It doesn't have to be pure farming at the moment, especially because Lehens is on a support roam timer, and currently he's heading out through mid lane. Both these teams have been pretty good about keeping up their mid lane vision, though, and just look at the river right now. Double side ward here for Scout on the Orianna. So even with the roam timer here, KT, they'll just push out the mid once again and look to clear out all that vision.
And LNG are doing a really good job of kind of counteracting what we in the LCK like to call the Victor versus Azir conundrum, where if you play an immobile scaling mage into the Azir specifically, you need to find a way to make sure that he doesn't just shuffle you on cooldown, right? Because the first time you might live, but then you have to flash, and then every subsequent time you go down. So LNG's efforts to make sure that Scout just gets to play out this laning phase very cleanly and scale into the big team fight carry, definitely something that I think KT otherwise would have liked to punish, but now they don't really get the opportunity opportunity. They get to clear out some of the vision, sure, but it doesn't actually net them any kills.
And later on, these two champions scale in such different ways. Orianna scales super, super well also, but it's much more enabling all the other threats on the team. Yes, she has her own damage, and everyone's going to shout for the big shockwaves, but that shield and the extra speed ups really help out the engagers. Tarzan and Hang as well will be happy to be the recipients of that. Zika as well sometimes can really turn that Renekton into a much more formidable team fighter, whereas usually it's like, oh, well, if you have Flash, then you can do something. If not,
I think that's what distinguishes the good Renektons from the great Renektons, right? Like, do you have Flash? Can you make an impact? We see both the supports just playing off tempo. It's very common around level 6 you start to see supports do exactly what Lehens and Hung have done over the last couple of minutes, which is push through mid, get prio, join up with your jungler, go into the enemy jungle, place a couple of wards, and then the enemy support resets, pushes through their own jungle, clears out as many wards as they can as Gala falls low. The root coming out, the Moonlight Vigil. Gala has the heal, manages to escape. Cease and desist. They want to stop Gala. And once again, excessive force used by Cuz to take the kill.
Once again, immaculate play from the bottom lane. Wait, they're not done. We see Tarzan coming down through the river, but BDD tracks him. BDD chases him down, so they should be able to get out. But once again, KT bottom lane setting up kills for their jungler. Beautiful play there from aiming. Burns the heal from Kai'Sa, and then Cuz goes right under the tower. Flash through with the ultimate. Gala doesn't blow much.
It's also, again, Cuz being just... Oh, he should be fine here, even with the turret damage, given that he still has Flash and his Dominus. But I want to highlight again, Cuz's timings have been so impressive in this series, because even if Tarzan is making a read on the play, he's just not there in time. Keen is low, though. Herald's going to be placed down here. Should be looking to maybe go for a teleport. Cuz is going to try and cover. Keen does have his ultimate available.
It feels like this is more to make sure that you don't take the entire time, right? Like, Keen could be doved. In fact, they're going to try and turn it around, but even with the knock-up, they don't put any more damage onto Zika. They make sure he doesn't get the Demolish proc, which would have given him another plate, so deny a little bit of gold from LNG. Yeah,
I think if they have vision there, or they know for a fact where Tarzan is, you can try and go for the, you know, even without the Vi ultimate for the burst, with between PTA and Ornn and his Brittle procs, you might be able to kill the Renekton, but if you try to flip that,
they're going to fight it.
That's
why they're saving the call of the Forge God as well. Keen now in a good position to flank Emperor's Divide onto Scout, the knock-up against the wall, and everything's coming up KT. Scout tries to get away, but the Ram rams him into an early grave. As Zika joins the Braven in a 2v1. He's trying to fight against BDD, the slice, the dice, the Dominus, not enough. Zika can't find his man. Tarzan flashes through it, but even he can't get onto BDD as KT disengaged perfectly.
Whoa, BDD is a magician. He lives. Absolute masterclass there. They get the kill. They use the combo. Azir creates the wall or knocks him up into it. But by the Dragon Pit, by the Dragon Pit, Cuz just went down to the LNG members. So now there's no smite for KT, and it gets awkward.
At the same time, though, the health bars are favorable. KT or BDD gets a fresh cheapie in, so it looks like at the very least they will deny LNG to pick this up. And I think with the tempo, it's KT that's going to be able to pick up the second Drake here.
Okay, so this is a beautiful combo, creating the wall, knocking him up, but I really am going to look at...
it's the Cyclone.
Cuz down here, yeah.
Yeah, just misses a Q and then gets
jumped on. Yeah. Beautiful knockup from Hung to keep him. DPS comes from Tarzan, and they get the kill over there, but wow. The escape. Tarzan also trying to flash to finish BDD, but doesn't quite have the range. Your Q extends your auto attack a little bit, but just on...
Oh! Tarzan steals away the Drake, and now the fight begins as Cuz is low. The quickness coming out of Gala diving in. Cuz already down to 200 HP. The season assist does get the knockup, but already Cuz has fallen. BDD now chased out, and no escape for him this time. LNG have just flipped this game on its head.
Tactical replay there. Come out of it, and LNG just sweep them. Steal the objective, grab the kills. They also have the free farm Orianna coming down after pushing top wave, so extra wave pushed in by LNG towards top side. That means they've got the extra pressure on the map in addition to killing off the extra champions here. What a sweep. We didn't even get to see the setup, but Tarzan comes in, steals the show.
And in the initial play, KT, even though they invest everything, are able to trade 1-for-1 and set themselves up for the tempo towards that dragon. But I do think that they are much more cooldown reliant this early on in the game because their champions don't have as much inherent power. So I love the call from LNG to not let them rest. And LNG, you know, they might be a team that has a reputation for biding their time, but this
46.
is such an incredible, I think, read. Also, there is no one else there for KT, right? Yeah. Everyone that can get there is already there, and KT clearly didn't expect this contest.
I think KT were also relying on their aiming and Lehens to get back to challenge top tower because Scout was already pushing that in. They'd burnt their teleports, so they didn't have a way of immediately answering. So they kind of skipped a step. They said, okay, we've definitely got this dragon. It's fine. We'll just back to make sure we can answer top. And it bit them in the proverbial behind.
Yeah, there was a controller in the back of the pin, so they were like, let's just burn it down as quick as possible before they get here. And they did not have the check. All right, LNG very happy after that one, though. Start up the Rift Herald themselves. Looks like no teleport for Keen, so gonna give that one up. The Crocodile could show up, the Ornn could not. Probably don't want to fight it anyways.
Yeah. And this is really big because LNG, I don't think they're on quite the same clock as we saw in the previous game, but I do think that eventually KT have a composition that is so straightforward. The Ornn value is going to be pivotal. So getting a dragon, getting first turret blood, and accelerating the pace of the game and not even having to use your Herald that you just picked up, if you can throw that down mid and take away this point of safety for KT, you can really deny them the ability to ever get to the point of the game where I think that specifically the Aphelios, Ornn, and Azir combo starts to naturally take over.
And the LNG, I think you're definitely right with they're not on as much as a timer as last time.
It's not nearly as...
They have a lot of damage and they have a lot of waves to also scale here, so...
Yeah, it's more about the ease of execution.
Yeah.
I think getting because they don't have a traditional front line,
no
right?
Alistar, no Ornn for sure.
Yeah. But don't get me wrong, like Wukong and Orianna and Kai'Sa will still be fine in the late game.
Especially if you can find a multi-pronged approach, right? You have Rakan coming from one direction, you have Wukong from another, then you have Renekton managing to get onto the back line. I think I do agree with 100%. I do agree with you as well, though, Chronicler. I think if KT can just play a front-to-back, they do have the tools to do so, but the shockwave lands still on Keen as the flash is invested, and Keen will pay for his hubris of pushing out the lane with his life.
And the big thing there is that you saw initially KT wanted to respond, but Gala and Hung also both heading towards that bot side. Gala already has level 2 killer instinct, so no counterplay available for KT. They're going to try and go for this mid lane turret here.
Does Gala respect it?
TP.
He does. TP behind now as LNG look to up the tempo of the game. The Dominus popped as aiming is going to meet the base of Zika here. Lehens trying to do everything he can to disengage for his AD carry. Flash, Ruthless Predator. The cleanse away by aiming. Lehens already down, aiming with the Severum. Doesn't even tickle Zika. Those scales stopping him from taking too much damage as BDD slides the wall. Cuz does a good job of body blocking his bot laner. Keen now TPing in mid. The Rift Herald still charging up that bottom lane, and LNG continue to advance. The charge away from Keen stopped, unstoppable, but not for much longer as LNG advance.
Gray screen into teleport into gray screen, another one for Keen. He got picked on bottom side. Rift Herald almost finishes it. Can Zika get there for the local gold as well? That's even better for them. Oh wow, we go back to part 1. Okay, so this was the first kill. Keen goes down, then he's gonna teleport right back out. They tower dive him and pick up number 2. We saw that one though. All right, here's the double flank afterwards with no Ornn on the map. And Zika just runs straight at aiming, so he's able to get the cleanse out really early on. He does flash onto aiming for it, so it's a summoner spell trade, and they're able to peel the crocodile, but and we just get another one. Sitting duck here. The rest of the team is scattered, trying to run away from the onslaught. And it's going to mean double turrets pushed in the aftermath for LNG and a dragon to boot. So that's 3 objectives picked up. And wait a second. Are they going to get here in time? KT are looking to fight. They've got Ornn ultimate.
Scout doesn't have TP. He's on his way, though. I don't think there's a large window here for KT. They're going to try and contest.
Even the smallest window can be used to defenestrate your opposition. Zika here on the front line. Cuz trying to get in behind. Not too much vision control for KT, but they have wrangled control of the river. LNG pushing through mid, a Baron on the cards, perhaps they will melt through it pretty quickly, and LNG are calling KT to the fight. A Barney in the river, as KT will start the Dragon, but LNG have eyes on a much larger prize. The Baron already down to 7,000 HP, and once again LNG have played ring around the rosies. KT trying to get in here, the call of the Forge God will be brought down, but those prayers unanswered for KT as LNG steal away the big purple worm. The engage now following. KT, Shockwave will shock them all and silence the crowd here in Seoul. Lehen sacrifices himself, but it's just not enough for KT. BDD tries to escape, but God will not have it. LNG sweep away KT.
Oh, that Rage Blade Kaisa you love so much, Chronicler. They've got that DPS for the Baron. They burn it down, and with the Shockwave from Scout, they chase them all down.
And this is a throwback for me to game number 1, where KT just aren't ready for the LNG call, right? They're like, hey, this is a second Drake. Yep. This doesn't matter nearly enough. They're not able to make it in. You see Cuz, he's thinking about going in, but they're so far behind at this point already that they need a miracle fight, and they just don't get any of it. The Shockwave ensures that they keep going, and then here, an attempted re-engage from Cuz. There just isn't enough frontline. Everyone on LNG is so far accelerated, and then Gala with the final auto to ensure that basically no one on KT left alive to defend against this Red Bull Baron power play.
And that's the advantage of the LNG team with all the extra damage threats on their side of it.
Yeah.
They don't have the tanks, but they don't need, okay.
Lehen's going for one, aiming there as well with the Severum. Tarzan trying to turn it around as Hung joins the fray, but a great Gale Force away from aiming might be enough. Tarzan heals himself back up. KT disengage, as do LNG. A good attempt there from KT to find a catch, but they just don't quite have the damage.
All right, everybody calm down.
Never.
Take a little bit of a break off that one with this Baron buff. Wait, Hung doesn't want to calm down. He wants a piece of that Ornn.
Hey, Keen learned. He didn't try to dash out at that one. Actually used his W.
Oh, fair enough.
That's nice.
It's going to be difficult for KT to actually defend here, though. LNG with the Baron buff just sitting right outside.
Call of the Forge God available for Keen if they want to look for the engage. Flashes on everyone apart from Zika for LNG. KT just trying to defend. If you can hold on to this, if you can wait out the Baron for 45 more seconds, you can hold on to the game. It feels like if your base is cracked, though, the game starts to slip away from your fingers, and Zika has that on his mind. He's pushing in mid. LNG distract KT once again with a push in the top lane, and now work their way as 5 towards mid.
They get there first. Zika goes for the stun. Tower dive!
The charm, the quickness. Tarzan going in as well with the call of the Forge God. Scout able to flash away from it in time. BDD already down for the double kill, and now it's all on aiming. But purple and red are not the guns you want to see if you're a KT fan right now. Lehen's looking for the flank double. Recall coming out, but the TP immediately invested by LNG. By Scout to re-engage the fight. Could this just be it?
I think that's going to be it. I think LNG are going to make their way towards quarterfinals here.
Aiming against the white guns with the shut down, the Shockwave. Aiming with a moment to pop a stopwatch to think about what's happened. But LNG do not give him a moment to breathe. It has been breakneck as LNG have broken the backs of KT and make their way to the quarterfinals.
LNG, what a beast of a team. They avoid Gen.G, they avoid JDG in the next draw. Definitely deserved rewards for them as well.
And in the fight between BDD and Scout, again, it's Scout that comes out on top. To me, the most impressive part there was that it was very reminiscent of the way that KT won in game number 1, but even more decisive, right? Yep. It was like 2 or 3 misplays, Keen walking too far up, and it all started with that contest on the Dragon, where LNG was able to punish KT, trying to, as you pointed, cut one corner. And that started a chain of events that has led LNG into the quarterfinals as a 3-1 team, meaning you get the benefit of dodging JDG and Gen.G, which is It's not bad.
Pretty massive, especially for LNG when really it's JDG that beat them. Like, of all the teams, they've only lost to JDG here at Worlds. They only lost to JDG in the LPL finals as well. For KT, a difficult road has got a little bit more difficult. This team probably has had the anti-luck of the draw when you look at it. They played against BLG, D plus Kia, Weibo, now LNG. Like, of any draw you're going to get, that is a toughie. And now we'll see who they play in that 2-2 round on Sunday.
Yeah, just watch them draw T1 again. That would be the most KT thing possible.
T1 have to lose to BLG for that to happen.
I know, and I'm not saying that's going to... But
that's
like,
a possibility.
I'm not going to go into any attempts at predicting, but that would be that would be very unfair.
Almost it would be fitting with how crazy of a year it has been for this team. You know, with every player getting first in the All-Pro and all the drama that went along with that.
It really would.
For them to have this tough of a road with multiple draws at Worlds.
We'll see. Who knows? Could be fun. We'll see on Sunday. We're going to hand it over to Shocks and whoever is joining her on the Worlds calling.
Thank you so much. It is Dagda and Huni in this case, as Laura's off to get an interview with Scout. And yeah, where you say KT has had a hard draw, I also think for LNG, this is a very difficult matchup for them to win in order to qualify for the quarterfinals. But they did it with flying colors. If you look at kind of everything that was thrown their way, specifically in that first and that last game, Dagda. So a lot to be proud of.
Yeah, I think especially we kind of touched on the things we wanted to see, the adaptations we wanted to see from LNG, like getting Tarzan into something where he could be a bit more proactive. He was a core factor on this Wukong, like picking off members in River when they were trying to find fights that may have swung the way of KT. Also been able to find some of these great engages alongside Hung. And then also Gala getting his hands on the Kaisa. This is the champion he made his name on in the LPL. It is synonymous with great performances from this AD carry, and we got to see it again here.
Yeah, I mean, as you said it, I think the most important, they go back to how they used to win. Like, they're finding their win con on themselves, and it's incredibly well. Like, everyone knows, like, LNG is the best team with the team fighting around, like, in the middle game. Like, they're not actually accelerating early game, only generating lead, like, early lead. Like, those kind of things they're not focused on. Like, how they playing around the object, like, how they ending the game, how they actually make the snowball, like, be able to just end the game, exploding the Nexus. It's crazy.
It was crazy indeed. We were talking about kind of how you see picks evolving in best of series, which is only going to get more intense when you get into the best of fives, and how you see the value of something like a Wukong, who is such a tremendous team fighter, go up in the meta that is developing.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see more and more of it. I mean, we got to see a little bit of it from Levi, and I think that kind of put it on people's radars, and now Tarzan picking it up as well when the chips were down. I think he had a fantastic performance here, and I do expect to see more of those aggressive picks. The big work-in team fights are going to start to come through more and more. And even if he can start to play things that, I mean, we've already seen like the Nikos, the Aris, that can then set up Wukong for a strong mid jungle, it just becomes such a strong pick in the current style we're seeing.
Yeah, I saw a thread the other day that was like, oh, I'm unhappy that there's so little pick diversity in general. So hopefully we see that getting a little bit bigger. One final note, though, about Zika. You know, there's a lot of members when in team fights a team shines that you can talk about, but you often talk about the collective. We called out Gala already, but I think Zika, in terms of kind of this Renekton performance, just to call out one in that last game, which was very deafening for the side of KT.
Yeah, I think it's been incredible to see the growth we've got from Zika. Like, when he started on IG back in 2021, he was very much a, hey, we're going to play Camille, we're going to play Tryndamere. Actually, someone shouted me on Twitter, Riven was a big pick for him as well. But it was very much a, I'm going to split push, and I'm going to let you do whatever the hell you want to do. But now as we started to go on across onto LNG, he started to pick up the tanks, he started to pick up much more team fighting style, and we've seen him like go towards Jax but be high impact in the team fights. And now, as you say, in the Renekton, constantly threaten that back line, being able to buy space for people like Scout and Gala. He's such a magnificent threat in these fights. You've always got to keep your eyes on him.
Yeah, I mean, same as, you know, as a same top laner perspective, you know. I think just like Zika, I think just like making sure, like having support with the jungle or the support even mid lane, like just making sure it's like he's on good spot, which is like that makes be able to like him able to like carry the game. Like he has the potential, he has the momentum that he as soon as he hit the ceiling, I don't think, as you mentioned, like even Jack's game, like he could just carry along. Like there's so many factors that like I think also just be able to pick up like other situational, because he has a Gala on the AD carry and mid lane on Scout. Like he just doesn't have to do it. So I think it's really good to see like making adaptation. But I think today the performance on him actually playing Renekton into especially Orin wasn't really like actually satisfying. He could have probably done better a lot in lane phase, but I think it's just, he's gonna grow a lot as a person.
Oh, I like it. You're still like, yeah, that was great, but you can do better. I expect more from you as a top laner. From the mid laner, though, I think we were very happy to see the performance once again. So let's send it over to Lore with the victorious Scout in the Verizon post-game interview.
And welcome back to this side of the KBS Arena after LNG takes down the KT roster 2-1. And with this victory, they qualify to quarterfinals. But I have Scout with me to talk about this amazing back-and-forth series. Ni hao, and thank you so much for joining me today. I think that was characteristic of your games today was the fact that you lost the early game, but you always maybe managed to find your way back into the game. Tell me about the approach in the third game, both in draft and game plan-wise.
那首先恭喜你们获得了比赛的胜利，也是成功进入了8强。其实看可能今天的比赛，我们感觉有的时候你们前期好像没有办法很好的抓住节奏，但是你们在中后期总能找到机会，很好的再次把比赛节奏握在自己的手里，拿到翻盘。所以说也比较好奇，可能来到最关键的决胜局第3局的时候，你们无论是在 BP 的方面，还是在游戏的战略的方面，可能有怎么样的一些改变或者调整呢？
其实我觉得这3局都是我们都偏向于打团的，就打团的阵容吧，就配了打团的阵容吧。但是我们还是前期感觉没有比对面节奏的好，所以可能前3局都是比较劣势吧。
I must say, for all the 3 games, based on our draft, we can be super strong in the team fights. So we have the team fight focused draft, but maybe in the early game, we just didn't manage to do as good as the opponent team did. So that's why we didn't manage to get advantage in the early game. So that's why.
Maybe something to work on later, maybe. You mentioned the team fights. Of course, we also think about Gala when it comes to team fight. But for me, when I think about LNG, you're the main character of the team. Tell me about your responsibilities within the team when it comes to leading them both in and outside the game.
那其实可能我们现在想到这样的一个 LNG， 我们很大程度上会第一个想起你，你也是队伍里的一个核心。所以说，能不能和大家分享一下，可能你在队伍当中的一个作用和责任感，无论是在游戏内还是游戏外，是怎么样带领着、引领着队伍走向胜利？
其实，看这一年的话可能是吧，但是这次世界赛的话，其实没有，就可能是版本原因吧，就可能中路是。 不好管前期的阵容，不是前期的节奏，所以，就今天的话，其实我们下路打得比较好吧，我觉得。
Maybe just looking back to the whole year journey, I can be the main character for LNG. But I must say, for World's meta, I don't know why. Maybe because of the meta, like for mid player, we just cannot like do a lot of stuff to just take over the whole map in the early game. And also for this best of 3, I like to give credits to our bot lane players. They just did a good job.
Gala, of course, and his deadly Kaisa. Now moving forward, you make it to quarterfinals. It is obvious that you're one of the best teams at the tournament, but there's a debate whether you're one of the 2nd or 3rd best team here at Worlds. What do you think of this when it comes to the expectations you had before coming at Worlds?
那其实接下来进入到8强战，也要和更强的队伍来进行交手了。其实也有一些争论啊，大家都会说，可能 LNG 是不是世界上可能第2强或者第3强的一个队伍？那接下来可能无论是根据你之前的一些世界赛的经验，还是说你对于目前的一些状态，你对此有什么样的一些评价呢？
我们可能是第3次晋级了8强，就感觉就很应该的，然后就确实是这种的水平吧，然后我们还需要提高一下吧，然后再晋级4强吧。
Yeah, I think we're the 3rd team that qualified to the quarterfinals. So I'm thinking about the similar statement, but I think like so many parts that we still need to have some improvements on definitely. So hopefully we can maintain this momentum and hopefully we can get into the semifinals.
All right, and looking forward at quarterfinals, why should LNG be feared in the next stages of the tournament?
那接下来，如果是8强战，你觉得为什么大家需要惧怕你们呢？
因为我们虽然这次进了8强嘛，但是我们的实力还没有 到位吧，可能60%-70%都没有到吧，所以我们能上限拉高的话，可能会打谁都会赢，感觉。
So although we just qualified to the quarterfinals, but I must say we didn't show the 100% of potential. For now, maybe 60 or 70. So we still have a long way to go, and hopefully in the following matches, we can just show the very high ceiling of our momentum and try our best to get the win against any other teams.
Looking forward to see what you guys can show in the world stage. Scout, thank you so much. Xie for the interview. And Wendy, thank you so much for the help. Back to you, Shox.
Thank you so much, as we got Mao in for more commiserations for the LCK, but I do want to touch on the political answers, of course, by the end there for Scout. He doesn't want to get too excited. I'm a little bit disappointed because in other interviews, he was just going off the rails, his Instagram stories, his quotes, but I get it, you know?
Maybe you got a stern talking to, you know?
Yeah, he's got. I get it. He wants to temper a little bit, right, Dagda? And also, you know, fluent Mandarin. We were talking about it here. He was one of those early imports who very early on took on the language, and I think the LPL will be very thankful that he's got to that region with what he's done there already. But maybe LNG can make it very, very far. Are you willing to make any kind of guesses or wishes or estimations?
I mean, I agree with what Laura's kind of hinting at. I think LNG are top 3 teams. I think it's like JDG, Gen.G, and LNG are the 3 teams in my mind that I'm keeping my eyes out for. The big one for me, though, is kind of like, when it comes to Scout and to players like Gala, it's finding that success away from their former teams, right? Like, yes, Scout won Worlds in 2021 with EDG, and even at the time it said, hey, look, this is the team for me. I want to try and stick around with this team. But the fact he's now swapped over to LNG, he's got to try and find success with this new squad and new colours. Same when you look at Gala, winning MSI with RNG, now trying to find success in LNG. It feels like there's a lot of players that want to show they still deserve to play at the very, very top level on the squad.
They do, and I think they'll be happy to escape the bracket and go straight to the quarterfinals, of course. Mao, you joined, so let's take a look at what KT could be up against.
Yeah, I know. I just want to make very clear. I'm just here to support Hooney. I'm just here to
support the guy who said LNG 2-1.
He's my boy.
He's not Yumi.
But he knows.
He's your Yumi?
Yeah. You know, so.
He actually predicted LNG to win.
Yeah, because he knows KT. This is what happens.
Yeah.
And I do want to reiterate, I still think KT is a very strong team. If they end up facing against D+, I would heavily favor them. If they end up going against Weibo, I think that given how that game played out, was a little shaky, but at the same time, their early game was extremely dominant, would really favor them there as well. The really big test is going to be if they end up going against the loser of T1 BLG. But that's the one that everyone, I think, is going to try and avoid. That's the only match where I'm like, I don't care if it's T1 or BLG. That's where I'm like, that's the end for KT.
They wouldn't pick T1 or BLG.
I will stand by them picking T1. That was the right decision with the information at the time. No, why would you bring it up, Dagda?
He brought it up.
He knows me too well.
Did it. This is the schedule for tomorrow. Oh my God. I know we've had like an LCK, LPL day as well, but G2 versus NRG is the first one tomorrow.
Yeah,
I'm so excited.
Let's go. That's a free one.
For who?
For I don't know. For both of it. It's free for both.
It's free for both.
It's free for both.
He's like watching LCK teams play BLG and Weibo, and he's like, oh my God.
Like, I'm just being serious. Like,
no, that's actually
like T1 against BLG.
Yeah,
I mean both of them is like it's extremely good chance.
KT or LNG as well.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. Well, sucks to be you, I guess. Some people get a good draw. Speaking of a draw, tomorrow, of course, we'll have a draw again. We'll have our final draw of the Swiss stage.
He'll come back.
He will come back.
That's the last time we see the ref.
It will be the last. I mean, I believe there's probably a draw in bracket stage as well, right?
True.
Isn't there?
I was worried.
I need to have that confirmed.
No, there will be, because you need to still draw like the top against. Yeah, there will be.
Yeah.
Okay, so we get two more draws.
Wait, I'm going to triple check. Since everything changed, production, that's correct, right? Well, we can check later. We'll check for you in any case. There should be. But I just don't want to give out misinformation. I never do. In any case, you can also catch the rebroadcast. Yeah, there is a draw tomorrow. I was talking about later. Anyways, we'll have a rebroadcast, of course, if you weren't able to catch all the games live. And we'll be back tomorrow, same place, same time, for our matches in the 2 and 1 part of the Swiss bracket. And, of course, the comeback of our very favorite draw show referee. We'll see you then. Bye.
Dropping early, but then being able to still... Oh,
it's a good trade. Pallet's so low already, down to 100 HP. Ignite is ticking on him. Will he get away?
Oh!
The Void Seeker's enough and first blood. Dev trying to trade back in. Slater flashes away, but Canyon's here.
Showmaker goes for the 1v1.
Goes for the Rudap Scomdak Dug. The Shockwave stolen, but Kati. The flash burn from Showmaker in the end. Underneath the tower, inhibitor tower already down as Death flashes forward. 26 minutes is all it took for DK to once again defeat a team lower ranked than them. Sonic Wave still hits, Levi will escape underneath this tower, but has to burn the flash. Oh! For the back line, shot down on Death, and now Gam starts to open up. Cannon trying to walk into the pit, maybe just escaping on a fraction of his HP, but Showmaker has had enough. He will smash the smiles off their faces.
Well, there you go. That's the whole
Lehens. Flash in front of Lehens. He stood still. Main jumpers come down. Zika coming from one side. The counter strike flashed away. Aiming able to survive, and now Zika caught underneath the tower, tanking tower shots. But Daze is aiming, retreats to his team, but look at the shurikens and look at Cuz's head. Health bar just get ripped to shreds. The Pop Blossom Point's aiming as well, but he has that flash cleanse back up. The Cataclysm, enough to find the kill as LNG advance. They can't even make the TP play as the Hens is looking for something. The blast
so
gun, oh, that was absolutely gorgeous. Dominus now used with the TP out from Scout. This is the Dragon sacrifice, but Keen unable to flash over. Back to the fountain, the Emperor's Divide comes out, but the Killer Instinct in by aiming, Counter-Strike cleanse, and aiming continues to dash and to dance and to weave his way around. LNG and Chronicle be damned. I'm damn well excited now. The engage now following. KT, Shockwave will shock them all and silence the crowd here in Seoul. The Hand sacrifices himself, but it's just not enough for KT. BDD tries to escape, but Gala will not have it. It has been breakneck as LNG have broken the backs of KT and make their way to the quarterfinals.
What's your play, God? What's your play, God?
Unstoppable, phenomenal, awakening, the animal, unshakable, optimal, it's happening, can't control, feel it, feel it, feel it. Feel it. Feel it. Feel it. Feel it. Feel it. All this power. Power. All this power.
piece of me, make love with me, ecstasy. Stay with me, need to run